Isaac Deutscher Marxism. Wars and Revolutions Essays from 4 Decade. Vietnam in Perspective 1984 The Mysticism of Cruelty Discussions with Tryggve and Heinrich Brandler Tragedy of the Polish Communist Party Maoism, Its Origins and Outlook Open Letter to Gomulka. Isaac Deutscher was born in 1907 near Krakow and joined the Polish Communist Party in 1926. After his expulsion in 1932, he maintained his opposition to the general drift of Comintern policy in the 1930s. He moved to London in 1939 and continued his journalistic activity until 1946, devoting the rest of his life to historical research and the writing of books and essays. Isaac Deutscher's prolific output includes Stalin, a trilogy on Leon Trotsky, The Prophet Armed, The Prophet Unarmed and The Prophet Outcast, The Unfinished Revolution, The Non-Jewish Jew, and numerous essays on Russia, China, and contemporary communism. Isaac Deutscher died in 1967. Tamara Deutscher, who has edited several collections of her husband's essays, is herself a writer specializing in Soviet and East European affairs. Preface by Perry Anderson. Contents. Introduction by Tamara Deutscher XXI. The USSR. 1. The Moscow Trial 3. 2 June 22, 1941 18. 3 Reflections on the Russian Problem 26. 4 2 Revolutions 34. 2 Cold War. 1 The Ex-Communist's Conscience 49. 2 1984 The Mysticism of Cruelty 60. 3 The Cold War in Perspective 72. Ely. Europe. 1 The Tragedy of the Polish Communist Party 91. 2 An Open Letter to Władysław Gomulka 128. 3 Dialogue with Heinrich Brandler 152. 4 Conversation with Tryggve 169. 4 China. 1 Maoism Its Origins and Outlook 181. 2 The Meaning of the Cultural Revolution 212. V Marxism and Our Time. 1 The Roots of Bureaucracy 22. 2 Marxism in Our Time 243. 3 Violence and Nonviolence 256. 4 On Socialist Man 263. Preface. Isaac Deutscher, who died 17 years ago, was one of the greatest socialist writers of this century. He was a Marxist and a historian. But in the way in which these two vocations were connected in his work, the place he occupies in the literature of each is unlike any other. Deutscher's fame rests above all, of course, on his political biographies of Stalin and Trotsky, 2 masterpieces on the fate of the Russian Revolution. In them, all Deutscher's powers were concentrated on the object of his life study, and it is there that readers new to his legacy will continually start. This volume serves a complementary purpose. The collection of essays and addresses that it contains gives us the best intellectual portrait of the biographer himself, that is, of Deutscher as a mind. For the essayist, in the nature of the genre, could speak more directly and personally, and over a more various and unexpected range of topics, than the historian. Subjective experience and conviction find greater expression in these interventions than in the major objective reconstructions of the past themselves. From them, we can see Deutscher as he was, a much more complex and multidimensional figure than the terms by which he became best known in his lifetime would suggest, not simply a scholar, but a thinker, of the left, and not only a commentator on events, but a committed participant in them. Thanks to the care of Tamara Deutscher, the symposium of texts below, which includes several that have never before been published, or collected, in English, presents a more comprehensive view of Isaac Deutscher, as a fighter and a critic, an intellectual and militant, than any previously available. What do they reveal? In the first instance, through their prism, the original context that nurtured Deutscher comes into view. The universalism of the mature writer tended to conceal these origins, but it was in fact a very particular regional experience that made possible it. The later cosmopolitanism. However, like that of another master of English prose, Joseph Conrad, his Polish past long lay partly hidden from sight, and can easily be misunderstood. Deutscher was born in the province of Krakow in 1907, and as a boy grew up in natural sympathy with Polish traditions of literary experiment and polyeuchal emancipation. But his family was not from the patriotic gentry, but from the Jewish middle class, where his father owned an business, and his youthful politics were early on socialist. A generation earlier, Rosa Luxemburg had come from a similar background in the neighboring province of Lublin, where her father was in the timber trade. Like her, Deutscher entered the Polish revolutionary movement while still in his teens, joining the Polish Communist Party in early 1927. Between the experiences of the two lay, of course, the change that had confounded one of Luxemburg's lifelong perspectives, the independence of Poland. But as Deutscher explains in The Tragedy of the Polish Communist Party, the predominant tradition in the political milieu in which he became a militant was still Luxemburgist. The way in which that tradition was weakened, compromised, and finally snuffed out forms, in fact, the leitmotif of his moving evocation at once analytically sharp and acutely felt of the fate of pre-war communism in Poland. Deutscher's own formation, however, was in close continuity with Luxemburg's heritage. From it he took its moral independence, its spontaneous internationalism, its uncompromising revolutionary spirit, a Marxism that was as classical in ease with the theory of historical materialism, as it was vigorous in its connection with the practical life of the workers' movement. To these historical bequests there was added a specific geographical endowment as well. Poland lay between Germany and Russia, the two great powers that had decisively shaped or mishaped its destiny since the days of Napoleon. Luxemburg's career as a socialist had passed in the ambience of all three nations, organizing the clandestine labor movement in Poland from her student days, intervening in the debates of the Russian movement during the Revolution of 1905 to 1907, and leading the left in the German movement in the final decade of her life. Nor was her case an isolated one. Her contemporary Karl Radek, from Brest, was equally at home from Bremen to Moscow. For a socialist of Deutscher's generation, Versailles Poland no longer afforded this kind of possibility. But the geopolitical position of the country still ensured that any Polish Marxist old be formed against the immediate horizons of events in Germany and Russia, in some ways more so than ever, as the October Revolution had now given birth to the USSR, the first workers' state in the world, while the Communist International focused its greatest hopes and efforts on a second breakthrough in Weimar Germany. It was thus quite logical that Deutscher's service in the Polish Communist Party should have come to an end, not over national issues as such tortuously mishandled though these were by the party under Soviet pressures, as his retrospect recalls, but over the growth of fascism under the neighboring capitalist state. In 1932, he formed part of a minority opposition that attacked the sectarian passivity of the German Communist Party, imposed by the Stalinist leadership of the Comintern, towards the rise of Nazism, while at the same time criticizing the results of the same third period line, and the bureaucratic regime that accompanied it in the Polish party. These positions came to coincide with those of Trotsky in exile, and Deutscher was expelled from the Polish Communist Party, as Trotsky's warnings of the terrible threat posed by Hitler's gangs to the European working class reached their crescendo. If Germany was the immediate occasion for Deutscher's break with the official communist movement, Russia was to be the abiding concern of his mature work as a Marxist. Already in 1931 he had traveled to the USSR for the Polish Party, and witnessed at first hand the ravages of collectivization and famine, as well as the industrial feats of the first five-year plan. By this time, the policies of the Third International were entirely subordinated to the twists and turns of the Soviet Party leadership, as Stalin remorselessly consolidated his power in Russia. With the victory of Nazism in Germany in 1933, the direction taken by the Russian Revolution would be decisive for the fate of the European labor movement as a whole. The text that opens this collection, the pamphlet Deutscher wrote in October 1936 on the first of the Great Moscow Trials, set the agenda for the rest of his life. Written with searing indignation, his hand, as Tamara Deutscher puts it, trembling with rage, Deutscher's protest nonetheless already displayed some of the distinctive qualities that were to mark his later work as a Marxist historian. Thus he was not content with dismantling the circumstantial absurdities of Stalinist evidence at the trial. Even more conclusively, he dwelt on the psychological impossibility of an alleged terrorism that abased itself bade its accusers, an audacious conspiracy collapsing into abject self-flagellation, and surmised the real mechanisms which extracted the confessions of Zinoviev, Kamina and the rest, the GPU's secret promises of post-trial pardon in exchange for their moral suicide in the dock, promptly discharged by their summary physical execution. The penetration of Deutscher's insight here, contrasting with the overblown speculations of so many of his contemporaries, has since been confirmed by the evidence that has subsequently emerged about the trials, a remarkable tribute to his gifts of historical reconstruction. He concluded the pamphlet with the ringing words, "History still leaves socialism some time to save its burning edifice. Let us not lose faith in our ideals." 3 years later, Deutscher left Warsaw for London. The small communist opposition in Poland was isolated and dispersed. He had rejected the formation of a new international by Trotsky, arguing that a period of intense reaction and depression was wholly unfavorable to the venture. A new European war was visibly imminent, as the ambitions of the Third Reich expanded. Deutscher settled down to master English and start a new journalistic career abroad. War broke out a few months later, with the German invasion of Poland. Nazi victory in the West was followed by Soviet occupation of the east of the country, in accordance with the provisions of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939. With this partition, Deutscher's native land had once again disappeared from the map of Europe. 2 years later, Hitler launched the Wehrmacht against the USSR itself, and within months was at the gates of Moscow. Deutscher, after a brief spell with Polish forces in Scotland, was now working as a journalist for The Economist in London. The second text in this collection is the record of his reaction to the titanic struggle underway in Russia. Written in February 1942, when the victory of Stalingrad still lay well ahead, Deutscher's article addressed to Polish readers in exile expresses, with impassioned eloquence, the other pole of his response to the drama of the Soviet Union under Stalin. After his scorn and disgust at the infamy of the trials, his respect and admiration for the heroic resistance of the Russian workers and peasants, in which history had stripped off the mask of the bureaucracy and revealed the revolution's true countenance, bleeding but dignified, suffering but fighting on. Attacking both liberal myths of the solidarity of the two totalitarianisms, and the Stalinist crimes that had given rise to them, he underscored the real historical significance of the conflict between the USSR and Germany, a battle for the very existence of the workers' movement and the freedom of the European peoples, a freedom without which socialism cannot be achieved. The destiny of the world now hangs in the balance across the vast spaces of the USSR, he wrote. In the terse war communiques, we socialists read not only the reports about normal war operations, we are also reading in them the fate of the deadly struggle between revolution and counter-revolution. Both these early Polish-language texts, on the purges and the Red Army at bay, were written with an incandescent intensity, in the furnace of the events themselves. Reflections on the Russian Revolution, published in the Political Quarterly in early 1944, as the Nazi armies were in full retreat before the advancing Soviet forces, and the end of the German invasion was near, is quite different in mode. Here Deutscher, setting aside any reference to current events, looked at the development of the Russian Revolution as a whole in a long historical perspective, comparing it with the English Revolution and the French Revolution before it. Stalin's dictatorship, he concluded, was closer to the Cromwellian protectorate than the Napoleonic Empire in the paradoxical continuity of a repressive and hierarchical regime with the insurgent origins of October. But no stabilization was yet in sight. The Pandora's box of the revolution is still open, he wrote, releasing its monsters and its fears, but also the hope at the bottom of it, which alone had made it possible to sustain and keep together a nation which had drained the cup of defeat almost to the last bitter dregs, in the first months of the Nazi invasion. What the future of the post-revolutionary bureaucracy formed under Stalin would be remained uncertain, once the struggle was over. Here the student of history can only put the question mark without attempting to formulate any reply. These concluding words announce the change in Deutscher's practice as a writer that was to occur in the years immediately following the peace. After 1945, Deutscher did not consider going back to Poland, renouncing immediate political engagements. He wrote Stalin, a political biography instead, which appeared in 1949. The fourth text devoted to the USSR below, Two Revolutions, is his introduction to the French edition. It extends his comparison of the Russian and French revolutions, now with all the authority of that work, discussing in particular the analogy between their respective expansions beyond their borders, with the forcible creation of satellite states in Europe, hybrid products at once of emancipation and oppression. Revolt among his allies and satellites had contributed to the downfall of Napoleon, a precedent that should give grave warning to Stalin as he constructed a Soviet order in Eastern Europe already against the rebellion of Tito. One of Napoleon's client states, he noted, had been the Duchy of Poland, where his legend had lived on long after his defeat, and was still alive to Deutscher as a schoolboy. The French system had not been saved by its redeeming features. But the verdict of history on its Stalinist counterpart was unlikely to be more severe than on the Napoleonic original. By the time Deutscher's biography of Stalin appeared, the political conjuncture in the West had, of course, changed. From 1946 onwards, the Cold War had set in. A virulent anti-communism now dominated official culture and politics in the advanced capitalist countries. In a climate of conformity and hisna, the Soviet experience became the object of a vast ideological campaign, orchestrated through government agencies, political parties, trade unions and intellectual institutions alike, depicting the Russian threat of perpetual aggression and subversion to the free world. In other words, a period very like our own. Deutscher's response to it, which forms the theme of the second part of this collection, thus makes timely reading. The ex-communist's conscience is a cool and devastating review of the God that failed, a symposium of penitence with communist pasts. Deutscher compares their renegacies liberal or conservative with those of disillusioned early admirers of the French Revolution such as Wordsworth or Coleridge, who rallied to the counter-revolutionary cause of Tory oligarchy and Holy Alliance in the struggle against Napoleon. This demeaning path he contrasted with the examples of three very different figures, Jefferson, Goethe, and Shelley, who refused to choose between the two armed camps of their time, and whose judgment history has proved superior to the phobias and hatreds of their age. The next essay deals directly with the centerpiece of the phobic literature of the Cold War, Orwell's 1984. Deutscher, who knew Orwell quite well as a fellow journalist, pens a brilliant psychological portrait of him, and the reasons for his compulsive vision of Stalinism as ultimately the expression of a primordial sadism, wielding power and inflicting pain for their own sake, human evil detached from historical cause or social reason. Amidst the contemporary apotheosis of Orwell, with its suffused tributes to his genius and solemn debates on his affiliations, wanting any sense of the proportions of their object, the economy and severity of 1984, the miasm of cruelty are a reminder of the nature of true criticism. But if the celebrity of the book was created, in Deutscher's words, by the social demand of the Cold War, what was the real character of the Cold War as an international conflict itself? The third piece in this section provides a broad historical retrospect, 20 years after Potsdam. Deutscher prepared this text for a speech at a national teach-in in Washington during May 1965 on the war in Vietnam, a direct outcome of the original conflict unleashed by Western intervention in Indochina in 1945. Accepting the inevitability of a worldwide clash between capitalist and anti-capitalist regimes and social forces, after their joint defeat of the Axis powers, Deutscher pointed out, however, the drastic inequality of position and strength rees the leading victor states, the USA and USSR, two colossi, one full-blooded, vigorous and erect, and the other prostrate and bled white, and the absurdity of the claims that Russia was bent on a military assault on the West after its ordeal in the Second World War, or that Stalin sought rather than feared the spread of revolutions abroad. Nevertheless, despite the asymmetry of economic power and of political responsibility at the origins of the conflict, whose onus lay essentially with Anglo-American imperialism, effects outlive their causes, and the danger is only too obvious that this Cold War may terminate in total nuclear war. Moreover, Deutscher went on, in another decisive respect the Cold War has already given us the foretaste of the fully fledged nuclear war. Its fallout cannot be confined to enemy territory, it contaminates the moral texture, it destroys and warps the thinking processes of the popular masses in our countries, in all the countries engaged in waging the Cold War. To fight against the Cold War was not to abandon class struggle, but to release it from the morass of hysteria and insanity, myths and legends in which it had become alienated and obscured, to allow it, adapting a phrase of Marx's about the commune, to run through its different phases in the most rational and humane way, so that the divisions may once again run within nations, rather than between them. Following the death of Stalin there opened a period in which there seemed for a time to be a real prospect of such a rationalization of East-West conflict. Deutscher was the first observer to predict the ferment of de-Stalinization in the USSR after 1953. His book Russia After Stalin explored the different possible directions in which the Soviet state and society might move, as the first signs of the thaw became visible. In these same years, which seemed to hold some promise of a revival within the international communist movement of pre-Stalinist traditions, he was preparing his monumental biography of Trotsky, the first volume of which, The Prophet Armed, appeared in 1954. The texts contained in Part 3 reflect these interlinked concerns, but also cast light on Deutscher's attitudes to Poland and the crisis of Stalinism in Eastern Europe, to Germany and the fate of socialism in Central Europe, and to Scandinavian social democracy in Western Europe. The tragedy of the Polish Communist Party, as we have seen, recreates the world of pre-war Polish communism in which Deutscher was formed. But it was prompted by the Polish renewal of 1956, when the reforming current led by Gomulka defied Soviet intimidation with a significant liberalization of political and intellectual controls in Poland. Deutscher viewed these developments with a critical sympathy, hoping for a return of the better traditions of the past. His conclusion is striking testimony to the complete freedom of his spirit from all national cant. He insisted on the indestructible links between the Polish and Russian revolutions, links proved both negatively and positively, in 1918 to 1920, in 1939, in 1954 and again in 1956. Considering how often history had mocked and insulted Poland's national dignity and, in the first place, the dignity and independence of the Polish revolutionary movement, it was not surprising that the Polish people sought refuge in the jungle of our nationalist legends. The Polish masses, he argued, would eventually understand that the bonds which unite their destiny with that of the Russian and other revolutions are indissoluble, but only after they have recovered from the blows and shocks inflicted on them in the past, and when they feel that nothing can ever again threaten their independence and national dignity. 10 years later, Deutscher addressed a scathing open letter to Gomulka, denouncing the first trial of men who were to be the leaders of CORE in the 80s, and warning that with such persecutions Gomulka would be compromising the future of socialism. Deutscher's judgment on each occasion was vindicated. The final decline of the Gomulka regime into the squalid repressions of 1968 prepared the way for the moral discredit of communism in the country at large, and the subsequent rise of Solidarity proved unable to transform Polish state and society, in the absence of any corresponding popular movement against the bureaucratic order in the Soviet Union. The negative bonds between Polish and Russian experience still prevail. Deutscher's conversations and correspondence with Brandler represent a very different kind of document, one of peculiar fascination within his work as a whole. For Heinrich Brandler embodied a living mediation between the epoch of Luxemburg and Lenin, and that of Deutscher. Born in 1881, as a young Saxon building worker he had joined the German Social Democratic Party, and become a friend and adherent of Rosa Luxemburg before the First World War. In 1918 he had participated in the founding of the German Communist Party, and found himself by 1921 at the head of it. In the following year there occurred the German October, the ill-starred attempt at an insurrectionary rising in central Germany by the KPD, on instructions from the Comintern in Moscow prompted by Zinoviev and Trotsky. Brandler, modest and cautious by temperament, neither believed in the prospects for a successful German revolution in 1923, nor thought himself capable of leading one. But as a loyal communist he obeyed instructions, and was then blamed for the failure of the enterprise. Expelled from the party for opposing the Third Period line in 1929, he spent the Nazi period in exile in France and Cuba. Deutscher first met him on his return to Europe in 1948. Tamara Deutscher vividly evokes the friendship that ensued. During these initial encounters, Deutscher recorded his discussions with Brandler, in which the older man recollected the famous episodes of the 20s in which he had been a principal figure. Deutscher's ability to convey a personality on this occasion obliquely is once again notable. After his return to West Germany, Brandler organized a small Marxist formation, Gruppe Arbeiterpolitik, committed to revolutionary socialism, and the two men continued to write to each other. Brandler had always been closer to Bukharin's right opposition in the 20s, while Deutscher's sympathies lay with Trotsky's left opposition, and this difference was reflected in the latter's more stringent overall hostility to Stalinism in the post-war years. When working-class riots erupted against the Ulbricht regime in East Germany in 1953, however, it was Brandler who viewed this upheaval with more unconditional approval, concentrating on its sociological character in the DDR itself, while Deutscher reminded him of the international context in which the rising was ideologically appropriated by the West, and of the setback to the cause of political reform in East Germany that it occasioned, paradoxically rescuing Ulbricht from the brink of political extinction as the Soviet leadership abandoned its intention of jettisoning him. The debate between the two over the significance of this contemporary crisis was conducted on both sides in terms of its position within German historical development as a whole, since the epoch of Tilsit. The exchange printed here concludes with Brandler's reaction to Deutscher's treatment of the German October 30 years earlier, in the second volume of his biography of Trotsky, The Prophet Unarmed*. While admiring the character of the manuscript as a whole, he sought to clarify his own role in the disasters of that year, when many believed that the best single chance of a revolution in the West was missed. Deutscher's response to his objections is of especial interest, since here in direct dialogue with an interlocutor of Lenin himself, both witness to the past and comrade in arms in the present, he sets out a memorable explanation of his practice as a Marxist historian, dealing with events in which his own revolutionary sympathies were fully engaged. Deutscher's exchanges with the Norwegian Social Democrat Trygve Lie provide a caustic contrast. Lie had been Minister of Justice in the Labour government that had first grudgingly given asylum to Trotsky in 1935, then isolated and harassed, and night expelled him, under combined bourgeois and bureaucratic pressures, in 1937. In the course of his research for the third volume of his biography of Trotsky, The Prophet Outcast, Deutscher interviewed Lie in 1956 about these events. The notes that he took of his findings give a revealing glimpse of a certain kind of West European social democracy, in all its repellent meanness and hypocrisy, as it confronted the grandeur of the Bolshevik tradition in the person of Trotsky in Norway. Trygve Lie, of course, incarnated all that was worst in such Scandinavian traditions, irresistibly recalling Ibsen's most savage portraits to Deutscher. Above and beyond his role during Trotsky's exile, he was of course one of the most servile functionaries of U.S. policy in the Cold War, when as the American appointee as Secretary General of the United Nations, he introduced McCarthyism into the international civil service, demoralizing it for a decade to the disgust of even liberal colleagues. The moral and political gulf between a Brandler and a Lie brings home much of the real human meaning of the original separation of the Third from the Second International on the morrow of the First World War. The central focus of Deutscher's work was the fate of the Russian Revolution, the transformations of the Soviet state that emerged from it, and their impact on the European labor movement. Of all these, he had direct experience and first-hand knowledge, as a Marxist apprenticed in the Polish Communist Party, fluent in German and Russian, familiar with the Latin cultures, wielder of an astonishing command of English. This was the world of classical Marxism, native to Europe. The victory of the Chinese Revolution in 1949 transformed the boundaries of this universe, extending the problems of the transition to socialism to Asia, in the context of an ancient civilization with a longer continuous history than any in Europe, and a culture of traditional self-sufficiency. Deutscher immediately realized the world historical significance of the overthrow of the Kuomintang. This was, indeed, the final emphasis of his essay Two Revolutions already mentioned, written within a few months of the entry of Mao's armies into Peking, where he argued that comparisons between the destiny of the French and Russian revolutions found their natural stopping place with the arrival of the Chinese Revolution. For this phenomenon we find no parallel in the epoch of the French Revolution. To its very end the French Revolution stood alone. Deutscher watched with close interest the first years of Communist China, but it was not until the exhaustion of the reforming impetus in Khrushchevite Russia in the late 50s, and the Chinese challenge to Soviet direction of the international communist movement in the early 60s, that he turned his full attention to the specific historical character of Maoism. The result was one of his finest and most original essays, Maoism: Its Origins and Outlook, which surveyed the tensions and contradictions of the Chinese experience in the light of its Russian predecessor. The balance and complexity of his assessment, made without benefit of any specialized linguistic or area skills, has few equals in the subsequent literature. Maoism, he argued, could be seen as a kind of fulfillment of Marx's conjecture that late 19th century Russia might develop directly from a primitive agrarian society to socialism, through a revolution based on the peasantry and its communal traditions, provided that the working class had come to power in the advanced industrial countries of Western Europe, and so could exert a gravitational pull on backward Russia. Mutatis mutandis, just such a sequence had occurred in China, but ironically with newly EAE Russia playing the part Marx had assigned to Western Europe. Hence the paradoxes of Maoism. On the one hand, from its rural origins it rested more securely on the consent of the majority of the population than had Bolshevism, the movement of an urban minority. Initially more confident relations with the peasantry were also assisted by coming to power after and not before a civil war, permitting the Maoist regime, unlike the Leninist, to proceed immediately to the constructive tasks of economic revival. On the other hand, the agrarian background of Maoism also meant a narrow cultural provincialism and uncontested political authoritarianism, in marked contrast to the broad internationalism and lively intellectual pluralism of the classical Bolshevik tradition. Socially, the Chinese regime was relatively more egalitarian than the Russian at a comparable stage of its post-revolutionary development, but its organizational monolithism, untouched by any more democratic past heritage, nevertheless gave it an unmistakable affinity with Stalinism. Internationally, its preaching of the watchwords of irreconcilable class struggle and its campaign for radical resistance to imperialism, were formally appealing. But Deutscher pointed to the incongruity of the cult of Stalin that accompanied them, and presciently asked, how far Maoist professions of revolutionary internationalism really reflected the frame of mind of the Chinese masses, and were not merely a response to Western provocation, with the continuing blockade of China by the USA. Thus already in 1964, at the height of apparent Maoist intransigence towards American imperialism, Deutscher lucidly foresaw the danger that if the Western powers were to try to play China against the Soviet Union, might Peking not succumb to the temptation? Less than a decade later, the answer was to be forthcoming. Deutscher did not live to see the embrace with Washington of Mao's last years. But he did witness, and judge, the launching of the Cultural Revolution in China that paved the way for it. Proclaimed in the name of the radical ideas of the Paris Commune, and a revolt against all hierarchy and bureaucracy, the Cultural Revolution was ended with a wide range of indulgence and enthusiasm among the effete intelligentsia of Europe and North America, forming a whole generation of Maoist sympathizers in the West. Credulity in the official propaganda of the Chinese regime, as purge succeeded purge in the ranks of party and state and of the population at large, often persisted until the death of Mao himself. Deutscher was totally untouched by such fashionable illusions. From the outset, as can be seen from his trenchant piece The Meaning of the Cultural Revolution, he indicted the crude intellectual nihilism, the mindless xenophobia, and the brutal persecutions unleashed by the great helmsman in 1966. For all its apparently farcical aspects, he warned, the Maoist Cultural Revolution is a deadly serious affair. Its effect on China's spiritual and intellectual life is, in all probability, going to be just as devastating and lasting as were the consequences of the Stalinist witch hunts. Its political meaning is also comparable. Like Russia in the last years of the Stalin era, so China has now plunged headlong into a self-centered isolationism and nationalism. The result would be an irreparable loss to the nation, a gap in its cultural consciousness, a lowering of standards, and an impoverishment of spiritual life. Post-Stalinist Russia is still smarting under the loss, and so will Maoist and post-Maoist China. Deutscher's clairvoyance did not halt here. He went on to predict, again with arresting accuracy, that the deliberately lowered economic horizons of the regime, its failure to advance Chinese industrialization with anything like Russian-style success under Stalin, its inability to resolve rural overpopulation and unemployment were unlikely to provide a basis for political stabilization. Pressures for a more ambitious policy of economic progress will make themselves felt, and some reaction against the latest version of Maoism is all too likely to set in. He concluded, Mao has been in one person China's Lenin and Stalin. But at the end of his road he shows more and more similarity to Stalin, and the latest orgy of his personality cult underlines the likeness. It is as if he had outlived himself and is already a relic of the past, an embodiment of China's backwardness and isolationism. When the reaction against these aspects of Maoism comes, his successor or successors, whoever they are, will have to act as its mouthpieces and agents. The profile of Deng Xiaoping and his associates once already delineated. The final group of texts collected here is distinct in character from the rest. In these, which date from the 60s, Deutscher posed four of the most general and fundamental questions confronting any socialist. In the second half of the 20th century, how should the bureaucratic systems, that have emerged from every revolution in the backward countries so far, be viewed historically? What is the validity of the classical theory of Marxism for an analysis of capitalism in the advanced countries? Where does the role of violence lie in the transition to a society beyond capitalism? What would be the shaping forms of a socialist civilization? The first of these issues Deutscher explored in The Roots of Bureaucracy. It is often said that his conjunctural writing on Russian political development in the Khrushchevite epoch was overly optimistic about the prospects of democratization in the USSR and in the Soviet bloc generally, and it is true that he thought the failure of reforms in the early 60s was unlikely to be a durable one, given the wider changes in Soviet social structure as a whole. The protracted stabilization of Brezhnevism was a process he did not live to dissect. But in his most considered theoretical reflections on the historical phenomenon of bureaucracy as a whole, he left little ground for confidence in any short-term supersession of it in a society like the USSR, let alone China. For there, in a tour de force of long-range interpretation, he located the social origins of bureaucracy in the division between mental and manual labor which lay buried on the border between the primitive communistic tribe and civilized society, with the first embryonic emergence of class society itself. After sketching the metamorphoses of bureaucratic administration, and its relations to successive modes of production from the Pharaohs and the Bourbons, Deutscher then argued that under capitalism the political power of the bureaucracy has always been in inverse proportion to the maturity, the vigor, the capacity for self-government of the strata constituting a given bourgeois society. On the other hand, when in highly developed Borate societies class struggles have reached something like a deadlock, when contending classes have lain as if prostrate after a series of exhausting social and political struggles, then political leadership has almost automatically passed into the hands of a bureaucracy. This was why Victorian England or Jacksonian America, with their self-assured bourgeoisies, were the least bureaucratic of the major capitalist powers in the 19th century, while the mutual exhaustion of bourgeoisie and proletariat after 1848 gave rise to the Second Empire in France, and the many-sided deadlock between Junkers, industrialists, and workers in Germany yielded the dictatorship of Bismarck's officialdom. It was this logic, transposed to societies where the capitalist class itself had been destroyed, yet the working class was still fragmented and weak, that explained the enormous growth in the power and longevity of post-revolutionary bureaucracies, against the background of the relentless hostility of the surrounding imperialism. These post-capitalist bureaucracies, however, for all their despotic arrogance and privilege, did not constitute new classes. To this day, Deutscher observed, the Soviet bureaucracy has not managed to acquire that social, economic, and psychological identity of its own which would allow us to describe it as a new class. It is something like an amoeba covering post-revolutionary society with itself. It is an amoeba because it lacks a social backbone of its own. It is not a formed entity, not a historic force that comes on the scene in the way in which, for example, the old bourgeoisie came forth after the French Revolution. Mined by its own contradictions, it would not last forever. In a society characterized by widespread automation, shorter working hours, civilized leisure, and cultural independence, the antagonism between brain work and manual labor really will wither away, and so will the division between the organizers and the organized. Then, he predicted, but only then, it will be seen that if bureaucracy was a faint prelude to class society, bureaucracy will mark the fierce, ferocious epilogue to class society no more than an epilogue. The three remaining texts in this group are all products of Deutscher's practical political interventions within the left. Once a mass movement of semi-revolutionary temper arose among a younger generation in the West towards the end of his life, with the emergence of widespread opposition to the American war in Vietnam and the beginnings of revolt on the campuses. These addresses show him grappling with the problems of socialism in the richest capitalist nations of the time, and demonstrate how wrong it is to think of Deutscher as just a historian, albeit of the major revolutionary experience of this century, for without ever ceasing to think historically, he also developed, and defended, original ethical and philosophical positions as well. Marxism in our time looks at the general situation of historical materialism as a theory of social emancipation, a century after Capital, one which he judged in a typically dialectical formulation that is a far cry from current slogans to be one of simultaneous ascendancy and decline. To the question, is Marxism obsolete? Deutscher replied, there is only one essential element in the Marxist critique of capitalism. It is very simple and very plain, but in it are focused all the many-faceted analyses of the capitalist order. It is this: there is a striking contradiction between the increasingly social character of the process of production and the antisocial character of capitalist property. Our mode of existence, the whole manner of production, is becoming more and more social in the sense that the old freelance producers can no longer go on producing in independence from each other, from generation to generation, as they did in the pre-capitalist system. Every element, every fraction, every tiny little organ of our society is dependent on all the rest. The whole process of production becomes one social process of production, and not only one national process of production but one international process of production. At the same time you have an antisocial kind of property, private property. This contradiction between the antisocial character of property and the social character of our production is the source of all anarchy and irrationality in capitalism. The contradiction could not be reconciled in the long run. A collision must come. The nature of that collision could not be predicted in detail, but its general shape was not in doubt. On the one hand, Deutscher at the height of the Kennedy-Johnson boom expressed his disbelief in any further smooth, evolutionary development of Western capitalism. After 20 years of prosperity, slump would come again as it did. On the other hand, the class struggle in the West had to be seen as a war against capitalism that has lasted many generations, and which had seen the mobilization of counter-revolution all over the world, in all its various forms, from fascism to the most refined social democratic reformism, all mobilized in the defense of the existing social order. Then, in a striking passage, Deutscher went on, never yet, except in extraordinary moments like the Commune of Paris, has the working class mobilized itself even to a fraction of that intensity and strength at which the possessing and ruling classes have maintained their mobilization on an almost permanent footing. Even during the Commune the insurgents never really mobilized for a life and death struggle. We have all the descriptions showing their light-mindedness, their good-humored and good-tempered optimism. It was the strengths, yet also the weaknesses, of such optimism that Deutscher reviewed in the Dialectics of Violence and Nonviolence, one of his sharpest and most unsettling pieces. In it, he started by stressing the traditional tension within the classical outlook of Marxism between the necessity of political violence as a means for overthrowing bourgeois class rule, and the aim of a classless society that for the first time in history would be truly free from violence. That essential and defensible dialectic was, however, overborne in the tragic vicissitudes of the Russian Revolution, when under overwhelming and inhuman pressures terror was let loose and what was to have been but a glassful of violence became buckets and buckets full, and then rivers of violence, so that in the end the nonviolent meaning of Marxism was suppressed under the massive, crushing weight of Stalinism. But the two could not be cleanly separated. For, Deutscher argued, it would show a lack of moral courage in Marxism to draw the formal line of dissociation and say that we are not responsible for Stalinism, that wasn't what we aimed at. We cannot delete Stalinism from our records although we are not responsible for Stalinist crimes. Why was this so? In a rare personal avowal, Deutscher went on, to some extent we participated in this glorification of violence as a self-defense mechanism. Rosa Luxemburg understood this when she criticized the first faint signs of this attitude. Yet this was self-criticism, not repudiation. Revolutionary violence, regretted and unglorified, remained necessary against an enemy who had never shrunk from any extremity of it, as the murderous war in Vietnam that formed the context of his intervention demonstrated. But in advanced industrial societies like America itself, the potential balance of class forces was immensely more favorable to an undistorted outcome of revolutionary struggle than in backward and isolated Russia. There such violence could be rational and infinitesimal, if the vast majority of the exploited were ready to employ it to break the power of their exploiters, without making a virtue of it. In the last text of the volume, on Socialist Man, Deutscher looked towards the future to ask what could be said, without relapse into utopian speculation, of human potential and limitation in a classless society once finally achieved. Two features of his reply stand out. The first is the sobriety of his projection. Socialism would not solve all predicaments of the human race, indeed of Trotsky's trinity of hunger, sex, and death, it could offer relief only for the first. Beyond class, human beings would still patiently suffer guilt and pain, and feel the discomfort of civilizational restraints over instinctual drives. But these drives, and this is the second significant theme of his address, could in themselves be given neither the historical immobility nor the societal importance that Freud's theory attached to them. While respecting the warrant of psychoanalysis within its proper and restricted domain, Deutscher had no difficulty in dispatching its inflated claims for the interpretation of history, let alone intrusions of it into politics. As he DNLY pointed out, in discussing Freud's theory of aggression, throughout history men organized into armies have slaughtered each other over property or claims to property, but they have not so far, except in mythology, fought wars over prerogative in the field of sexual relationships. Whereas Marxism had tried to tackle from the NGHT the tasks confronting our society, and had moved mountains both in victory and defeat in so doing, the practical social effects of psychoanalysis were by comparison nugatory. In a period like the present, when an uncritical cult of psychoanalysis, often in its most ostentatiously idealist forms, correlates so closely with the retreat from historical materialism, Deutscher's calm reminder of the real relations of truth and force between the two could not be more salutary. Socialism, in his vision, would bring neither an impossible liberation from all human servitudes, nor stop at an imaginary immutability of all human instincts. Isaac Deutscher died in August 1967. He was just 60. It is difficult to compute the loss his disappearance has meant to Marxist culture, and the socialist movement, since His fellow historian of the USSR, E.H. Carr, of whom he was a friend and critic, survived him for 15 years, living to the age of 90. It is enough to think of what Carr accomplished in the last 3 decades of his life. All but one of the 14 volumes of his History of Soviet Russia were written after he had passed his 60th year, to be conscious of the scale of what we have missed by the cutting short of Deutscher's career. 2 volumes of biography of Lenin, certainly. The single chapter he left behind, a beautifully fresh and surprising Lenin's childhood, suggests that this might have been the most unexpected of his Bolshevik portraits, bringing his powers of psychological insight to their height in the life of a man far less known, and more enigmatic, as a human being than either Stalin or Trotsky. But perhaps also that theoretical historical survey of the European labor movement since 1848, of which he more than once spoke, in public and in private. Undoubtedly, at the same time, we would have possessed a rich and unbroken series of reflections on major changes in the world scene since 1968, whose upheavals came a few months after his death. In one vast cycle, the blossoming of the Czech Spring, and the burial of chances for reform in the Soviet bloc with the invasion of Czechoslovakia, the upsurge of an international student revolt in the West, followed by working-class insurgents in France, Italy, and Britain, the end of fascism in Portugal and Spain, and the defeat of the USA in Vietnam, and then in another cycle the return of a slump to world capitalism, the swing to the right in the West, with the ascendancy of governments of militant reaction, and the fraying of the last communist ties to the 19 foe. Intransigent traditions of the Third International, the rise of a new wave of socialist and anti-colonial revolutions in the Third World, and the gradual growth in the strategic weight of the USSR, mass explosion in Poland, decline of Brezhnevism in Russia, Bukharinite liberalization in China, fratricidal wars in Indochina, the conformation, finally, of a second Cold War. Out of all these, such developments would have been explored in their historical meaning and interrelations, by the same mind that had lived through the tragedy of pre-war Polish communism, analyzed Stalin's power at its apogee, demystified the First Cold War, and followed the successive hopes and fiascos of Khrushchevism and Maoism. Our map of the present would look different if we had a continuity of that committed intelligence with us. As it is, nearly 2 decades later, the political and intellectual scene is for the moment in many ways a bleak one. Amidst renewed Cold War, and unended recession, much of the Western left is prey to every kind of fashionable temptation and illusion. Pervaded by the right, a post-1907 mood, as Deutscher might have put it. In the slogans of post-Marxism he would have seen mainly the only novelty of the 80s, as opposed to his antithesis of the 50s renegades posing as heretics. He would have mordantly analyzed the continual reproduction by Brezhnevite bureaucrats of Bukhovskiite dissidents, and the echo chambers of Gulagism. But he would not have exaggerated the contemporary anti-cyclones, in either East or West. The new peace movements in Europe, and their opposition to the arms race and the division of the continent, would in particular have encouraged him. There, it is fitting that the best work confronting the current Cold War should have been produced out of direct inspiration from his example, by the editor of Russia, China, and the West. Degree cases such as this show what can be learned from Deutscher, in a time whose dominant tone is so far from his. The historical conditions that produced this singular revolutionary socialist have passed away. Neither the palpable connection with the world of Lenin or Luxembourg, nor the natural cosmopolitanism of an older East Central Europe, was available to subsequent generations. Yet Deutscher's work continues to represent an irreplaceable source for the culture and politics of socialism. The reasons lie in the eminent combination of its qualities. First of all, perhaps, the serene political fortitude with which Deutscher met the contingencies of his own period, his unshakable fidelity to the ideals of Marx and Engels, amidst so many conflagrations in which one edifice of the Lett after another burnt down, or had to be rebuilt. That fortitude was the product of his absolute independence of thought, the complete freedom of his person and outlook from those fashions and phobias which have typically swayed the conformist intelligentsias of the West in one direction after another, successively Stalinist or Maoist, structuralist or post-structuralist, apostles of the new working class or the new social movements, Eurocommunism or Eurosocialism. But this spiritual independence was the very opposite of sectarian or pharisaical isolation. Deutscher had a capacity to communicate with a greater audience than any other socialist Unter of his time in English. His books were translated, his articles read, across the world. Such universality was given by literary power. But the peculiar splendor of his prose was not simply an aesthetic gift, it was the expression of a sovereign intellectual command of a classical Marxism, so close to its sources in the full range of European culture and enlightenment behind it, that it had no need of a specialized vocabulary, required not the slightest technical strain to find its words. The adoption of biography as his mode of unting history had a related meaning, a genre that has always possessed the widest appeal among the different kinds of literature about the past. In Deutscher's case, however, the biographical form had an additional, deeper meaning. In the life of an individual, he could join the discourses of morality and necessity that Marxism has often found it so hard to hold together. His Stalin and Trotsky are preeminently products of history, subject to the determinations of wider social forces that they expressed or rejected, but they are also moral agents, accountable for their actions and the consequences of them. Ethics traditionally refers to persons, causal dynamics to groups. Deutscher's extraordinary psychological grasp was the medium in which the two, causality and responsibility, achieved synthesis in his writing. A socialist politics today needs to be informed by a sense of each in equal measure. Another way of putting this is to recall the actual contrasts between the trio Deutscher selected for their resistance to conformity in the Napoleonic age. Goethe, Shelley, Jefferson, serene Olympian, visionary iconoclast, shrewd politician. He had an element of each in his own makeup. A socialist movement will only flourish if it can encompass all of the ideals they represent. Perry Anderson, August 1984. Introduction. The writings collected in this volume, spanning 4 decades, date from different periods of Isaac Deutscher's life as a political essayist and historian. They may seem to vary in their subject matter and analytical approach, yet the main theme running through them like a strong thread is that which has so heavily marked European thought in the decades of unfulfilled hopes following the Russian Revolution. It is the theme of the degeneration of a revolutionary state. It was to the search for the deepest sources of this degeneration that Isaac Deutscher devoted most of his writings. He remained a Marxist socialist all his adult life. He did not hold Marxist theory responsible for the history made in its name, and used classical Marxist methods of analysis to uncover the hidden springs of the degeneration of the state which, claiming allegiance to Marxism, so blatantly perverted it and made of it a lifeless dogma. Over half a century ago he was expelled from the Stalinist church, and excommunicated, and like other heretics from other churches, he made it his task to help in rescuing a great idea from dogmatic ossification. Another kind of unity can also be claimed for this collection, that of the author's ability to place, and interpret, contemporary events within a broad historical perspective, and to draw analogies which consist not merely in assembling the points of formal resemblance between historical situations, but in discovering parallel motives, passions, and aspirations behind each unique situation. With the passing of time, some of the essays topical at the moment of writing have acquired their own historical perspective. What was not written as history has by now become history. It is therefore important to place at least some of the essays in the context of contemporary events and to bear in mind the political ambience prevalent at the time of writing. The volume opens with the earliest essay available to me. It is an impassioned indictment of Stalin's infamous trials, made all the more powerful by the high charge of emotion which it contains. The Moscow trial, written at great speed, was ready for publication on September 1, 1936, barely a few days after Moscow announced that the death sentence on Zinoviev, Kamina, and the other accused had been carried out. It was published in Warsaw as a pamphlet by a publishing cooperative Swiatlo. Isaac used to recall it quite often, but there was no way in which we could get hold of it. When the text finally reached me, It came too late for him to experience the emotion with which he would have read his own angry denunciation of Stalin's St. Bartholomew Night, the first of the bloody trials in which, amid the frenzy of the wildest accusations, Zinoviev, Kamina, Mrakowski, Smirnov, and a score of other old Bolsheviks perished. One can feel that Isaac's hand had been trembling with rage. Yet he tried to control himself and to provide the reader not only with scathing denunciation, not only with an exposure of the absurdity and hollowness of the accusations, but also with a considerate analysis of the international background. That this brochure not only remained in existence in Poland but was also read and distributed underground during the worst period of Stalinism, Isaac learned in circumstances in which tragedy, sadness, and residual satisfaction were inextricably bound together. During our stay in Rome, at Easter 1959, Isaac was insistently urged to visit a Polish patient who, we were told, lay critically ill in a special clinic and wanted desperately to speak to him before it was too late. The patient was Stefan Kurowski, the former president of the Polish Supreme Court. He was in the last stages of tuberculosis, and the Polish government had sent him to Rome in the vain hope that some newly discovered treatment might prolong his life. Isaac knew Kurowski's name. Before the war he had gained tremendous respect as a brilliant lawyer specializing in the defense of members of the illegal Communist Party. What Isaac did not remember was that in 1918-19 Kurowski had been one of the founding members of the Communist Party, and that in the 1930s he had been very deeply engaged in clandestine political work. By that time, however, Isaac had already been expelled from the CP, and never, before the short and dramatic encounter in the Rome clinic, did he have a chance to meet Kurowski personally. During the years of Nazi occupation, Kurowski went underground and earned his living as a manual laborer. After the Warsaw Rising of 1944, Kurowski was imprisoned by the Germans. Only the end of hostilities brought him freedom. By that time, however, both his lungs were affected by tuberculosis and only an intensive treatment slowed down the progress of the disease. In 1945 he represented the Polish government at the Nuremberg trial. Later he became the first Prosecutor General of the People's Republic of Poland, and in 1950 the President of the Supreme Court. Very soon, however, Kurowski demonstratively resigned from his post. He also announced that he would return to his old job of defending political prisoners and volunteered to act as Gomulka's counsel of defense in the quite likely event of a trial a la Rajk and Kostov. This was a gesture of extraordinary courage. How was it that he was allowed to resign and that no punishment was inflicted on him for what must have looked like a challenge of the former Attorney General to the Stalinist perverters of justice? I do not know the answer. Maybe he owed his immunity to the disease which was draining his life away. Shortly after the 1956 upheaval, Kurowski returned to the Supreme Court as its president and became the first to fight for the restoration of the violated principles of legality. By this time, however, his health was completely ruined. With dwindling strength he urged a more open and honest break with the evils of Stalinism than that which Gomulka was prepared to carry out. What was it that the dying man wanted to tell Isaac before it was too late? Isaac returned from his visit to the clinic deeply shaken. He had spent 2.5 hours by Kurowski's bedside. I did not ask any questions, I only let him talk, because I felt that he would not be at peace until he told me all that was on his mind. With an oxygen bottle in his mouth, Kurowski spoke with difficulty, but curiously enough, the effort seemed to make him stronger and not weaker, as if a great burden was being lifted from his wasted body. For years and years I wanted to let you know, he told Isaac, that when we expelled you from the Communist Party you were right and we were wrong, and we paid a terrible price for this. And we are still paying it. Kurowski spoke of the communist movement of the late 1930s, of the nightmare of the purges in Russia, of Stalinism in the late 1940s and early 1950s, of the cynicism and lack of ideology in the Polish ruling circles. All these years, he said, I have been conducting an inner dialogue with you. Gradually I took over as mine all. Your arguments, all those warnings, accusations, and invective which you threw in our faces and for which we excluded you from the party and went on abusing and slandering you. But there was something more Kurowski wanted to tell Isaac, something which had happened only a few months before. This one's what he said. In 1948 a group of about 10 people were caught and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for illegally reproducing and distributing Isaac's pamphlet on the Moscow trial written in August 1936. After the Polish October, in 1956, the case came up to the Supreme Court for revision. The verdict was quashed and the prisoners released. Subsequently, the President of the Supreme Court gave his ruling. In the People's Republic of Poland the writings of Isaac Deutscher cannot be considered as harmful or subversive. This was my last act as President of the Supreme Court, it was also the one of which I am most proud, said the dying man to Isaac. The story was given me in accents in which deep emotion, grief, weariness, and a sense of achievement were all mixed together. Ever since that evening in Rome we tried to find the pamphlet. But it was only in the spring of 1968 that Douglas Gill, a young student from Oxford doing research in the library of Warsaw University, came upon it. To be read only in the reading room, not to be removed, proclaimed the library stamp. The librarian gave it to him shrugging his shoulders, I don't know what you need this for. Although his time was short and his knowledge of the Polish language rather rudimentary, Douglas Gill copied out the whole pamphlet and brought it to me in London. It is published here for the first time since its appearance in Poland in 1936. June 22, 1941, is also translated from the Polish. In fact it was the first essay Isaac wrote in his native language after leaving Poland in 1939. It appeared in February 1942, under the pseudonym Ignacy Niemiecki, in the Polish literary weekly Wiadomości Polskie, published in London by a group of Polish refugees of various political tendencies, most of whom supported the Sikorski government in exile. The Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union sent a tremor through the colony of Polish exiles. Their traditional hostility towards the Russians had understandably increased after the debacle of 1939, when they had once again seen their country dismembered by its age-old foes. The sight of Germany and Russia locked in combat provoked a whole range of ambivalent feelings, among many there was a sneaking admiration for the might of the German army, mingled with the suspicion that perhaps more could have been saved by opting for the other side. But there was also hope that Poland might rise again after the two giants had bled each other to death. Thus, by marching into Poland in league with the Nazis in search of security in future struggles, Stalin had trampled underfoot all the national sentiments of the Poles. These sentiments now rebounded with a vengeance and weakened Soviet defenses. It was indeed in a charged political atmosphere that Isaac's call to rally to the defense of the Soviet Union was read. The essays placed in the second section of the book are addressed directly to the Western audience. The Ex-Communist's Conscience, a review of The God That Failed, was first read at a semi-private gathering of academics at Adams House in Harvard, in the highly charged atmosphere of the His trial, at the height of McCarthyism, in winter 1950. Isaac was precluded from speaking publicly under the terms of his American visa. Among his audience there were quite a few disillusioned former adherents of the left who listened in respectful, but uncomfortable and hostile silence. They were not much different from our contemporary ex-Trotskyists, ex-Maoists, or ex-Castroists, who make of their own disenchantment with a person or an event the pretext for abandoning the cause they once embraced. Because their May days did not come up to their expectations, they are resentful, embarrassed by their former ideal, they now pour scorn on it to the delight of all those against whom they once rebelled. The critique of Orwell's 1984, written in December 1954, also places the book in the context of the First Cold War, in which whatever the intentions of the author it became an ideological superweapon of the West in its convulsive fear of communism. No other assessment of the novel, so widely discussed and exploited in its eponymous year, has preserved its relevance in the period of the Second Cold War. Vietnam in Perspective dates from 1965. Isaac was the only non-American invited by the Inter-University Committee to speak at a massive national teach-in in Washington, which demonstrated the growing abhorrence of American policy in Vietnam. Paradoxically enough, this time he had little difficulty in obtaining a visa. And it was a unique kind of visa. The stamp on his passport proclaimed that it had been issued for the express purpose of speaking at the national teach-in against the war. At the beginning of one of his speeches, Isaac remarked that the Soviet government would not have granted him the freedom to address a mass audience in Moscow, even if he were there to praise Soviet policy. The State Department was more generous. "But what is the value of freedom if one does not make full use of it?" he exclaimed, and launched into a devastating indictment of the Cold War, of the war in Vietnam, and of the whole political philosophy of the United States. The tragedy of the Polish Communist Party dates from 1957, when K.S. Karol asked Isaac for a brief outline of the history of communism in Poland. It might be worth recalling that shortly after the dramatic 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, in February 1956, a communiqué from Moscow announced the rehabilitation of the Polish Party and its leaders, who, it was stated, had fallen victim to provocations and slanders during the period of the cult of personality. This short announcement, hardly noticed in the West, was in fact a strange epilogue to one of the greatest tragedies of communism, in which a whole party had been annihilated. In 1938 the Comintern announced the dissolution of the Polish Party under the pretext that it was corroded by Trotskyist and Pilsudskist influences and had become merely an agency of fascism and the Polish political police. Yet all the members of the Central Committee, threatened by the very same police, escaped from Poland to seek refuge in Moscow. On Stalin's orders they were imprisoned and executed as traitors. Among them were Adolf Warski, the founder of the party and friend of Rosa Luxemburg, Lenski, a veteran of the October Revolution and a former member of the executive of the Comintern, Wera Kostrzewa, a most militant woman revolutionary. At the time not much was known about the fate of the victims. Stalin did not bother to stage even a mock trial, and at the height of the terror his dealings with the Fraternal Party were enveloped in murky silence. In Poland the remnants of the illegal party, persecuted by the police, led a precarious existence. Isaac, himself a former member of the party, he was expelled in 1932 for exaggerating the danger of Nazism and sowing panic in communist ranks, traced the circumstances of its wholesale destruction. Referring to the interview in a letter to Karol, he wrote that he was fully aware that the views expressed here must provoke opposition. "I do not pretend," he continued, "that what I have to say is a revelation of infallible truth. I would be quite satisfied if my work were to bring new elements into a discussion about the history of the Polish Party and if it helped to a more thorough understanding of its tragic fate." This wish was fulfilled in a rather unusual manner. The interview, which was recorded, was translated from Polish into French and appeared in Les Temps Modernes in March 1958. Soon afterwards the editors of the Warsaw Polityka, the official organ of Gomulka's party, planned to reproduce it, but had to abandon the idea after protracted negotiations with the censors. Then the more esoteric theoretical quarterlies THIRD-WORLDISM intended to publish it, but did not succeed either. The problem to publish or not to publish came before the Polish Politburo. There was no clear majority either for or against, so a compromise was reached. It was decided not to publish the text, but to duplicate it and distribute it among party cells. Nicknamed Isaac Deutscher secret art, it soon became the subject of passionate debate. By 1980–81 the secret speech was largely forgotten, and if it was known to a handful of people of the younger generation, it was in its French, German, or English version. While in 1958 Deutscher's tragedy of the Polish Communist Party was discussed at the Politburo and then circulated in a duplicated form, as if it were the ruler's own samizdat, 22 years later the essay was, so to say, non grata either with the ruling party or with the opposition. Both sides had their particular reasons for consigning it to oblivion. There was, of course, great pressure from the intelligentsia for the publication of literature which hitherto, through the fiat of the government, was on the index. Among the books which the opposition wanted to see openly published were those of Gombrowicz, Milosz, and Kolakowski. It is true that Polish society is intensely interested in its own past, but it is not eager to learn about the past which it does not consider its own, while the ruling party has no wish to learn about the past which it is still determined to disown. Neither raison d'etat nor raison d'opposition should prevent the independent left in the West from learning about the tragedy of the Polish Communist Party. Dialogue with Heinrich Brandler is, in a way, introduced by Isaac himself in a lengthy note which he made after their first meeting in London. In 1948-49 Brandler was a frequent guest in our home. We used to meet him at the British Museum, bring him back to a hastily pepper supper and talk late into the night. Brandler was a charming and warm-hearted personality, a man of great simplicity and great erudition, though he was not a theoretician. He read in many languages and his interests went far beyond history and politics. The topics of our conversations at the kitchen table ranged widely from the most fundamental issues to light-hearted comment on everyday occurrences, private and public. There was a cordial bond of mutual respect, admiration, and affection between the two men. Isaac felt an affinity with the old revolutionary fighter who belonged to the epoch of which he, Isaac, was a historian. Brandler was confident that the story which was part of his life would be well told. He saw Isaac as a new Mering, and that was the highest praise in the estimation of both men. After Brandler's return to Germany in 1949, they carried on a correspondence in which personal matters, political affairs, memories of the past and contemporary events were discussed in a free and easy manner. In one of his letters Isaac mentioned that he had gone to Oslo to investigate the details of Trotsky's stay in Norway. He had interviewed a number of personalities who had been, in one way or another, involved in that chapter of Trotsky's life. The most valuable material was provided by Tryggve who, as Minister of Justice, played a crucial role in expelling Trotsky from Norway. I have spent many hours with Tryggve, wrote Isaac, and have recorded the conversation which may one day make humorous reading. I also obtained the notes which Moscow and Oslo exchanged about Trotsky, and other important and interesting material. Alas, only a small part of it can be utilized in my book. The record of this humorous conversation, published here for the first time, throws a revealing light on the Norwegian politician who in the crucial post-war years occupied the exalted post of the first General Secretary of the United Nations. The last three contributions to this volume differ in some respect from the others. They are somewhat more didactic and even more explicitly Marxist. They date from 1965 to 66 and are clearly addressed to the younger generation brought into politics on the unprecedented wave of protest against the armed intervention in Vietnam, against the obsessive clichés of anti-communism and the stultifying Cold War propaganda. The new generation, said Isaac, was entering the Ries stage without guilty conscience and paralyzing misgivings because it has not been degraded by Stalinism, shell-shocked by de-Stalinization or intimidated by McCarthyism. The great wave of protest receded, the great opposition foundered. But it proved to be a prologue to a fresh ferment of ideas, to the outburst of a new youthful revolt which found its expression in the exhilarating evenements the May days of 1968 in Paris, Berlin, and Rome. More momentous was the Prague Spring, cut short by the Soviet invasion of August 1968. On the morrow of the invasion Pravda, in a solemn editorial trying to justify the action of the Warsaw Pact countries, listed all the transgressions of which the Czechoslovaks were guilty. Among others they had had the temerity to open the columns of their newspapers to the writings of such an inveterate enemy of Marxism as Isaac Deutscher. Isaac Deutscher did not live to acknowledge this indictment, or should one say, this accolade. I would like to thank the editorial team of Verso for their help, and quite especially Perry Anderson for decisiveness in the face of my unending hesitations as to the content and format of this volume, and Patrick Camiller for his patient work in scrutinizing and adjusting my contribution to it. Fred Halliday, who had edited Isaac Deutscher's Russia, China, and the West, made many valuable suggestions and gave me the benefit of his knowledge and experience. Frederick Sampson tried, sometimes successfully, to keep up my self-confidence throughout my work of preparing the volume for publication. Tamara Deutscher, May 1984. 1. The Moscow Trial. On August 22 the Moscow court sentenced Zinoviev, Kamina and others to death. On the night of 23 to 24 August the sentence was carried out. The intervention of the Socialist and Trade Union Internationals in defense of the accused proved ineffective. 16 defendants were shot. But with this the course of events did not come to an end. Another group of old leaders of the Bolshevik Party came under suspicion of having taken part in a terrorist plot and of collaborating with the Gestapo. Bukharin, Rykov, Pyatakov, Radek, Serebryakov, Sokholnikov, Uglanov, and Tomsky became involved in the charges. The Soviet press announced mass arrests among the oppositionists and all those suspected of the slightest contact with them. The trial of Zinoviev and comrades will therefore inescapably be followed sooner or later by a new series of trials. Stalin's bloody struggle with his opponents or untrustworthy acolytes is still in progress. The great historical drama has not ended yet. But the August trial in itself has already become a crucial date in the history of the Russian Revolution and of the international labor movement. Stalin's Moscow trial has finally put to death the old Bolshevik Party, liquidating its political program and its ideological tradition. Those whom the GPU has placed in the dock as terrorists and Gestapo agents had been the living embodiment of Marxism and Bolshevism in Russia. During a whole historical epoch they were, in the eyes of the international proletariat, the standard-bearers of socialism. The main defendant of this trial, though absent, was Trotsky, the president of the executive of the First Soviet in 1905, and in 1917 the leader of October, the organizer of the Red Army, for many years the Commissar for War, one of the main founders of the Comintern, the author of the main programmatic manifestos and resolutions of the first 4 Congresses of the Communist International a true 4. Leader and hero of the revolution. It was against him that were aimed all the accusations and depositions trumped up at the August trial. Zinoviev was for years, especially during the World War, the closest disciple and collaborator of Lenin. He was one of the foremost Bolshevik agitators. After the revolution he led the so-called Northern Commune, that is the Leningrad Soviet. He was the head of the Comintern from its foundation in 1919 till 1925. Kamenevsky, also one of the foremost propagandists and writers of the Bolshevik movement, was already the head of the Bolshevik faction in the 4th Tsarist Duma. Next to Zinoviev, the closest disciple of Lenin, he led the Moscow Soviet. Until 1926 he was a member of the government as vice premier, leader of the Supreme Council of Defense and Labor, the Commissar of Industry and Trade, and so on. Other defendants, like Smirnov, Yevdokimov, Turvaganian, all belonged to the leading cadre of Bolshevism, as revolutionary fighters during the Civil War and then as builders of socialism in peacetime. There was always a deep difference between the Trotsky and the Zinoviev-Kameny line. Trotsky pursued an inexorable criticism of Stalinist policies from a Marxist viewpoint, rejecting any ideological compromise with the post-revolutionary bureaucracy. The Zinoviev-Kameny group entered in 1923 into a struggle against Trotskyism and then, in 1925, passed over to the opposition against Stalin and formed a political bloc with Trotsky. Within this bloc Zinoviev and Kameny always adopted a conciliatory attitude towards Stalin. After the expulsion of the opposition from the party and the deportation of the leaders, they capitulated before the Stalinist faction. From then on their political activity was one long chain of denunciations of their own views, of self-abasement and degradation. Their confessions at the trial constituted the last link in that chain. With the Stalinist bureaucracy Zinoviev and Kameny were united by many caste interests and ideological prejudices, and most of all by a common tradition of the struggle against Trotskyism. What separated them from Stalinism was their revolutionary, internationalist tradition of Bolshevism. By sentencing Zinoviev and Kameny, Stalin sent to death not his declared opponents, but his vacillating allies. This all the more strikingly underlines the real political sense of the trial. The Soviet bureaucracy has pitilessly cut those slight threads which still connected it with the ideology of October. After the assassination of Zinoviev, Kamina and other comrades, Stalin is now preparing 3 new attacks on the leading cadre of the old Bolsheviks. The revolution stands arraigned. Bukharin, member of the Politburo till 1929, was one of the most eminent theoreticians of the Russian Party and the Comintern. From 1925 to 1928 he was its actual head. As a leader of the right wing he fought together with Stalin against Trotskyism and was the main ideologue of that fight, providing the theoretical arguments against the left opposition. In the days of the trial, Bukharin still figured as editor-in-chief of the government paper Zvezdia. Next to Bukharin as the main spokesman of the right opposition, stood Rykov and Tomsky, both old Bolsheviks, Politburo members until 1929. Since the revolution, with a few short intervals, Rykov has until now been a member of the Soviet government. After Lenin's death, he occupied Lenin's post for 5 years as president of the Council of People's Commissars. At the time of the trial he was still the Commissar of Posts and Telegraphs. Tomsky, who saved his honor by his tragic suicide, was the head of the Central Council of Trade Unions. He was, among the Bolsheviks, the most outstanding organizer and leader of the labor movement. Others under suspicion or accusation are also former members of the left opposition who, after repeated recantations, were released from prisons and places of exile and nominated to high governmental posts. Eminent economist Sokhonikov was in recent years the Soviet ambassador in London. Barely a few weeks ago he was still the People's Commissar for Forestry. Pyatakov, highly valued by Lenin, who in his will mentioned him as the most remarkable among the young Bolsheviks, till the last days occupied the responsible position of Vice Commissar for Heavy Industry. Serebryakov, a self-taught worker, was the secretary of the party Central Committee, the main polytruck of the Red Army during the Civil War and a member of the Council of People's Commissars. And Radek, the disciple of Rosa Luxemburg, before the war one of the main leaders of the SDKPL and of the left of the German Social Democracy, one of the founders of the Comintern, former oppositionist, was until the last moment a lieutenant of Stalinist diplomacy with special responsibilities and a leading publicist of the Soviet Res. All these people tragically contributed to the strengthening of Stalin's autocracy. They did not flinch from the most servile acts, they confessed to all the likely and unlikely sins, they praised to the sky the infallible leader, they defiled their own past and faithfully served the Stalinist bureaucracy. Their misfortune was that their names had once been symbols of the struggle for socialism, and 6. This the Stalinist bureaucracy cannot forgive. It is not satisfied with the fight against Trotskyism, which most fully stands for the old ideology of the Russian Revolution. It is not satisfied with the fight against its real Marxist opponents. Now it destroys, morally and at vitiles, even its recent allies and disperses its own shadows. The only true crime of these shadows is that once they were the living creative forces of the revolution. The August trial was an act of bloody vengeance of the political reaction against the revolution, a revenge of the Thermidorian bureaucracy on the old party of the October Revolution. Il. The political bureau of the Bolshevik Party after the October victory consisted of Lenin, Zinoviev, Kamina, Rykov, Tomsky and Stalin. Now Stalin indicts all of them as terrorists and agents of the German Ponies police. All of them except, of course, Lenin, who died before Stalin had time to brand him as a Trotskyist and a Gestapo agent. This fact alone should suffice to demolish the whole criminal accusation. Is it at all possible that all the founders and leaders of the Soviet state suddenly became terrorists, agents of German fascism, the most determined enemies of their own state? No, this fantastic slander could only be the product of political degeneracy. No thinking person would believe it. In Tsarist times individual terror played an important role in the political life of Russia. Narodnaya Volya and the social revolutionaries for decades indulged in the petty bourgeois romanticism of individual terror. Marxists always fought against this romanticism. They maintained that Tsarist autocracy was the result of Russian class structure and that attempts on the life of individual satraps could do nothing to change the class foundation on which Tsarism was based. Individual attacks are therefore unproductive in their results and only demoralize the revolutionary movement. Only the mass struggle of the proletariat can abolish autocracy. This ABC of Marxism was systematically expounded by all schools of thought in the Russian labor movement in their polemics against the social revolutionaries. Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamina, among others, wrote innumerable pamphlets and articles along these lines. Who would now believe that these people, in their struggle against Stalin, would use the kind of weapon which they rejected even in the struggle against Nicholas the Bloody? There is no doubt that terroristic tendencies exist in the Soviet state. The Stalinist regime, throttling every criticism in the ranks of the working class, has created a favorable soil for such tendencies. The new generations of workers, peasants, intelligentsia, are suffocating in the stale atmosphere of absolute barrack-like obedience and the idolatrous cult of Stalin. The new generations have not gone through the school of Marxist consciousness. They know neither the theory nor the practice of the methods of mass struggle. All open political struggle under clear ideological banners has ceased in the Soviet Union since the destruction of the communist opposition. In such conditions, individual terror may have some attraction as a political method among some circles of youth. It is possible that from such circles emerged Kirov's assassin. But it is quite certain that none of the old leaders and especially none of those accused in the trial could have had anything to do with these utopian and reactionary tendencies of terrorist romanticism. It is enough to compare the terrorists named in the trial with all other types of conspirators known in history in order to realize the absurdity of the accusation. Every method of political struggle almost automatically attracts the people best suited to it. Individual terror usually attracts either romantic adventurers, who would stick at nothing, or naive, fanatical dreamers. In the one and the other case, the terrorist must possess at least some personal courage and political determination. He must be armed not only with a revolver and a bomb, but also with the conviction of the rightness of his cause. Otherwise he would not be able to withstand the exhausting and dangerous atmosphere of conspiracy. Can one at all imagine a terrorist who would have the courage to lie in wait to take the life of the highest dignitaries of the state and would not have the courage openly to accuse those dignitaries in the course of the trial, to explain the motives which pushed him onto the conspiratorial path, and to present to others the cause in the name of which he had acted? It is true that an individual terrorist may break down, but it is inconceivable that suddenly the whole conspiratorial organization should cover itself in mud, give up its banner and with one voice acknowledge the greatness, the nobility, the probity of those who were to be its victims. And yet this is the kind of conspiratorial organization that the Moscow trial presented to the world. One after another, these peculiar terrorists devoted themselves to a grim ritual of self-flagellation and to the celebration of the Mass to the glory of Stalin and his apostles. In nearly identical words they disclosed all the secrets of the alleged plot and immediately showered upon them 8. Selves the most abusive insults in the vocabulary of idolatry. The terrorist organization which had been preparing an attempt on Stalin's life was at the same time the temple of the Stalinist cult. The terrorist laboratory producing the bomb was at the same time manufacturing the halo of glory for the alleged victim. What a monstrous absurdity! Here are some samples of the curious language of the terrorists. Such was our path and such was the contemptible abyss of treason and baseness into which we have fallen. Who would believe us, who have appeared in court as a counter-revolutionary gang of bandits and murderers, allies of fascism and the Gestapo? We are a beastly gang of criminals, an agency of international fascism. It is impossible to go on quoting these inhuman expressions, which could be uttered by men broken and morally dead, but certainly not by plotters and terrorists. Zinoviev, Kamina and others have long given up all political struggle, but Trotsky has not. In innumerable articles and pamphlets Trotsky develops his political platform. He does not conceal his hostility towards the Stalinist regime and openly calls on the advanced elements of the Soviet proletariat to fight that regime. But Trotsky at the same time condemns all thoughts of individual terror as a utopian adventure with counter-revolutionary effects. Hypocrisy. Answer the Moscow judges and their hirelings. Trotsky condemns individual terror in order all the easier to practice it. But political hypocrisy, unlike the shamelessness of the GPU, has its natural limits. These limits are determined by the interest of the given political group. For those who want to act politically and to train terrorist cadres, the first indispensable condition must again be the ideological propaganda of terror, which would inculcate into their followers the sense of the rectitude of their cause. It is impossible politically and psychologically for any terrorist to recruit followers and prepare them for their task by an open and unambiguous condemnation of terrorism. The most elementary political reasoning demolishes the whole Stalinist indictment. But it is demolished not only by reasoning. Particular conflicting fragments of the very conception demolish the indictment also. Here is Trotsky, the sophisticated terrorist, the devilish plotter, who receives in Copenhagen the terrorist Bermanurin. The prosecution informs us that it is the first time ever that Trotsky has met his agent. And so this sophisticated conspirator straight away, in the course of the first conversation with a man completely unknown to him, confides in him his plans, discloses the whole strategy of the plot and entrusts to him personally the carrying out of the most important part of this plan, that is, the attempt on Stalin. More or less the same thing occurred with the defendants Alberg, M. Lurie, and others. But there is more. The crafty leader of the plotters writes to the defendant Dreiser in the USSR a letter in which he simply orders him to liquidate Stalin and Voroshilov. The terrorist Alberg comes to Moscow and, having no Paris documents, hides from the authorities. But lo and behold, after a few weeks he manages to obtain a post as a lecturer in the Pedagogical Institute, right under the nose of the central authorities in the Moscow suburb of Gorky. This also happens to two other Gestapo agents personally dispatched to the USSR by Trotsky, Bermanurin and Fritz David. Having returned illegally to the USSR, they soon occupy leading posts in the central state publishing establishments, this time not in the provinces, but in Moscow. To understand this miracle, one has to bear in mind that for the last 2 years the possession of a passport on the territory of the USSR has been strictly mandatory. The agents sent out by Trotsky were supplied by him with revolvers and ammunition. Yet it is clear that they could have obtained enough weapons in Russia. The indictment informs us that high-ranking officers like Schmidt, the brigade commander, and Kuznetsov, the army chief of staff, were also implicated in the plot. A few days after the trial, the Soviet press announced the arrest of Putna, the Soviet military attaché in London. The plot must have had its ramification in the higher echelons of the military establishment. Is it conceivable that a brigadier in charge of armed regiments, stores, arsenals, would not have been able to provide the conspirators with a minimum of weapons needed to effect a whole series of assassination attempts? Was it necessary that Trotsky or his son should have helped out? Members of the government high dignitaries are involved in the plot. But it transpires that all these highly placed conspirators have no access to Stalin and Voroshilov. It is only agents from abroad, Alberg, Fritz David, who manage to have access. How sloppily works the imagination of the meteurs en scene of the Moscow spectacle! One could go on multiplying these details ad infinitum if it were not for the physical disgust which overcomes one while wading through this mass of blood and excrement piled up in the columns of 10. The Soviet press. But let us consider one more instance. Some defendants confessed that the terrorist plot had in fact been mounted in 1927. The official version maintains that the date has been precisely established, and it points to the year 1930 and then to 1932. One way or another, the plot must have lasted at least 4 years, or at the most 9 years. Those who took part were not gray, insignificant figures but widely known political personalities. Moreover, the authorities have not regarded them as above suspicion. All the leaders of the opposition went through the hands of the GPU, they were deported, imprisoned, their names were in the police files. How one's it that the plot has been discovered only now? Where, during all these years, was the proverbial vigilance of Stalin's Chekists. It is known that the Socialist and Trade Union Internationals intervened in favor of the defendants with the Soviet government. The telegram signed by Adler, de Bruckere, Citrin, and Skevenels was more than politely phrased. Concretely, it demanded that foreign lawyers should be admitted to the trial. To this Moscow answered with a flood of vulgar abuse. No wonder. The idea was unacceptable to the directors of the show. The mere presence of people who were not in the iron grip of the GPU, who would pose questions and endeavor to throw an objective light on the affair, would have shattered the whole cobweb of the indictment. This the producers could not allow to happen. One should recall that in 1922, during the trial of the social revolutionaries who made an attempt on the life of Lenin and Uritsky, the Soviet government admitted as counsels of defense a group of foreign socialist leaders like van der Velde, Rosenfeld, and others. Then, in 1922, the judges had nothing to hide from the public opinion of the world proletariat. They were trying people who really had made an assassination attempt. Now, in 1936, the judges are ordered to make a murderous attempt on the old leaders of the revolution. And therein lies the secret of the reply which now in the period of the popular frontist idol the Moscow authorities gave to the Socialist International. But the defendants themselves rejected counsels of defense is the perfidious argument which Pravda uses in dismissing Adler's and de Bruckere's proposals. Quite unnecessarily, the paper still tries to save scraps of appearance. It could give a much simpler answer, but the defendants themselves asked for the death sentence. How then could anyone dare to say that their lives should be spared? Such an argument would have been much clearer and more in line with the spirit of the Moscow trial. The cunning game which the GPU has played with the defendants is clear for all to see. The defendants were given their parts to play, and they recited them from memory. For acting well they were to be rewarded with mercy. Zinoviev and Kamenev were faced with the alternative, either no confessions, in which case you will face tortures on the quiet and a shot in the head in the cellars of the GPU, or else you play your part in the miserable comedy in open court and you remain alive. The wretched capitulators chose the second course. They hoped that, at the price of the most terrible moral suicide, they would save their physical existence. For the nth time they again believed in Stalin's promises, and for the last time they were deceived. They played their role down to the last detail. They even demanded their own execution, because that was part of the script. They deluded themselves that the whole spectacle would be nothing more than a masquerade. After the performance they took off the masks and asked for the promised reward. They handed to their executioners a plea for clemency. But the logic of the trial did not allow the executioners to keep their promise. The GPU could not leave alive the witnesses who had been forced to be partners in crime. They had to be destroyed. All traces of the greatest falsification in history had to be wiped out. Zinoviev, Kamenev, Smirnov, and comrades were incapable of dying in dignity. They had not enough strength to repulse Stalin's terrorist blackmail. In their behavior lies the main mystery of the trial. This mystery can be understood only against the historical background of the factional struggles in the old party. For nearly 10 years Stalin had subjected Zinoviev, Kamenev, and their comrades to a murderous training in capitulation. By hitting them with the full force of the machinery of terror and blackmail, then appealing to their common tradition and old friendship, and then again playing on the note of common concern about the interests of the Soviet state, he extorted from them one self-criticism and act of contrition after another. Each self-criticism ever more pitilessly deprived the former heroes of every vestige of dignity. Every capitulation pushed the capitulators deeper into the pit of degradation and abasement. For 10 years the Stalinist engine for destroying revolutionaries had to work full steam, until the victims were ready for the Moscow trial. It took Stalin 10 years to smash Zinoviev's and Kamenev's backbones, so that their shadows could be put in the dock of the Moscow court. In these grim days, when Yagoda's beast-like justice reigns in the former revolutionary country, we should bow our head over the fresh grave of Tomsky, one of the best, most faithful sons of the working class, the self-educated worker, the foremost fighter for socialism. Tomsky had nothing to do with so-called Trotskyism. He was an ideological adversary of the left opposition against which he fought. But, terrified by the result of that struggle, he was too proud to follow the path of Zinoviev and Kamina, too helpless to extricate himself from the traps set for him. He announced his political testament with a revolver shot. The tragic protest of Tomsky disturbed the bloody triumphs of the Thermidorian reaction and saved the honor of the old banners of Russian socialism. Stalin's St. Bartholomew Night closes an era in the evolution of the Soviet state. To understand the August events, one has to be aware of the social and political evolution the Soviet Union has undergone during the last years. The Soviet state began its existence as a proletarian democracy. The whole power was, in the first period of the revolution, vested in the councils of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies, or Soviets. Members of the Soviets were freely elected by popular vote and controlled by the masses. In the Soviets, decisions were taken by majority vote. The minority had the right of criticism and discussion, on condition that in practice it carried out the resolutions of the majority. In this way the Soviets reflected the mood and the will of the working people, assuring them the freedom to influence and determine the most important matters of state. At that time the regime of internal democracy also characterized the trade unions and the Bolshevik Party. In 1920–21 the Menshevik opposition led by Martov was still active in the Soviets, and presented its own political platform at trade union congresses. Within the ruling Bolshevik Party a plurality of views were debated. Even during the most difficult moments of the Civil War the most important economic and political problems were the subject of wide discussions in which even Lenin remained sometimes in a minority. Nobody had dreamed of the sanctity of the leadership. Of course, a leader of Lenin's stature had enormous authority, but it was not the will of the infallible leader that prevailed, but the democratically expressed wish of the majority. These methods of proletarian democracy in no way hampered the Soviet state in surviving the most difficult period of the Civil War, of the blockade and famine. On the contrary, they constituted that state's main strength. Today no trace remains of such a regime in the state and the party. In recent years the Soviet Union has been the scene of barrack-like obedience and absolute compliance with all the orders of the leader. The working masses have been completely deprived of the right to criticize and discuss, or to take decisions affecting the political life of the country. In the factory, in the trade union, in the Soviet, in the party organization the worker is gagged. Any expression of dissent from the official command has for years been treated as an act of wrecking and counter-revolution. A powerful police apparatus assures obligatory enthusiasm for every official decree. All power over the country is concentrated in the hands of a small clique of dignitaries. All power over these dignitaries is concentrated in the hands of the leader, the father of the peoples, the radiant son Stalin. The political evolution of the Soviet state from proletarian democracy to Stalinist autocracy has its deep social reasons. On the foundations of the revolutionary state there came into being a new privileged caste, the post-revolutionary bureaucracy. This caste has been gradually usurping all possible privileges for itself, to the detriment of the proletariat. While the overwhelming majority of Soviet workers, in spite of the economic progress of the Soviet Union, still live in utter poverty, the bureaucracy manages to lead a carefree and happy existence. The salaries of the highest layer of Stalinist officials sometimes reach several thousand rubles, while the wages of the majority are no more than 100, 200, or 300 rubles per month. To obtain its material privileges the bureaucracy had to establish its political absolutism. First of all, it had to free itself from control from below and from inconvenient criticism by the workers. It had to gag all opponents who expressed aspirations inimical to the new layer of parasites. The bureaucracy had to spread the legend of its own infallibility. Stalinism is the ideology of that layer, and Stalin is its representative, its prophet, and its God incarnate. Soviet absolutism is the result of a long-term process connected with various historical circumstances, with the internal class. 14. Relationship in post-revolutionary Russia, as well as with the international pattern of class forces. A more detailed analysis of these circumstances would be out of place here. To understand better the basis of the Soviet bureaucracy's power over the proletariat, one should consider the following: the bureaucracy not only administers the state apparatus, but it also administers directly the enormous productive apparatus of the Soviet Union, its factories, mines, communications network, etc. This allows it to exert an enormous pressure on the working masses dependent on it. It exploits the exceptional position which it occupies in the productive process to silence and stifle any opposition. The bureaucracy's absolutism bases itself on the social foundations of the revolution. But it is also a thunderous negation of the ideals and traditions of the revolution. This contradiction determines the whole history of Stalinism, with its bizarre twists and turns. To maintain its own power, the bureaucracy has in its own way to preserve the foundations of the social revolution. In order to amass the privileges, to increase and widen them, it must undermine these foundations. To gain authority and to lull the vigilance of the masses, Stalinism had not only to terrorize them but also to dress itself in the garb of the October tradition. It had to introduce the cult of the past, which like all other cults consists of hollow deceitful rituals. There arose the Lenin Mausoleum, vows of faithfulness to the letter of Leninism were proclaimed so as more shamelessly to betray its spirit. But the greater the gulf between the bureaucracy and the proletariat, the more the traditions of the revolution hinder Stalinism. The cult of Leninism on which the bureaucracy has leaned for so long is becoming ballast which weighs it down. In recent years these conflicting tendencies between the interests and ideology of Stalinism were contained in a peaceful and evolutionary form. But there comes a moment when the process acquires convulsive and violent forms. The chasm between the ruling hierarchy and the proletariat, between the Stalinist reality and the reality of October, has become so profound that the bureaucracy is forced to launch an assault not only on the living spirit but also on the wandering ghosts of the revolutionary past. The world of red marshals, the world of those bureaucratic upstarts, with breasts covered in medals, is colliding with everything which W4% orfs or still is the hope of the deceived proletariat. Such is the social background of the bloody war declared by Stalin on the whole former leadership of the Soviet state. In this Stalin has on his side all the reactionary refuse of Soviet society. The chief prosecutor at the trial was Vyshinsky, the old Menshevik who in 1920, after the Civil War, joined the Bolsheviks. The whole press campaign against the Gestapo agents is conducted in Pravda by the same Zaslavsky who, as a Menshevik in 1917, accused Trotsky and Lenin of being agents in the pay of Wilhelm II. One could say that this is a cunning revenge of Menshevism over Bolshevism, if such a concept were not an undeserved slander on genuine Mensheviks. Genuine Mensheviks in exile, like Dan and Abramovich, openly defend their political stand. Whatever one may think of their political views, one could not accuse them of dishonesty. After a lost struggle, they did not, like the Vyshinskys, the Zaslavskys and other careerists rush to the trough of the victors. No, it is not Menshevism but the flotsam and jetsam of Menshevism that has been wreaking revenge on old adversaries. The Moscow trial is closely linked to the foreign policy of the Soviet bureaucracy. Stalinism tries to protect itself from criticism from outside. This is what Pravda wrote on August 16, against our land. Are ready to march with anybody, with Whiteguardists, with German fascists, with fascists of other countries. In France the Trotskyists oppose the Popular Front and play into fascist hands. In Germany the Trotskyists are Hitler's agents. In Poland the agents of the Polish police. They count mainly on Polish-German intervention. Hence their close and tight union with the espionage organization, the Gestapo. The moment chosen for throwing the stink bomb into the ranks of the international labor movement is not accidental. On the day on which TASS announced the Moscow trial, the Paris Humanite published an article by Duclos, the leader of the French Communist Party, under the title, Popular Front or Gleichschaltung. Duclos tries to explain the new turn of the French party, which today proclaims the necessity of moving from the United Front policy to that of the Popular Front. The leadership of the PCF, instructed by Soviet diplomacy, has decided to harness the French proletariat to the chariot of French imperialism. To that end it calls for a further capitulation of the proletariat before the bourgeoisie and gives up completely any idea of class struggle. Down with the division of 16. French society into contending classes. It is not enough to fraternize with the bourgeois radicals. For fraternization with the extreme right? Any reactionary who opts for the military alliance of France and the USSR is our friend. For this friendship the French proletariat will have to pay with its head. This is the main sense of the slogan of the All-French Front. Degree. World reaction is triumphant in the aftermath of the Moscow trial. It is bent on persuading the masses that the Russian Revolution has proved to be nothing but a bloody nonsense. But this triumph is pre-editure. After the Russian Revolution, just like after all the other revolutions in history, there came a period of political reaction. Political power passed from the hands of the working classes into the hands of the new privileged stratum. But the basic social gains of the revolution remained intact. The socialized means of production work in spite of the parasitical role of the bureaucracy, not for capitalist profit but for social needs. No force would be capable of returning to the landlords the land which now belongs to the peasants. There is no doubt that the Soviet economy is making considerable progress in many fields. And this is so not thanks to the bureaucracy, but in spite of it, in spite of its blunders, corruption, and adventurism. The productive forces of the USSR develop with a revolutionary vigor which has so far remained unbroken by the destructiveness of the bureaucratic system. The triumph of reaction is therefore premature. Asterisk. Nevertheless, the social gains of the Soviet proletariat are in mortal danger. Liquidating the old revolutionary leadership, Stalin is yet, in the long term, incapable of stabilizing his autocracy. On the contrary, by disarming and atomizing the proletariat, the Stalinist bureaucracy paves the way for a social counter-revolution that is, or its own annihilation. The methods of Stalin's assault on his opponents, so panicky and so bloody, testify to the tremendous, incalculable tensions in society. The further destiny of the USSR does not depend, however, exclusively on the internal alignment of its class forces. Now it depends mainly on the deeds of European workers. A victory of socialism, if only in one of the West European countries, would bring back to the Russian working class its old revolutionary vigor, deal a blow for the bureaucratic absolutism and revive Soviet democracy. History still leaves socialism some time to save its burning edifice. Let us not lose faith in our old ideals. Degree. September 1, 1936. First published as a pamphlet by the Swiatlo Cooperative, price 30 groszy. The stamp of Warsaw University Library bears the date October 7, 1936. Translated by Isaac Deutscher. 5. The last few lines are illegible in the handwritten copy. Ed note. 2. June 22, 1941. 8 months have passed since the fateful date of June 22, 1941, when Hitler began his march on Russia. From that day the two most powerful armies in the world have been locked in epic combat from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Although the German panzer divisions have in this time conquered a territory no smaller than that of Germany itself, nothing foreshadows the breakdown of the superhuman heroism with which the Russian Revolution fights for its life and for its banner. Bleeding profusely it finds its greatness anew. The destiny of the world now hangs in the balance across the vast spaces of the USSR. Everywhere in occupied Europe, in the British Empire, in both Americas, people are listening with the same anxiety and hope to the sounds from the distant battlefields. This does not mean, however, that the conflicting class interests have now been replaced by a peaceful class idyll. But in the present war divergent class interests have become temporarily so intertwined that a die-hard English conservative, a liberal, a bourgeois democrat, a Polish socialist, a Komsomol youth from a kolkhoz all link their hopes and fears to the struggle on the Don and the Neva. There is no need to conceal that in this enormous historical game different sides play for different stakes. For English conservatism, the empire is at stake, with all its economic advantages derived from the exploitation of the colonies. Bourgeois democracy knows that the German bombers and tanks are out to destroy not only the Soviet state, but also the whole parliamentary system of democratic freedoms, the system which is the historic product of Western European capitalism. Finally, for socialists it is obvious that on the Neva, the Volga, the Don, and the Azov Sea stand perhaps the last bulwarks of Dayton's in the battle so tragically, but temporarily, lost on the Vistula, the Spree, the Danube, and the Seine. It is a battle for the very existence of the workers' movement and the freedom of European peoples, a freedom without which socialism cannot be achieved. Such is the objective logic of historical development. Only the blind or pretenders to the role of quislings fail to understand that logic. In the terse war communiques, we socialists read not only the reports about normal war operations, we are also reading in them the fate of the deadly struggle between revolution and counter-revolution. Since June 22, 1941, the Russian Revolution has once again begun to forge unbreakable links with the European labor movement. These links are proving stronger than all the opportunistic maneuvers of Soviet diplomacy in recent years. It was not the Russian Revolution that in September 1939 shared the torn body of Poland with German fascism. In those unhappy September days, Russia had not shown her true revolutionary face. No revolution in history has yet taken on the shape of a jackal scrounging the battlefield. The face which was then turned towards the despairing worker and peasant was the totalitarian mask imposed by the post-revolutionary bureaucracy. Now history is stripping off that mask and revealing the revolution's true countenance, bleeding but dignified, suffering but fighting on. Cruelly, but justly, history is putting an end to all cynical masquerades. What is left of those congratulatory telegrams in which the Kremlin spoke high-sounding words about the Russo-German friendship cemented by blood spilled in common? How many other castles, built not so much in the air as on the wrongs done to nations, were to be cemented by the wretched Kremlin architects? On the very eve of June 22, Moscow was still trying to salvage its friendship with the arch-executioner of Europe by recognizing his occupation of Yugoslavia, Greece, and Norway. The shadow of total war was already darkening the German-Soviet boundary when communiques and denials, laboriously produced in the offices of the Narkomindel, tried to prove to an incredulous world that the giant concentration of German troops presented no danger to the Soviet Union, and that nothing had yet clouded the friendship between Berlin and Moscow. Ostriches hatched in eagles' nests were timorously burying their heads in diplomatic sands, refusing to admit that a storm was imminent. But an approaching storm does not usually wait for the ostriches to trot out to confront it. One fundamental truth about the German-Soviet war has to be understood: the heroic resistance of the Russian workers and peasants is proof of the vitality of revolutionary society. Soviet 20. Workers and peasants are defending everything which, in spite of various deformations, has remained of the revolution, an economy without capitalists and landlords. They defend what they see as their socialist fatherland, and here the accent is on the adjective no less than on the noun. They defend it not because, but in spite of the privileges which the new bureaucracy has usurped for itself, not only but in spite of the totalitarian regime with its GPU, concentration camps, cult of the leader, and the terrible purges. Whoever has had an opportunity to observe Soviet reality even for a short time knows that the totalitarian regime had not strengthened but weakened the Soviet state. The huge quantity of modern weapons which the Red Army wields in battle could have been produced on a far greater scale and in better quality without the whip that lashes the isha of the Soviet workers. The sword of the revolution would be sharper today if it had been honed by a true democracy among the working masses. Solidarity with Russia does not in any way demand that this truth be concealed. June 22, 1941 also cleared up another confusion endemic in the socialist camp, which found expression in the cliché about the solidarity of totalitarian regimes. Nearly 2 years of German-Soviet friendship and the policy of annexations which culminated in the First Finno-Soviet War, seemed to confirm the slogan about the solidarity of totalitarianisms. From today's perspective, however, the motives of Soviet policy appear more clearly. That was the period in which the Soviet Union was obsessed with assuring the most advantageous strategic positions for the coming conflict with the Third Reich. At the root of Soviet expansionism there was none of those elements which characterize every genuine imperialism. There was no frantic quest for markets, for raw materials, or for profitable investment of capital. Soviet annexation policy was dictated not by the needs inherent in its socio-economic structure, but by the exigencies of the politico-strategic game. This does not mean, of course, that we should condone or justify Soviet policy. There is a limit beyond which, from a socialist viewpoint, no state should be allowed to proceed even in the struggle for its own existence. The freedom and self-determination of other nations constitutes such a limit. Moreover, it is clear that even from an utterly pragmatic standpoint, the violation of the sovereignty of neighboring countries has proved to be of doubtful advantage to the Soviet Union. Since 1939, Soviet diplomacy has treated the problem of defense in purely military terms, neglecting all political and national considerations. A great deal of thought has been given to bases, territories, strategic positions, while the national sentiments of the Poles, Lithuanians, Letts, Estonians, Finns, and others have been treated with contempt. In the moments most critical for the survival of the Soviet Union, these aroused nationalist sentiments have rebounded with a vengeance. The defense of Leningrad, for example, was certainly not strengthened by the damaging wound inflicted on the Finnish nation allegedly for the sake of that city's defense. If Hitler's armies have appeared on Finnish soil as avengers of Finnish national pride, if the Finns could watch the bombardment of Leningrad with some schadenfreude, the ground for this ironic state of affairs was prepared by the Soviet assault on Finland in December 1939. However we evaluate the final balance sheet of this period, one fact remains obvious: it was not a period of solidarity between two totalitarianisms, but one of preparation for a fight to the death between them. The application of a purely political conception, totalitarianism versus democracy, is in this case utterly misleading. In the German-Soviet war the struggle is not simply between two totalitarianisms, but between two different ideologies based on totally different socio-economic structures. One can, of course, demonstrate very striking analogies between the two regimes, but these do not take into account the socio-economic elements which for a Marxist remain decisive. The differences can be summed up as follows: the totalitarianism of the Third Reich is designed to impose the most draconic discipline on the working masses and on the German bourgeoisie itself in preparation for the final struggle of German imperialism for domination of the world. Soviet totalitarianism, in contrast, is a product of the combined difficulties of building socialism in a backward, peasant country and of the struggle of the new bureaucratic strata for a privileged position in post-revolutionary society. The fact that the solidarity of totalitarianisms has turned out to be only a short-lived truce, a prologue to their armed conflict, is certainly neither an accident nor a whim of history. Between the two twin-like states there exists, in fact, a vast gulf. The German-Soviet War is the most profound class conflict of our epoch, a conflict on a gigantic scale. In spite of all the crimes committed by the USSR against European socialism, in spite of concentration camps, mass deportations, and violations of human dignity in the USSR, this conflict is a war between socialism and capitalism. British workers, guided by a healthy democratic and class instinct, responded to the appeal for tanks for Russia by a record increase in production, although previously during the First Finno-Soviet War they had had nothing but contempt for Soviet diplomacy. 22. Some socialist writers, just like some ex-communists, have attempted to apply the concept of totalitarian solidarity to the analysis of the Soviet and German economies. The German ex-communist Borkenau, in particular, reached the peak of absurdity when he tried to demonstrate the kinship of the two economic structures. He based his argument on the increased atavism and dictatorial military state planning which he identified with the Soviet state economy. It is obvious that such an argument is theoretically primitive in the extreme. German state economy, in spite of its expansion, constitutes only an adjunct and complement to the capitalist economy of the trusts and cartels. The controls imposed on German capitalists are dictated by the needs of the war economy, and, in the last resort, serve the interests of the German capitalist order. In the Soviet economy, on the other hand, production, with the partial exception of agriculture, is fully nationalized with no room for capitalist profit. The quantitative differences in the development and extent of the state economy in Germany and Russia have decisive importance and determine fundamental, socially qualitative, differences. To treat the high salaries of Soviet dignitaries as capitalist profit is an obfuscation which defies every category of political economy. The problem of the Soviet Union is the contradiction between progressive relations of production tending towards socialism and its totalitarian political regime. The whole tragic development of the Soviet state has been and remains marked by this contradiction. Unless these contradictory dimensions of Soviet reality are clearly distinguished, one cannot correctly understand either the internal development of the Soviet Union or its role in world politics. Communist glorifiers point exclusively to the tendency of the Soviet economy towards socialism and present the transformation as an accomplished fact haloed with rosy legends. The victims of anti-Soviet obsessions, on the other hand, see only the black horror of the political regime and haughtily dismiss the still vital socio-economic currents of the revolution, polluted and defiled as they are. An objective socialist point of view allows us to see the two faces of the Soviet state. The reactionary element of Soviet reality found expression in the nearly 2 years-long friendship with the Third Reich, in the division of spheres of state interests, and in the trampling on the independence of East European nations. At the same time, however, the progressive element of Soviet reality was bringing that game to an end. The Soviet Union could not long play the role of Italy or Japan. Stalin could become neither a will-less tool nor a willing partner of the Axis, in spite of the fact that he was prepared to pay, and has paid, an inordinately high price for evading the inevitable war. The internal contradiction between the socio-economic and political elements of the Soviet regime has also affected the situation in eastern Poland during the period of Soviet occupation. The grim state of political affairs prevailing under the occupation has been extensively described in the Polish press, and there is no need to recapitulate the facts again. Of course, the very fact of the occupation should be condemned. Even more reprehensible, however, is the way in which it has been implemented: abolition of all local self-government, the cruelty of mass deportations, the banning of independent workers' organizations, and the imposition of the whole Soviet model upon the country's cultural life. Yet simultaneously a radical social upheaval has taken place, involving the abolition of landed estates and big private capital, whose true extent and importance has been stubbornly left unrecognized. True, this was a revolution brought on the points of bayonets, a revolution achieved by barbarous means in an atmosphere of a bizarre mixture of socialism and Asiatic methods. But a revolution brought on bayonets and carried out by barbaric means is still a revolution, and it would be difficult to imagine that Polish socialism would now fight for the restoration of the status quo of 1939 with regard to the property relations on its eastern borders. The changes in social relations brought about by the occupation, if they were to survive the war, would stimulate further changes towards socialism. These are not belated, retrospective conjectures, but the first steps in understanding the progressive and potentially socialist element which has not yet disappeared from Soviet reality. The whole complexity of the Soviet occupation of Poland brings to mind an illuminating historical analogy. Polish history, unfortunately, knows many instances of revolutionary reforms brought from outside on the points of bayonets. Sometimes these were the bayonets of revolution, sometimes those of counter-revolution. Thus feudal relationships in rural Poland were brought to an end in turn by the Austrian Kaiser, the Prussian King, Napoleon, and finally the Russian Tsar. In the formation of the Polish class structure these were progressive measures, but at the same time they reflected the fatal feebleness of this class structure and, particularly, the weakness of our own bourgeois revolution. Our deformed socio-national development was the price we paid for the feebleness of our own revolution and for the debility of our own reformist movements in the past. Our Staseks and Diekerts were not Marats or Dantons. 24. And so the occupying monarchies appeared before our peasant masses as their champions against feudal landlords, while in emigration the democratic dreamers and socialist visionaries were helplessly drafting paper projects of partial and meager land reform. Unfortunately, history repeats itself, but, contrary to Marx's saying, what once occurred as drama, appears the second time not as farce, but as the most terrible tragedy. Today, as in the 19th century, the basis of this deformation remains nearly identical. Anachronistic relations of ownership were destroyed from the outside because the forces working for their destruction from the inside did not possess the necessary courage and energy to cope with the task. The consequences and lessons for the future are all too obvious. The course of the war may bring the contradiction between the USSR's reactionary political regime and its progressive economic structure to a highly explosive state. The manner in which this contradiction is resolved will determine not only the fate of the Soviet Union, but also the fate of socialism in the world for generations to come. Soviet totalitarianism, unlike the German, is being dealt severe blows. According to the opinion of many serious military commentators, Soviet troops entered the military campaign with powerful equipment equal or only slightly inferior to that of the German army. If they have suffered serious defeats, this has been largely due to the debility of the Soviet regime and to the general disorganization which its Asiatic methods have produced. The spirit of sacrifice and the impressive heroism of the people are there for all to see, but sacrifice and equipment are often wasted by the fallibility of infallible governments. Before the eyes of the Soviet people, the war is dispelling the legend of the infallibility of totalitarianism, and this must push the Soviet regime on the road of profound internal transformations. The democratization of the Soviet regime would not only prove salutary for the Soviet Union itself, but would also act as a powerful impulse for the development of socialism elsewhere. What would the alternative, a Soviet defeat, mean for us? It would, in the first instance, discredit the idea of socialism for a long, long time to come. Whether we like it or not, socialism bears the responsibility, in the eyes of the working class, for the outcome of the Soviet experiment. This truth is unaffected by the fact that the Soviet regime is only the bastard. June 22, 1941, 25 Ohm. Offspring or prodigal child of socialism. In the historical perspective of the global contest between capitalism and socialism, the Soviet regime would, if it were defeated, remain only a tragic episode, an experiment like the Paris Commune, in which the proletariat, bleeding in vain for over 2 decades, was finally crushed despite its heroism, as it was crushed before on the barricades of Paris. After the Paris Commune there followed a period of stagnation in the socialist movement. With the defeat of the Soviet Commune we would face not only a period of stagnation, but a long ghastly night of triumphant and barbaric counter-revolution. But as the struggle in the East continues, we can still hope, as Broniewski said in his beautiful poem, that Warsaw will once again rise up on the reinforced concrete of socialism as socialism without totalitarian admixture. Reprinted from New Left Review 124, November-December 1980. Z. Reflections on the Russian Problem. No events in human history have given rise to such violent controversy as have revolutions. The great disputes of the 17th century turned on the Cromwellian Revolution. The French Revolution dwarfed all other events of the 18th century as a center of intellectual interest. The great ideological disputes of the 19th century were in a sense a postscript to the revolution of the preceding age and a prelude to the social convulsions of our own time. The Russian Revolution of 1917 has undoubtedly been the most significant event in our eventful epoch. Like the others, it has found its enthusiastic admirers, and it has aroused boundless hostility. Enthusiasts as well as enemies have vied with each other in wishful thinking and blindness to facts. And, again, the Russian Revolution has like its predecessors outgrown and outwitted both foe and friend. The historical process has taken its own course, cutting across all the formulae of the politicians and sweeping aside almost all the calculations of the sociologists. The impetus of the drama has grown beyond the powers even of its participants and actors, many of whom have been crushed and destroyed in the process. Only history will tell who will ride the stormy wave of the Russian Revolution until the nation's life flows out into the broader and quieter waters of a non-revolutionary epoch. The controversies around every revolution have sprung from the obvious fact that a revolution destroys the old established interests, ideals, customs, and habits, and that it undertakes to replace them by a totally new mode of life. This alone would suffice to let loose all the passions and furies of the human mind and heart. But this is merely a commonplace. What keeps the controversy alive and feeds it during many decades is the complexity of the phenomenon, its fantastic many-sidedness which usually escapes the contemporary mind. Political formulae simplify the problems, yet if there is anything that does not lend itself to simplification, it is surely the terrific process by which the whole life of a nation is turned upside down and reduced to a chaos from which it must then painfully struggle to recover. Grau ist alle Theorie unendlich Greien ist der Lebensbaum. Historical perspective is essential for a balanced and unbiased judgment. Until men, with their virtues and their vices, their magnificent deeds and their horrifying crimes have been relegated to history, enthusiasts will persist in their admiration for the virtues genuine and imaginary, while critics will allow the crimes to overshadow the achievements, and this is not only because of narrow motives and prejudices, but because in the one pattern of revolution the virtues are all but fused with the vices. Every genuine revolution is an orgy of destruction. But no revolution is genuine until it achieves something more, until it shakes a nation for a new upsurge of its creative forces. The era of the English Civil War was full of crime and horror, but some of the roots of the branches and the flowers of English progress are firm in the dirty soil of that era. The guillotine dominated the scene of Jacobin France. Its shadow was the more dreadful because it fell on the fresh ruins of the Bastille. Those who fought the French Revolution had their eyes fixed on that monstrosity that grew out of the cult of reason. The cult must have appeared to them as a sanguinary masquerade, and they were certainly right. Yet it was out of the dirt and horror of Jacobin France that French liberalism and French democracy grew. The highest recognition of human rights and liberties was born out of acts in which all human rights and liberties were totally obliterated. The continental sympathizers of the Jacobins outside France behaved as if they were stricken with blindness. They adhered to the great ideals liberté, égalité, fraternité proclaimed in Paris. And to use a modern idiom, the myth of the French Revolution possessed their minds so thoroughly that they mistook the new French tyranny for the reign of liberty. Beethoven was not repelled by the pandemonium of Robespierre's terror. Nor was he disillusioned by the cruelties of the Thermidor and the Consulate. It was only the empire which eventually filled him with disgust. Others of his contemporaries continued to see their liberal dreams embodied in Napoleon's conquests and in Fouché's police state. The fata morgana of the revolution was stronger than the revolution itself. The judgment of the French historian has, in spite of all that is being said in Vichy France, now come much nearer to the attitude of the believer of Jacobinism than to that of its implacable foes. And the cry, back to the ideals of the French Revolution, has become the battle cry in France's present struggle for survival. The guillotine and la terreur have assumed much smaller proportions in the historical perspective. They have appeared less essential than that permanent contribution to human progress which was made by revolutionary France. The Pandora box of the Russian Revolution is still open. It still releases its monsters and its fears. It would be foolish and dishonest to deny this. No motives of political expediency can be strong or convincing enough to do away with this aspect of the problem. It would be fatal to portray Stalin's Russia as the realm of democracy. It would be an unpardonable stupidity to take the freedom-loving phraseology of the Kremlin at its face value. The Russian version of the guillotine, the firing squads of the GPU, has not yet disappeared. The same arts that did gain a power must it maintain. This is as true of Russia's protectorate as of England's. But Russia is Janus-headed. The other face shows strain, effort, suffering and hope. The revolution has stirred and stimulated a wealth of creative forces hidden underneath the surface of Russian life. It has awakened many dormant energies which could find no outlet under the old regime. This is the fundamental fact without which no understanding of Russia's role in this war is possible. First, there is the record of material achievement, the vast centers of a new industrial civilization which have sprung up, almost overnight, on the borderlands of the Eurasian continent. The weight of Russia's new industries developed on the Volga, in the Urals, in Siberia, in the taigas of the north and on the plains of the Far East tells already on the battlefields, and it will tell on the scales of the peace. Here is a new factor which is playing and will play an enormous part in shaping the destinies of the world. The war has revealed its existence and its overwhelming strength which grew unnoticed and ignored in the years before the war. Here is a mass of many millions of forsaken human beings who have learned to read and write. The whole achievement might perhaps be dismissed as just another accumulation of lifeless matter, as one heap more of iron and steel destined to be scrapped by the contempt of history, had it not been for the tremendous upsurge of mental powers and moral energies by which it has been accompanied. Those mental and moral energies may still be, as indeed they are, unconscious of their own purpose. But they cannot be conjured out of existence. Nor can their basic soundness be denied. No collective Frankenstein would be able to raise itself to the heights of heroism and sacrifice to which the Russian people rose among the ruins of Sebastopol, Leningrad, and Stalingrad. The ruthless willpower of the leaders, the weight of a prodigious military machine, the cleverness of the strategy, all these would not have sufficed to do the job. They can all be found in the armies of the Third Reich, developed to an even higher degree of efficiency and perfection. They were enough to drive forward disciplined human masses intoxicated by unparalleled victories. But they would not have sufficed to sustain and keep together a nation which had drained the cup of defeat almost to the last bitter dregs. The dynamic of post-revolutionary Russia has not been merely material. It must have been anchored in some deep ideals which live in the minds and hearts of the people. Nobody can yet say into what those ideals will ultimately crystallize or towards what purpose they are going to be directed. Russia's dynamic may be used for evil or for CE, but hope still lies at the bottom of the Pandora box which has been opened since October 1917. It is a fallacy to treat a revolution en bloc. Every revolution goes through a series of metamorphoses. The starting point is left far behind, and the road of history is a tortuous one. The onlooker tends to fix his eyes on the starting point and to overlook the zigzags that follow, and the revolution itself is entangled in its own illusions and myths. At every twist and turn of the course which carries it away from the starting point, it looks back to its origins and repeats an oath of allegiance to them. At every stage of its evolution, the revolution reasserts its own identity. The illusion is not altogether illusion. The continuity of the revolutionary process is a fact. But continuity itself implies change and the recurrent disruption of continuity. The starting point of every social revolution so far has been the promise of full and unqualified equality to the oppressed and the disinherited. What followed was a painful and stormy drift away from utopia. The oppressed and the disinherited storm the Bastilles and the Winter Palaces, and every revolution appears to them as the doomsday in which they are the supreme judge. Their anger and their passion are the battering rams which break the old order. The sans-culottes of the Parisian suburbs and the Red Guards of Viborg, 30. And Krasnaya Presna performed the same function with the same zeal and the same hopes. On the morrow of their victory, the new regime proved unable to fulfill the promise. The claim to equality is the terrific liability on which the new regime is bound to default. The triumphant revolution is entangled in a tragic net from which it can get loose only by chopping off its own limbs. The more it mutilates itself in the process, the more desperately must it look for props and crutches to support its precarious balance. It must also look for new stabilizing factors in the social environment of the post-revolutionary era. Before Cromwell could firmly base his protectorate on the merchants of London and on his major generals, he had to silence John Lilburne, who had persistently voiced the original claims of the revolution. The stage for the empire of Napoleon was set in the long series of purges which started with Hébert, the leader of the most radical wing of Jacobinism, engulfed Danton and Robespierre and finished with Babeuf, the last epigone of the egalitarian spirit of the revolution. The repetition of the process in Russia looks almost like a plagiarism committed by history on its own previous performance. Yet there are new elements in this plagiarism. The revolutions of the 17th and the 18th century drift away from utopia into the haven of a bourgeois society. It is more difficult to see the port towards which the Russian Revolution is sailing through the storms of war. Those social layers which managed to stabilize the life of 17th century England and 18th century France are absent in Russia. The bourgeoisie has been destroyed. The proletariat and the peasantry have been reduced to political silence and harnessed to the planned economy. They are not the ruling or dominant classes of contemporary Russia. The new elite is still in the stage of formation, and its outlook has not yet been clearly defined. The American sociologist Burnham has coined the phrase the managerial revolution. He forecast a stage in which modern society can be dominated neither by the capitalist nor by the worker and in which the industrial manager becomes the dominant figure. As a sweeping generalization, this is too tempting to be true. Managerial society, technocracy, and so on have gained much more ground in the books of some theoreticians than in real life. Yet if any nation on earth has come near the pattern of a managerial society, it is Russia. So far the only stabilizing force which has emerged from the Russian upheaval has been the class of administrative and industrial managers. Their role can in many respects be compared to that played. Reflections on the Russian Problem 31. By the city merchants of the Cromwellian era. It is they who have, probably not fully consciously, undertaken the task of taming the unruly elements of the revolution. It is they who have put their stamp on the psychological outlook of the country, on its industrial aspirations and endeavors. It is undoubtedly their style of life which has manifested itself in such unique strokes of economic strategy as the leapfrogging of whole industrial complexes and combines, with their machinery and labor, over hundreds and thousands of miles to Russia's east. The imaginative novelty of that economic strategy corresponds to the dynamism of a young and vigorous social force making its first ambitious appearance in the national arena. It must not be forgotten that the several 100,000 technicians and industrial managers who are fighting this war in Russia's mines and factories received their training only some 3, 5, or 6 years ago. A few figures illustrate the magnitude of the process. Not much more than 10 years ago only about 20,000 engineers were employed in Soviet industry. The program of industrialization called for hundreds of thousands of technicians. The output of industrial officers became an inseparable part of the successive 5-year plans. The number of engineers in Russia increased about 30 times during the pre-war decade. More than 160,000 young Soviet citizens graduated from technical colleges in the course of the second plan. These figures reflect the leaps and bounds by which a new social group has emerged. The new industrial manager has been given a Lisa's social status. His slogan is "Away with the Uravnilovka," his faith, machine worship, and his ideals, absolute obedience of the workers, ruthless discipline in production and one-man control in factories. The managerial phalanx, itself an offshoot of the revolutionary plebs, has brought to a close the plebeian phase of the revolution. But the end is not yet. The structure of the Russian protectorate has itself not taken on any final shape. In a totalitarian state which was arming itself to the teeth, the officers' corps reappeared on the stage, rehabilitated and elevated to a peculiar position of social respectability. A rigid military hierarchy was reintroduced at the end of the 30s, and a distinctive esprit de corps has taken hold of the commanders of the Red Army. The war has added incalculable momentum to this development. Towards the close of 1942, not less than 500 officers were promoted to generals in the course of a few weeks. The promotions to the lower ranks of colonels and majors must have been proportionately more numerous. No doubt, promotions on such a scale were dictated by the actual needs of the war. But whatever the immediate reasons, the fact itself could not fail to affect the social outlook. The new officers' corps has evoked the old imperial military tradition which the revolution was supposed to have renounced once and for all. The historian will probably describe the set of military reforms which were carried out towards the end of 1942 as a concentrated ideological counter-reform. Not only was the political commissar, the errant shadow of the Civil War, banished from the army, not only were the new orders of Suvorov and Kutuzov, the national heroes of old monarchist Russia, placed above the orders of Lenin and the Red Banner. In addition, the officers' corps was ordered to sew on epaulets, the symbols of the old imperial army, on the 25th anniversary of the Red Army, and the regulations of Peter the Great were recalled to the memory of the Russian soldier as a source of inspiration and as a valid code of behavior. Pravda, the official party paper, honored the military leaders as the sovereigns of the people, a description as flattering as it was anti-constitutional. The revolution seems to renounce its own origins and its own program. It seems to abdicate step by step to the new social groups which may be able to stabilize a new social hierarchy. Yet this is only half the truth. The continuity of the revolutionary process is still something more than merely an outward appearance. It is symbolized by Stalin himself, the living link between all the phases of the process. Stalin is the underground leader of the Tsarist days and the member of the Central Committee of October 1917. He carries with him his somewhat obscure legend of the Civil War and the prestige of the only authorized successor to Lenin. He is at the same time the tamer of the old Bolshevism of Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Bukharin. He has paved the way for the new hierarchy of industrial managers and generals. He has bowed to and endorsed the new hierarchy by assuming, at the age of 62, his first military rank, the rank of marshal. But he has not only bowed to the new hierarchy, he also keeps it under control. It is he who creates the marshals and it is he who is potent to hurl them down from the Tarpeian rock of the revolution. In the history of revolutions only the Lord Protector was equal to Stalin in embodying the unity of the revolution throughout all its transient metamorphoses. No French Jacobin career is comparable. Stalin is Robespierre and the first consul in one person. The new hierarchy is very strong, but is it equally stable? It may still take much tintarft many a convulsion before the vortex of changes stops swallowing new and new victims. At this point all the analogies with previous revolutions fall short. The problem may briefly be put thus: Cromwell's England and Napoleon's France could bring the revolutionary process to a standstill because the merchants of the city and the French bourgeoisie grew and matured as social forces under the pre-revolutionary regimes. They possessed the social tradition and confidence which were needed for the task of stabilization. The industrial managers and the new marshals of Russia possess no such qualities. Their capacity for stabilization is still an unknown quantity. The Russian Revolution has uprooted the old order much more radically than any of its predecessors could possibly do. It has irrevocably barred the way to any restoration, and it has not yet firmly paved the way for any new permanent solution. This has, of course, little to do with the stability of Stalin's personal rule, which may survive a number of new phases, provided Stalin's stupendous adaptability does not fail him. But the issue is much more than the fortunes of Stalin's personal rule. This, then, is the vicious circle. The Russian Revolution is still drifting away from its starting point, but the haven at which it could cast anchor is not yet in sight. The task of post-revolutionary stabilization has become immensely difficult and complicated in the century of the common man, when so many old social hierarchies lose their balance and the new ones seem to totter as soon as they are set up. Any post-revolutionary hierarchy resembles a throne established on the crater of a volcano. The degree of its stability or instability depends on whether the volcano has already disgorged the whole of its lava content or not. Here, the student of history can only put the question mark without attempting to formulate any reply. Reprinted from Political Quarterly, January-March 1944. 4. Two Revolutions. An eminent French historian once wrote, "Consider the revolutions of the Renaissance, in them you will find all the passions, all the spirit, and all the language of the French Revolution." With some reservations, one might also say that if one considers the Great French Revolution, One can find in it the passions, the spirit, and the language of the Russian Revolution. This is true to such an extent that it is absolutely necessary for the student of recent Russian history to view it every now and then through the French prism. Historical analogy by itself is, of course, only one of the many angles from which he ought to approach his subject, and it may be downright misleading if he merely contents himself with assembling the points of formal resemblance between historical situations. History is concrete, and this means, among other things, that every event or situation is unique, regardless of its possible similarity to other events and situations. In drawing any analogy, it is therefore important to know where the analogy ends. I hope that I shall not offend badly against this rule, and I would like to acknowledge my great debt to the eminent French historians whose works on the French Revolution have helped me to gain new insights into the Russian Revolution. It is well known that the controversy over the Russian thermometer played in its time a great role in the struggles inside the Bolshevik Party. Trotsky placed his thesis about the Russian thermometer in the very center of his denunciation of the Stalinist regime. This issue was dealt with only indirectly in my political biography of Stalin. A critical examination of this whole problem will be found in my forthcoming Life of Trotsky, where it properly belongs. For the present I will concentrate on another perspective on recent Russian history, a perspective somewhat alien to that which was drawn by Albert Sarrail in relation to the French Revolution in his monumental L'Europe et la Révolution française. Have in mind the reassertion of national tradition in a revolutionary society. The Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 was in intention a radical break with Russia's past, a break with her old social outlook, with her old methods of government, with her customs, habits, and traditions. It was a great and stormy funeral of all the anachronisms inherited from centuries of backwardness, serfdom, and tyranny. The three post-revolutionary decades, however, saw a complex and contradictory development. On the one hand, Russia's advance, with gigantic strides in industrialization and Eisenbat and a release of national energies such as only a great revolution can produce; on the other hand, an amazing resurrection of Russia's buried past, and the revenge of that past upon the present. It is as the embodiment of this contradictory development that I wish to consider Stalin. To an almost equal degree, Stalin represents the impetus given to Russia by the revolution and the triumph of the traditions of the ancien regime over the original spirit of the revolution. Yet, did not Napoleon I represent a similar phenomenon? Were not the revolutionary and the Rotzolile blended in his personality as much as the Leninist and Ivan the Terrible are blended in Stalin? Those who are interested mainly in the individual psychology of historical personalities may be outraged by this comparison. Stalin, they may object, has none of the élan, the esprit, the charm, and nothing of the originality of mind and expression with which nature so richly endowed Bonaparte. This is willingly admitted. But we are concerned here with something else, with the respective functions of the two personalities in the history of their countries, and these ought to be viewed in the light of broader, impersonal factors, of the moving forces, the motives and objectives of the two revolutions, and in the light of their different social backgrounds and national traditions. Incidentally, even the contrast between the individual characteristics of the two men fits in with and can up to a point be 36. Explained by the contrast between their national backgrounds and traditions. Napoleon, the emperor, descended indirectly from an absolute monarchy, the chief representative of which appears, in historical idealization, as the Rotzolile. The Tsar, who in a sense is Stalin's political ancestor, could earn, even from his apologists, no brighter epithet than Grozny the awe-inspiring. Napoleon has the clear air, bright color, and elegance of Versailles and Fontainebleau as his background, while Stalin's figure harmonizes with the grim ambience of the Kremlin. Thus, even the individual temper of the two men seems to reflect something impersonal. Albert Sarrail describes how heavily tradition weighed upon the revolution. Events hurled them abruptly into power. If they had had a taste for liberty, they would have had no spare time to serve an apprenticeship in it. The leaders of the Russian Soviets had just as little spare time in which to serve an apprenticeship in liberty as had the leaders of the convention. At the beginning of the revolution, the minds of men rushed towards the ideal, everything was destroyed, everything was renewed, France was recreated, so to speak, after having been annihilated. Disorder, anarchy, civil war ensued. Foreign war was added. The revolution was threatened, France invaded. The Republicans had to defend at one and the same time the independence of the nation, the territory of the homeland, the principles of the revolution, the supremacy of their party, even their own lives. With pure reason confounded, they fell back brutally on empiricism, they turned from instinct to custom, to routine, to precedence, none was for liberty, countless numbers were for despotism. Thus all the processes of government of the ancien regime were seen to insinuate themselves, in the name of expedience, into the revolution. Once having regained their place, they remained there as masters. All the theoreticians' art consisted of nothing more than masking and disguising them. How admirably these words suit the fortunes of the Russian Revolution as well. Yet, while it is right to point to this reassertion of tradition, a reassertion that some may regard as natural and sound and others may view as a distortion of the revolution, it would be wrong to see in the post-revolutionary regime nothing but a prolongation of the ancien regime. Under the Empire, French history did not merely pick up the threads that had been violently snapped by the Convention, it wove a pattern of a new France and it worked the threads of tradition into that new pattern. The same may be said of Stalinist Russia. She may feel the revenge of the past on herself, but she does not revert to that past. The Bourbon monarchy could never have produced anything like the Napoleonic Code, that legal philosophical mirror of a bourgeois society. Similarly, planned economy could never have come into existence within the framework of the old Russia. To make it possible, nothing less than the October Revolution was needed, and in it, in the principle and the practice of the planned economy, the October Revolution has survived and developed, despite the insinuation of all the processes of government of the ancien regime. In the case of the Russian Revolution, it would be even more unrealistic than in that of the French to deny or overlook what is essentially new and epoch-making in its achievement. There may have been some justification for Sarl's view that if the French Revolution had not taken place, the ancien regime would, in the course of time, have done some of the work that was accomplished only after its overthrow. The point is that within the shell of France's ancien regime the elements of a modern bourgeois society had achieved a relatively high degree of maturity. The revolution merely broke the shell and thereby facilitated and speeded up the organic growth and development of those elements. Even so, historians like Michelet, Jors, and others, who stressed the essentially new and creative work of the revolution, seem nearer the truth than Sarl, whose emphasis on historical continuity, so original and illuminating in many respects, appears in others to be exaggerated and essentially conservative. In the case of Russia, the limits within which the law of historical continuity operates are undoubtedly much narrower. The elements of the present collectivist society, with its planned economy, let us leave aside whether the society deserves to be called socialist or not, hardly existed under the surface of Russia's ancien regime. They are largely the conscious creation of the revolution and of the post-revolutionary government. As a builder of a new economy and a pioneer of new social techniques, Stalin, for all his limitations and vices, the limitations of an empiricist and the vices of a despot, is likely to leave deeper marks on history than any single French revolutionary leader. Here perhaps is the point at which the difference in the very nature of the two revolutions tends to make further comparisons misleading. Let us now try to investigate how far the analogy holds good in a different field, in the French Revolution's foreign policy, in its impact on the world and the world's impact on it. Sarl, who surveyed this vast field with the greatest thoroughness and understanding, tells us, to come to terms with the French Revolution, the old Europe abdicated its principles; to come to terms with the old Europe, the French Revolution falsified its own. France had solemnly renounced conquests. Victory made the revolution bellicose. The war, begun for the defense of French territory, continued for the invasion of neighboring territories. After having conquered in order to liberate, France partitioned in order to retain. Reading this, one cannot help thinking of Yalta and Potsdam, where by acquiescing in the expansion of Stalinist Russia the statesmen of the capitalist West so clearly abdicated their principles, while Stalinist Russia, by insisting on strategic frontiers and on the absorption of most of the neighboring lands which had once been conquered by the Tsars, so flagrantly falsified her own. Is it really true that history does not repeat itself? Or that in the repetition the original drama becomes a B? Is it not rather that in its Russian repetition the French tragedy appears magnified and intensified, projected as it is from the European to the global scale and from an epoch preceding the steam engine to the age of atomic energy? Let us once again compare the original with the repetition. Not being able to destroy all the monarchies, she was forced to come to terms with the monarchs. She vanquished her enemies, she pursued them on their own territory, she effected magnificent conquests, but to keep them at peace, it was necessary to treat, it was necessary to negotiate, and to negotiate was to return to custom. The Ancien regime and the revolution compromised not on principles which were irreconcilable, but on frontiers which were changeable. There existed only one idea in common on which the old Europe and Republican France could understand each other and come to an agreement. It was raison d'etat. It ruled their treaties. The territories not having changed their places, and the ambitions of states remaining what they were, all the traditions of the old statecraft were reborn in the negotiations. These traditions accorded only too well with the designs of the revolutionaries. They placed at the service of the victorious revolution the methods of a ancien regime degree, while from the angle of the internal development of the revolution it ente be said that up to a point the phases corresponding to Jacobinism, Thermidorianism, and Bonapartism have merged in Stalinism. In its foreign policy during the Second World War, victorious Stalinism simply put to its service the methods of the ancien regime. Have described in my book how at Potsdam and Yalta Stalin's conduct, aspirations, methods of action, even his gestures and caprices vividly resembled the behavior, the aspirations and gestures of Tsar Alexander I at the conclusion of the Napoleonic Wars. And what was Stalin's conception of the preponderance of the great powers and of the division between them of spheres of influence, if not that old raison d'etat, the only idea which he held in common with Churchill and Roosevelt? That this raison d'etat agreed, in a way, with the revolutionary design subsequent events were to reveal. Russia, like France before her, has carried her revolution abroad. It was not, let us note, in the Jacobin and Republican period that Europe caught the revolutionary infection from France. And it was not in the heroic, Leninist period that the Bolshevik revolution spread beyond Russian frontiers. The two revolutions were carried abroad by rulers who had first tamed those revolutions at home. The revolution was arrested in France and in a way congealed in military despotism, but, by the very action of that despotism, it continued to propagate itself in Europe. Conquest spread it among the peoples. Although greatly degenerated, it retained enough appeal to excite them. And again, it was in that form that the revolution appeared to have arrested itself and fixed itself in France. It was in that form that Europe understood it and imitated it. It is in its Stalinist, and not in its Leninist and Trotskyist form that the revolution has come to a halt and has fixed itself in Russia, and it is in this form that it has read, to the amazement of disillusioned ex-communists who have difficulty understanding how a revolution so greatly degenerated has been able to retain so much appeal. Like Bonapartist France, Stalinist Russia has created a whole system of satellites. In this Stalin might find a grave warning to himself. It was the revolt of its own satellites that contributed so signally to the downfall of the Bonapartist Empire. Two of these satellites, Prussia and Italy, inflicted on France some of its most severe setbacks. It was an Italian patriot who wrote in 1814 the following significant words: "It is painful for me to say it, for no one feels more than I the gratitude which we owe Napoleon, no one appreciates better than I the value of each drop of that generous French blood which watered the Italian soil and redeemed it, but I must be permitted to say it, for it is the truth. To see the French depart was an immense, an ineffable joy." We have heard Tito uttering similar words about the Russians, and who knows how many Eastern European communists would be happy to utter them if they could. To Bonaparte, and many of his compatriots, the behavior of Italy and Prussia looked like the height of ingratitude. So does the behavior of Tito to Stalin. But what is it that gives rise to that ingratitude? Neither of these systems of satellites has lacked redeeming features. In the countries which France united with her territory or constituted in her image, says Searle, she proclaimed her principles, destroyed the feudal system, and introduced her laws. After the inevitable disorders of war and the first excesses of conquest, this revolution constituted an immense benefit to the peoples. This is why the conquests of the Republic could not be confused with the conquests of the Ancien Regime. They differed in the essential characteristic that, despite the abuse of principles and the deviations of ideas, the work of France was accomplished for the nations. Without repeating here my analysis of our contemporary counterpart to this phenomenon, I shall only say that I do not believe that the verdict of history on the Stalinist system of satellites will in this respect be more severe than it has been on the Bonapartist system. However, the French system of satellites was not saved by its redeeming features. It would be difficult to find a more brilliant and convincing explanation of this fact than the one offered by Searle. The French Republicans believed themselves to be cosmopolitans, but they were that only in their speeches. They felt, they thought, they acted. They interpreted their universal ideas and their abstract principles in accordance with traditions of a conquering monarchy. They identified humanity with their homeland, their national cause with the cause of all the nations. Consequently and entirely naturally, they confused the propagation of new doctrines with the extension of French power, the emancipation of humanity with the grandeur of the Republic, the reign of reason with that of France, the liberation of peoples with the conquest of states, the European Revolution with the domination of the French Revolution in Europe. They established subservient and subordinate republics which they held in a sort of tutelage. The revolution degenerated into an armed propaganda, then into conquest. 2. In the same way, the Russian Stalinists think of themselves as internationalists, but they feel, think, and act with the tradition of a conquering monarchy behind them, and so they, too, confuse the emancipation of mankind with the grandeur of their republic and the reign of reason with the rule of Russia. No wonder that the reaction of the satellite peoples tends to take a familiar form. The peoples easily understood this language. What they did not understand at all was that, using this language, she aimed at enslaving them and exploited them. They made no distinction, moreover, between her and the man who governed her. They did not investigate the phases through which the French Revolution had passed, and how the Republic had transformed itself into an empire. They knew the revolution only in the form of conquest. And it was in that form that, even by virtue of its principles, they came to abhor it. They rose against its domination. We are not prophesying here a rising of the peoples against Stalinist domination. But there can be little doubt that the peoples of Eastern and Central Europe, who might have understood well the language of social emancipation spoken by Russia, cannot understand why they should become subordinate to Russia, that they, and others, make no distinction now between the Russian Revolution and the man who governs her, that they are not interested in the stages by which the Republic of the Workers' and Peasants' Councils has become transformed into something like an empire, and that they know the Russian Revolution largely in the form of conquest. Having indulged in these comparisons, I cannot but point out where and why this broad historical analogy ceases to apply. I shall not dwell on the obvious differences, in some respects important, in others irrelevant, between two revolutions, one of which was bourgeois in character and the other proletarian, at least in origin. Nor shall I expatiate on the major differences between the international scene as it looks now and as it looked a century and a half ago. But a few words ought perhaps to be said on one important development, the Chinese Revolution, which has come to light only very recently. The lightning collapse of the Kuomintang and the absolute victory of the communist armies have clearly altered the international balance of power. In the long run, the Chinese Revolution must also have its repercussions inside Russia. This revolution obviously deserves to be placed in a different category from the revolutions from above that took place in Eastern and Central Europe in the years 1945 to 48. The latter were mainly the byproducts of Russia's military victory, although the local communist parties were its immediate agents and executors. The great party of the revolution, which remained in the background, was the Red Army. In contrast to this, even though it may have drawn moral inspiration from Russia, Chinese communism can rightly claim that its revolution has been its own work and its own achievement. The very magnitude of the Chinese revolution and its intrinsic momentum have been such that it is ludicrous to consider it as anybody's puppet creation. This is not a satellite of the Russian Revolution, but another great upheaval in its own right. For this phenomenon we find no parallel in the epoch of the French Revolution. To its very end the French Revolution stood alone. One can only think of an imaginary analogy. One may wonder what Europe would look like if, at the turn of the 18th and 19th centuries, Germany, then disunited and backward, had carried out more or less independently its own version of the French Revolution. A combination of a Jacobin or Bonapartist France with a unified, Jacobin Germany might have given history a direction different from that which France alone could impart to it. Perhaps there would have been no Waterloo. Or perhaps the anti-revolutionary forces of Europe would have joined hands much earlier and more resolutely than they did against France alone. Both Stalinists and anti-Stalinists have recently begun to foster the legend that Stalin has been the actual inspirer of the Chinese Revolution. How is this to be reconciled with his role in the events in China in 1925-27? How is this to be squared with Stalin's own statement at Potsdam that the Kuomintang one is the only political force capable of ruling China? It may be argued that at Potsdam he was ostensibly disavowing the Chinese communists only to trick his Western allies. But this was hardly the case. The version of events which seems much nearer to the truth is that until very late in the day Stalin had a low opinion of the ability of the Communist Party to bring China under its control, and that he went so far as to attempt, even in 1948, to dissuade Mao Zedong from launching the series of offensives which was to bring victory to Chinese communism. A letter from Stalin to Mao to this effect was apparently read at the conference of the Chinese Communist Party that took place shortly before the opening of the offensive, but the conference rejected Stalin's advice. In his untimely skepticism about the Chinese Revolution, Stalin appears true to character. He made a similar miscalculation in the middle 1920s, before Chiang Kai-shek started his Great March to the north. In March 1926, the Russian Politburo discussed whether it should encourage Chiang in his plans for the conquest of the whole of China. Stalin insisted that Chiang be advised to content himself with the area in the south, where he was in actual control, and to seek a modus vivendi with Chiang Tso-lin's government which still controlled the north. Chiang disregarded this advice and shortly thereafter established his control over all of China. More than 2 decades later, Stalin again seems to have overrated the stability of an old and decaying regime and underrated the revolutionary forces opposed to it. With much more justification than Tito, Mao Zedong might therefore say that not only was his regime not created by force of Russian arms, but that he secured its triumph against Moscow's explicit advice. Whatever the truth about Stalin's role in these events, the Chinese Revolution is likely to affect strongly the fortunes of Stalinism. In my book, Stalinism was shown to be primarily the product of the isolation of Russian Bolshevism in a capitalist world and of the mutual assimilation of the isolated revolution with the Russian tradition. The victory of Chinese communism marks the end of that isolation, and it does so much more decisively than did the spread of Stalinism in Eastern Europe. Thus, one major precondition for the emergence of Stalinism now belongs to the past. This should stimulate processes inside Russia, tending to overcome that strange ideology and frame of mind which formed themselves in the period of isolation. Yet we know how often in history effects do outlast causes, and for how long they do so. While in one of its repercussions the Chinese Revolution tends to deprive Stalinism of its raison d'être, in another it tends to strengthen and consolidate it. Stalinism has not only been the product of isolated Bolshevism, It has also reflected the ascendancy of the Oriental, Semi-Asiatic, and Asiatic, over the European element in Russia, and consequently in the revolution. Mao Zedong's victory enhances that aspect and imparts to it immense additional weight. How much more real must his own ex-Orient lux sound to Stalin himself now than it did in 1918, when he published it? So much indeed has the Oriental element come to predominate in the whole international communist movement that the struggle between communism and anti-communism is more and more becoming identified, not only geographically, with the antagonism between East and West. The e.e. that communism is in its origin a Western idea par excellence and that the West exported it to Russia is almost forgotten. Having conquered the East and absorbed its climate and traditions, communism in its Stalinist form not only fails to understand the West, but itself becomes more and more incomprehensible to the West. In Russia, the Greek Orthodox and Byzantine tradition has refracted itself in the revolution. Will the Confucian tradition now similarly refract itself through Chinese communism? The political history of Stalin is a tale not lacking in grimness and cruelty, but one ought perhaps to be cautioned against drawing from it a moral of disillusionment or despair, for the story is not yet finished. Nearly every great revolution has destroyed as many hopes as it has fulfilled, every revolution therefore has left behind it an aftermath of frustration and cynicism. As a rule, men have been able to do full justice to the whole experience only from a long perspective of time. What do we know, after all? Louis Blanc once wrote in a similar context. In order that progress be realized, perhaps it is necessary that all evil alternatives be exhausted. The life of mankind is very long, and the number of possible solutions very limited. All revolution is useful in this sense at least, that every revolution takes care of one dangerous alternative. Because from an unfortunate state of affairs societies sometimes tumble into a worse state, let us not hasten to conclude that progress is a chimera. Let us not hasten to do so. Part 2. Cold War. 1. The ex-communist's conscience. Ignazio Silone relates that he once said jokingly to Togliatti, the Italian communist leader, the final struggle will be between the communists and the ex-communists. There is a bitter drop of truth in the joke. In the propaganda skirmishes against the USSR and communism, the ex-communist or the ex-fellow traveler is the most active sharpshooter. With the peevishness that distinguishes him from Silone, Arthur Koestler makes a similar point, IRS the same with all you comfortable, insular, Anglo-Saxon anti-communists. You hate our Cassandra cries and resent us as allies, but, when all is said, we ex-communists are the only people on your side who know what it's all about. The ex-communist is the problem child of contemporary politics. He crops up in the oddest places and corners. He buttonholes you in Berlin to tell the story of his Battle of Stalingrad, fought here, in Berlin, against Stalin. You find him in de Gaulle's entourage, none other than André Malraux, the author of Man's Estate. In America's strangest political trial the ex-communist has, for months, pointed his finger at Alger Hiss. Another ex-communist, Ruth Fisher, denounces her brother, Gerhard Eisler, and castigates the British for not having handed him back to the United States. An ex-Trotskyite, James Burnham, flays the American businessman for his real or illusory lack of capitalist class consciousness, and sketches a program of action for nothing less than the worldwide defeat of communism. And now 6 writers Koestler, Silone, André Gide, Louis Fisher, Richard Wright, and Stephen Spender get together to expose and destroy the God that failed. The legion of ex-communists does not march in close formation. It is scattered far and wide. Its members resemble one another very much, but they also differ. They have common traits and individual features. All have left an army and a camp, some as conscientious. 50. Objectors, some as deserters, and others as marauders. A few stick quietly to their conscientious objections, while others vociferously claim commissions in an army which they had bitterly opposed. All wear threadbare bits and pieces of the old uniform, supplemented by the quaintest new rags. and all carry with them their common resentments and individual reminiscences. Some join the party at one time, others at another. The date of joining is relevant to their further experiences. Those, for instance, who joined in the 1920s went into a movement in which there was plenty of scope for revolutionary idealism. The structure of the party was still fluid, it had not yet gone into the totalitarian mold. Intellectual integrity was still valued in a communist, it had not yet been surrendered for good to Moscow's raison d'etat. Those who joined the party in the 1930s began their experience on a much lower level. Right from the beginning they were manipulated like recruits on the party's barrack squares by the party's sergeant majors. This deterrence bears upon the quality of the ex-communists' reminiscences. Silone, who joined the party in 1921, recalls with real warmth his first contact with it. He conveys fully the intellectual excitement and moral enthusiasm with which communism pulsated in those early days. The reminiscences of Kestler and Spender, who joined in the 1930s, reveal the utter moral and intellectual sterility of the party's first impact on them. Silone and his comrades were intensely concerned with fundamental ideas before and after they became absorbed in the drudgery of day-to-day duty. In Kestler's story, his party assignment, right from the first moment, overshadows all matters of personal conviction and ideal. The communist of the early drafts was a revolutionary before he became, or was expected to become, a puppet. The communist of the later drafts hardly got the chance to breathe the genuine air of revolution. Nevertheless, the original motives for joining were similar, if not identical, in almost every case: experience of social injustice or degradation, a sense of insecurity bred by slumps and social crises, and the craving for a great ideal or purpose, or for a reliable intellectual through the shaky labyrinth of modern society. The newcomer felt the miseries of the old capitalist order to be unbearable, and the glowing light of the Russian Revolution illumined those miseries with extraordinary sharpness. Socialism, classless society, the withering away of the state all seemed around the corner. Few of the newcomers had any premonition of the blood and sweat and tears to come. To himself, the intellectual convert to communism seemed a new Prometheus. Except that he would not be pinned to the rock by Zeus's wrath. Nothing henceforth can disturb the convert's inner peace and serenity except the occasional fear of losing faith again. Our ex-communist now bitterly denounces the betrayal of his hopes. This appears to him to have had almost no precedent. Yet as he eloquently describes his early expectations and illusions, we detect a strangely familiar tone. Exactly so did the disillusioned Wordsworth and his contemporaries look back upon their first youthful enthusiasm for the French Revolution. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven. The intellectual communist who breaks away emotionally from his party can claim some noble ancestry. Beethoven tore to pieces the title page of his Eroica, on which he had dedicated the symphony to Napoleon, as soon as he learned that the first consul was about to ascend a throne. Wordsworth called the crowning of Napoleon a sad reverse for all mankind. All over Europe the enthusiasts of the French Revolution were stunned by their discovery that the Corsican liberator of the peoples and enemy of tyrants was himself a tyrant and an oppressor. In the same way the Wordsworths of our days were shocked at the sight of Stalin fraternizing with Hitler and Ribbentrop. If no new eroicas have been created in our days, at least the dedicatory pages of unwritten symphonies have been torn with great flourishes. In The God That Failed, Louis Fischer tries to explain somewhat remorsefully and not quite convincingly why he adhered to the Stalin cult for so long. He analyzes the variety of motives, some working slowly and some rapidly, which determine the moment at which people recover from the infatuation with Stalinism. The force of the European disillusionment with Napoleon was almost equally uneven and capricious. A great Italian poet, Ugo Foscolo, who had been Napoleon's soldier and composed an ode to Bonaparte the Liberator, turned against his idol after the Peace of Campoformio. This must have stunned a Jacobin from Venice as the Nazi-Soviet pact stunned a Polish communist. But a man like Beethoven remained under the spell of Bonaparte for 7 years more, until he saw the despot drop his republican mask. This was an eye-opener comparable to Stalin's purge trials of the 1930s. There can be no greater tragedy than that of a great revolution succumbing to the mailed fist that was to defend it from its enemies. There can be no spectacle as disgusting as that of a post-revolutionary tyranny dressed up in the banners of liberty. The ex-communist is morally as justified as was the ex-Jacobin in revealing and revolting against that spectacle. But is it true, as Kestler claims, that ex-communists are the only peoples who know what it's all about? One may risk the assertion that the exact opposite is true. Of all people, the ex-communists know least what it is all about. At any rate, the pedagogical pretensions of ex-communist men of letters seem grossly exaggerated. Most of them have never been inside the real communist movement, in the thick of its clandestine or open organization. As a rule, they moved on the literary or journalistic fringe of the party. Their notions of communist doctrine and ideology usually spring from their own literary intuition, which is sometimes acute but often misleading. Worse still is the ex-communist's characteristic incapacity for detachment. His emotional reaction against his former environment keeps him in its deadly grip and prevents him from understanding the drama in which he was involved or half involved. The picture of communism and Stalinism he draws is that of a gigantic chamber of intellectual and moral horrors. Viewing it, the uninitiated are transferred from politics to pure demonology. Sometimes the artistic effect may be strong horrors and demons do enter into many a poetic masterpiece, but it is politically unreliable and even dangerous. But this is only one of its elements, and even this, the demonic, has to be translated into terms of human motives and interests. The ex-communist does not even attempt the translation. In a rare flash of genuine self-criticism, Kestler makes this admission. As a rule, our memories romanticize the past. But when one has renounced a creed or been betrayed by a friend, the opposite mechanism sets to work. In the light of that later knowledge, the original experience loses its innocence, becomes tainted and rancid in recollection. I have tried in these pages to recapture the mood in which the experiences related were originally lived, and I know that I have failed. Irony, anger, and shame kept intruding, the passions of that time seem transformed into perversions, its inner certitude into the closed universe of the drug addict. The shadow of barbed wire lies across the condemned playground of memory. Those who were caught by the great illusion of our time, and have lived through its moral and intellectual debauch, either give themselves up to a new addiction of the opposite type, or are condemned to pay with a lifelong hangover. This need not be true of all ex-communists. Some may still feel that their experience has been free from the morbid overtones described by Kestler. Nevertheless, Kestler has given here a truthful and honest characterization of the type of ex-communist to which he himself belongs. But it is difficult to square the self-portrait with his other claim that the confraternity for which he speaks are the only eopal who know what it's all about. With equal right a Sufi from traumatic shock might claim that he is the only one who really understands wounds and surgery. The most that the intellectual ex-communist knows, or rather feels, is his own sickness, but he is ignorant of the nature of the external violence that has produced it, let alone the cure. This irrational emotionalism dominates the evolution of many an ex-communist. The logic of opposition at all costs, says Silone, has carried many ex-communists far from their starting points, in some cases as far as fascism. What were those starting points? Nearly every ex-communist broke with his party in the name of communism. Nearly everyone set out to defend the ideal of socialism from the abuses of a bureaucracy subservient to Moscow. Nearly everyone began by throwing out the dirty water of the Russian Revolution to protect the baby bathing in it. Sooner or later these intentions are forgotten or abandoned. Having broken with the party bureaucracy in the name of communism, the heretic goes on to break with communism itself. He claims to have made the discovery that the root of the evil goes far deeper than he at first imagined, even though his digging for that root may have been very lazy and very shallow. He no longer defends socialism from unscrupulous abuse, he now defends mankind from the fallacy of socialism. He no longer throws out the dirty water of the Russian Revolution to protect the baby, he discovers that the baby is a monster which must be strangled. The heretic becomes a renegade. How far he departs from his starting point, whether, as Silone says, he becomes a fascist or not, depends on his inclinations and tastes, and stupid Stalinist heresy hunting often drives the ex-communist to extremes. But, whatever the shades of individual attitudes, as a rule the intellectual ex-communist ceases to oppose capitalism. Often he rallies to its defense, and he brings to this job the lack of scruple, the narrow-mindedness, the disregard for truth, and the intense hatred with which Stalinism has imbued him. He remains a sectarian. He is an inverted Stalinist. He continues to see the world 54 in white and black, but now the colors are differently distributed. As a communist he saw no difference between fascists and social democrats. As an anti-communist he sees no difference between Nazism and communism. Once, he accepted the party's claim to infallibility, now he believes himself to be infallible. Having once been caught by the greatest illusion, he is now obsessed by the greatest disillusionment of our time. His former illusion at least implied a positive ideal. His disillusionment is utterly negative. His role is therefore intellectually and politically barren. In this, too, he resembles the embittered ex-Jacobin of the Napoleonic era. Wordsworth and Coleridge were fatally obsessed with the Jacobin danger, their fear dimmed even their poetic genius. It was Coleridge who denounced in the House of Commons a bill for the prevention of cruelty to animals as the strongest instance of legislative Jacobinism. The ex-Jacobin became the prompter of the anti-Jacobin reaction in England. Directly or indirectly, his influence was behind the bills against seditious writings and traitorous correspondence, the Treasonable Practices Bill, and Seditious Meetings Bill, the defeats of parliamentary reform, the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act, and the postponement of the emancipation of England's religious minorities or the lifetime of a generation. Since the conflict with revolutionary France was not a time to make hazardous experiments, the slave trade, too, obtained a lease on life in the name of liberty. In quite the same way our ex-communist, for the best of reasons, does the most vicious things. He advances bravely in the front rank of every witch hunt. His blind hatred of his former ideal is leaven to contemporary conservatism. Not rarely he denounces even the mildest brand of the welfare state as legislative Bolshevism. He contributes heavily to the moral climate in which a modern counterpart to the English anti-Jacobin reaction is hatched. His EE performance reflects the impasse in which he finds himself. The impasse is not merely his, it is part of a blind alley in which an entire generation leads an incoherent and absent-minded life. The historical parallel drawn here extends to the wider background of two epochs. The world is split between Stalinism and an anti-Stalinist alliance in much the same way as it was split between Napoleonic France and the Holy Alliance. It is a split between a degenerated revolution exploited by a despot and a grouping of predominantly, although not exclusively, conservative interests. In terms of practical politics, the choice seems to be now, as it was then, confined to these alternatives. Yet the rights and the wrongs of this controversy are so hopelessly confused that whichever the choice, and whatever its practical motives, it is almost certain to be wrong in the long run and in the broadest historical sense. An honest and critically minded man could reconcile himself to Napoleon as little as he can now to Stalin. But despite Napoleon's violence and frauds, the message of the French Revolution survived to echo powerfully throughout the 19th century. The Holy Alliance freed Europe from Napoleon's oppression, and for a moment its victory was hailed by most Europeans. Yet what Castlereagh and Metternich and Alexander I had to offer to liberated Europe was merely the preservation of an old, decomposing order. Thus the abuses and the aggressiveness of an empire bred by the revolution gave a new lease on life to European feudalism. This was the ex-Jacobin's most unexpected triumph. But the price he paid for it was that presently he himself, and his anti-Jacobin cause, looked like vicious, ridiculous anachronisms. In the year of Napoleon's defeat, Shelley wrote to Wordsworth, "In honored poverty thy voice did weave songs consecrate to truth and liberty, deserting these, thou leavest me to grieve, thus having been, that thou shouldst cease to be." If our ex-communist had any historical sense, he would ponder this lesson. Some of the ex-Jacobin prompters of the anti-Jacobin reaction had as few scruples about their volte-face as have the Burnhams and the Ruth Fishers of our days. Others were remorseful, and pleaded patriotic sentiment, or a philosophy of the lesser evil, or both, to explain why they had sided with old dynasties against an upstart emperor. If they did not deny the vices of the courts and the governments they had once denounced, they claimed that those governments were more liberal than Napoleon. This was certainly true of Pitt's government, even though in the long run the social and political influence of Napoleonic France on European civilization was more permanent and fruitful than that of Pitt's England, not to speak of Metternich's Austria or Alexander's Russia. O grief that earth's best hopes rest all in thee! This was the sigh of resignation with which Wordsworth reconciled himself to Pitt's England. Far, far more abject is thy enemy was his formula of reconciliation. Far, far more abject is thy enemy might have been the text for the 56. God that failed, and for the philosophy of the lesser evil expounded in its pages. The ardor with which the writers of this book defend the West against Russia and communism is sometimes chilled by uncertainty or residual ideological inhibition. The uncertainty appears between the lines of their confessions, or in curious asides. Silone, for instance, still describes the pre-Mussolini Italy, against which, as a communist, he had rebelled, as pseudo-democratic. He hardly believes that post-Mussolini Italy is any better, but he sees its Stalinist enemy to be far, far more abject. More than the other co-authors of this book, Silone is surely aware of the price that Europeans of his generation have already paid for the acceptance of lesser evil philosophies. Louis Fisher advocates the double rejection of communism and capitalism, but his rejection of the latter sounds like a feeble face-saving formula, and his newly found cult of Gandhiism impresses one as merely an awkward escapism. But it is Kestler who, occasionally, in the midst of all his affectation and anti-communist frenzy, reveals a few curious mental reservations. If we survey history and compare the lofty aims, in the name of which revolutions were started, and the sorry end to which they came, we see again and again how a polluted civilization pollutes its own revolutionary offspring. Has Kestler thought out the implications of his own words, or is he merely throwing out a bon mot? If the revolutionary offspring, communism, has really been polluted by the civilization against which it has rebelled, then no matter how repulsive the offspring may be, the source of the evil is not in it but in that civilization. And this will be so regardless of how zealously Kestler himself may act as the advocate of the defenders of civilization a la Chambers. Even more startling is another thought, or is this perhaps also only a bon mot? With which Kestler unexpectedly ends his confession. I served the Communist Party for 7 years, the same length of time as Jacob tended Laban's sheep to win Rachel his daughter. When the time was up, the bride was led into his dark tent. Only the next morning did he discover that his ardors had been spent not on the lovely Rachel but on the ugly Leah. I wonder whether he ever recovered from the shock of having slept with an illusion. I wonder whether afterwards he believed that he had ever believed in it. I wonder whether the happy end of the legend will be repeated, for at the price of another 7 years of labor, Jacob was given Rachel too, and the illusion became flesh. And the 7 years seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had for her. One might think that Jacob Kestler reflects uneasily whether he has not too hastily ceased tending Laban Stalin's sheep, instead of waiting patiently till his illusion became flesh. The words are not meant to blame, let alone to castigate, anybody. Their purpose, let this be repeated, is to throw into relief a confusion of ideas, from which the ex-communist intellectual is not the only sufferer. In one of his recent articles, Kestler vented his irritation at those good old liberals who were shocked by the excess of anti-communist zeal in the former communist, and viewed him with the disgust with which ordinary people look at a defrocked priest taking out a girl to a dance. Well, the good old liberals may be right. After all, this peculiar type of anti-communist may appear to them like a defrocked priest taking out, not just a girl, but a harlot. The ex-communist's utter confusion of intellect and emotion makes him ill-suited for any political activity. He is haunted by a vague sense that he has betrayed either his former ideals or the ideals of bourgeois society. Like Kestler, he may even have an ambivalent notion that he has betrayed both. He then tries to suppress his sense of guilt and uncertainty, or to camouflage it by a show of extraordinary certitude and frantic aggressiveness. He insists that the world should recognize his uneasy conscience as the clearest conscience of all. He may no longer be concerned with any cause except one's self-justification. And this is the most dangerous motive for any political activity. It seems that the only dignified attitude the intellectual ex-communist can take is to rise audacious de la mêlée. He cannot join the Stalinist camp or the anti-Stalinist Holy Alliance without doing violence to his better self. So let him stay outside any camp. Let him try to regain critical sense and intellectual detachment. Let him overcome the cheap ambition to have a finger in the political pie. Let him be at peace with his own self at least, if the price he has to pay for a phony peace with the world is self-renunciation and self-denunciation. This is not to say that the ex-communist man of letters, or intellectual at large, should retire into the ivory tower. But he may withdraw into a watchtower instead. To watch with detachment and alertness. 58. This heaving chaos of a world, to be on a sharp lookout for what is going to emerge from it, and to interpret it sine iraet studio. This is now the only honorable service the ex-communist intellectual can render to a generation in which scrupulous observation and honest interpretation have become so sadly rare. But can the intellectual really now be a detached observer of this world? Even if taking sides makes him identify himself with causes that, in truth, are not his, must he not take sides all the same? Well, we can recall some great intellectuals who, in a similar situation in the past, refused to identify themselves with any established cause. Their attitude seemed incomprehensible to many of their contemporaries, but history has proved their judgment to have been superior to the phobias and hatreds of their age. 3 names may be mentioned here: Jefferson, Goethe, and Shelley. All 3, each in a different way, were confronted with the choice between the Napoleonic idea and the Holy Alliance. All 3, again each in a different manner, refused to choose. Jefferson was the staunchest friend of the French Revolution in its early heroic period. He was willing to forgive even the Terror, but he turned away in disgust from Napoleon's military despotism. Yet he had no truck with Bonaparte's enemies, Europe's hypocritical deliverers, as he called them. His detachment was not merely suited to the diplomatic interest of a young and neutral republic, it resulted naturally from his republican conviction and democratic passion. Unlike Jefferson, Goethe lived right inside the storm center. Napoleon's troops and Alexander's soldiers, in turn, took up quarters in his Weimar. As the minister of his prince, Goethe opportunistically bowed to every invader. But as a thinker and a man, he remained noncommittal and aloof. He was aware of the grandeur of the French Revolution and was shocked by its horrors. He greeted the sound of French guns at Valmy as the opening of a new and better epoch, and he saw through Napoleon's follies. He acclaimed the pension of Germany from Napoleon, and he was acutely aware of the misery of that liberation. His aloofness, in these as in other matters, gained him the reputation of the Olympian, and the label was not always meant to be flattering. But his Olympian appearance was due least of all to an inner indifference to the fate of his contemporaries. It veiled his drama, his incapacity and reluctance to identify himself with causes, each an inextricable tangle of right and wrong. Finally, Shelley watched the clash of the two worlds with all the burning passion, anger, and hope of which his great young soul was capable. He surely was no Olympian. Yet, not for a single moment did he accept the self-righteous claims and pretensions of any of the belligerents. Unlike the ex-Jacobins, who were older than he was true to the Jacobin Republican idea. It was as a Republican, and notice a patriot of the England of George III, that he greeted the fall of Napoleon, that most unambitious slave who did dance and revel on the grave of liberty. But as a Republican he knew also that virtue owns a more eternal foe than Bonapartist force and fraud, old custom, legal crime, and bloody faith embodied in the Holy Alliance. All three, Jefferson, Goethe, and Shelley, were in a sense outsiders to the great conflict of their time, and because of this they interpreted their time with more truthfulness and penetration than did the fearful, the hate-ridden partisans on either side. What a pity and what a shame it is that most ex-communist intellectuals are inclined to follow the tradition of Wordsworth and Coleridge rather than that of Goethe and Shelley. This essay first appeared as a review of The God That Failed in the Reporter, April 1950. Few novels written in this generation have obtained a popularity as great as that of George Orwell's 1984. Few, if any, have made a similar impact on politics. The title of Orwell's book is a political byword. The terms coined by him, newspeak, oldspeak, matability of the past, Big Brother, Ministry of Truth, Thought Police, Crime Think, Double Think, Hate Week, etc. have entered the political vocabulary. They occur in most newspaper articles and speeches denouncing Russia and communism. Television and the cinema have familiarized many millions of viewers on both sides of the Atlantic with the menacing face of Big Brother and the nightmare of a supposedly communist Oceania. The novel has served as a sort of ideological superweapon in the Cold War. As in no other book or document, the convulsive fear of communism, which has swept the West since the end of the Second World War, has been reflected and focused in 1984. The Cold War has created a social demand for such an ideological weapon, just as it creates the demand for physical superweapons. But the superweapons are genuine feats of technology, and there can be no discrepancy between the uses to which they may be put and the intention of their producers. They are meant to spread death or at least to threaten utter destruction. A book like 1984 may be used without much regard for the author's intention. Some of its features may be torn out of their context, while others, which do not suit the political purpose which the book is made to serve, are ignored or virtually suppressed. Nor need a book like 1984 be a literary masterpiece or even an important and original work to make its impact. Indeed, a work of great literary merit is usually too rich in its texture and too subtle in thought and form to lend itself to adventitious exploitation. As a rule, its symbols cannot easily be transformed into hypnotizing bogies, or its ideas turned into slogans. The words of a great poet, when they enter the political vocabulary, do so by a process of slow, almost imperceptible infiltration, not by a frantic incursion. The literary masterpiece influences the political mind by fertilizing and enriching it from the inside, not by stunning it. 1984 is the work of an intense and concentrated, but also fear-ridden and restricted imagination. A hostile critic has dismissed it as a political horror comic. This is not a fair description. There are in Orwell's novel certain layers of thought and feeling which raise it well above that level. But it is a fact that the symbolism of 1984 is crude, that its chief symbol, Big Brother, resembles the bogeyman of a rather inartistic nursery tale, and that Orwell's story unfolds like the plot of a science fiction film of the cheaper variety, with mechanical horror piling up upon mechanical horror so much that, in the end, Orwell's subtler ideas, his pity for his characters, and his satire on the society of his own days may fail to communicate themselves to the reader. 1984 does not seem to justify the description of Orwell as the modern Swift, a description for which Animal Farm provides some justification. Orwell lacks the richness and subtlety of thought and the philosophical detachment of the great satirist. His imagination is ferocious and at times penetrating, but it lacks width, suppleness, and originality. The lack of originality is illustrated by the fact that Orwell borrowed the idea of 1984, the plot, the chief characters, the symbols, and the whole climate of his story from a Russian writer who has remained almost unknown in the West. That writer is Evgeny Zamyatin, and the title of the book which served Orwell as the model is We. Like 1984, We is an anti-utopia, a nightmare vision of the shape of things to come, and a Cassandra cry. Orwell's work is a thoroughly English variation on Zamyatin's theme, and it is perhaps only the thoroughness of Orwell's English approach that gives to his work the originality that it possesses. A few words about Zamyatin may not be out of place here. There are some points of resemblance in the life stories of the two writers. Zamyatin belonged to an older generation. He was born in 1884 and died in 1937. His early writings, like some of Orwell's, were realistic descriptions of the lower middle class. In his experience, the Russian Revolution of 1905 played approximately the same role that the Spanish Civil War played in Orwell's. He participated in the revolutionary movement, was a member of the Russian Social Democratic Party, and was persecuted by the Tsarist police. At the ebb of the revolution, he succumbed to a mood of cosmic pessimism, and he severed his 62 connection with the Socialist Party, a thing which Orwell, less consistent and to the end influenced by a lingering loyalty to socialism, did not do. In 1917 Zamiatin viewed the new revolution with cold and disillusioned eyes, convinced that nothing good would come out of it. After a brief imprisonment, he was allowed by the Bolshevik government to go abroad, and it was as an émigré in Paris that he wrote We in the early 1920s. The assertion that Orwell borrowed the main elements of 1984 from Zamiatin is not the guess of a critic with a foible for tracing literary influences. Orwell knew Zamiatin's novel and was fascinated by it. He wrote an essay about it, which appeared in the Left Socialist Tribune, of which Orwell was literary editor, on January 4, 1946, just after the publication of Animal Farm and before he began writing 1984. The essay is remarkable not only as a conclusive tie of evidence, supplied by Orwell himself, on the origin of 1984, but also as a commentary on the idea underlying both We and 1984. The essay begins with Orwell saying that after having for years looked in vain for Zamiatin's novel, he had at last obtained it in a French edition, and that he was surprised that it had not been published in England, although an American edition had appeared without arousing much interest. So far as I can judge, Orwell went on, it is not a book of the first order, but it is certainly an unusual one, and it is astonishing that no English publisher has been enterprising enough to reissue it. Orwell noticed that Aldous Huxley's Brave New World must be partly derived from Zamiatin's novel and wondered why this had never been pointed out. Zamiatin's book was, in his view, much superior and more relevant to our own situation than Huxley's. It dealt with the rebellion of the primitive human spirit against a rationalized, mechanized, painless world. Painless is not the right adjective. The world of Zamiatin's vision is as full of horrors as is that of 1984. Orwell himself produced in his essay a succinct catalogue of those horrors so that his essay reads now like a synopsis of 1984. The members of the society described by Zamiatin, says Orwell, have so completely lost their individuality as to be known only by numbers. They live in glass houses. Which enables the political police, known as the Guardians, to supervise them more easily. They all wear identical uniforms, and a human being is commonly referred to either as a number or a unif. Orwell remarks in parenthesis that Zamiatin wrote before television was invented. In 1984 this technological refinement is brought in as well as the helicopters from which the police supervise the homes of the citizens of Oceania in the opening passages of the novel. The unifs suggest the proles. In Zamiatin's society of the future as in 1984 love is forbidden, sexual intercourse is strictly rationed and permitted only as an unemotional act. The single state is ruled over by a person known as the benefactor, the obvious prototype of Big Brother. The guiding principle of the state is that happiness and freedom are incompatible. The single state has restored his happiness by removing his freedom. Orwell describes Zamiatin's chief character as a sort of utopian Billy Brown of London town who is constantly horrified by the atavistic impulses which seize upon him. In Orwell's novel that utopian Billy Brown is christened Winston Smith, and his problem is the same. For the main motif of his plot Orwell is similarly indebted to the Russian writer. This is how Orwell defines it: in spite of education and the vigilance of the Guardians, many of the ancient human instincts are still there. Zamiatin's chief character falls in love with a certain I-330, just as Winston Smith commits the crime of falling in love with Julia. In Zamiatin's as in Orwell's story the love affair is mixed up with the hero's participation in an underground resistance movement. Zamiatin's rebels, apart from plotting the overthrow of the state, even indulge, at the moment when their curtains are down, in such vices as smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol. Winston Smith and Julia indulge in drinking real coffee with real sugar in their hideout over Mr. Charrington's shop. In both novels the crime and the conspiracy are, of course, discovered by the guardians or the thought police, and in both the hero is ultimately saved from the consequences of his own folly. The combination of cure and torture by which Zamiatin's and Orwell's rebels are freed from the atavistic impulses, until they begin to love benefactor or big brother, are very much the same. In Zamiatin, the authorities announce that they have discovered the cause of the recent disorders. It is that some human beings suffer from a disease called imagination. The nerve center responsible for imagination has now been located, and the disease can be cured by X-ray treatment. D503 undergoes the operation, after which it is easy for him to do what he has known all along that he ought to do. Thaddeus. 64. Betray his confederates to the police. In both novels the act of confession and the betrayal of the woman the hero loves are the curative shocks. Orwell quotes the following scene of torture from Zamiatin. She looked at me, her hands clasping the arms of the chair, until her eyes were completely shut. They took her out, brought her to herself by means of an electric shock, and put her under the bell again. This operation was repeated 3 times, and not a word issued from her lips. In Orwell's scenes of torture the electric shocks and the arms of the chair recur quite often, but Orwell is far more intense, masochistic sadistic, in his descriptions of cruelty and pain. For instance, without any warning except a slight movement of O'Brien's hand, a wave of pain flooded his body. It was a frightening pain, because he could not see what was happening, and he had the feeling that some mortal injury was being done to him. He did not know whether the thing was really happening, or whether the effect was electrically produced, but his body had been wrenched out of shape, the joints were being slowly torn apart. Although the pain had brought the sweat out on his forehead, the worst of all was the fear that his backbone was about to snap. He set his teeth and breathed hard through his nose, trying to keep silent as long as possible. The list of Orwell's borrowings is far from complete, but let us now turn from the plot of the 2 novels to their underlying idea. Taking up the comparison between Zamiatin and Huxley, Orwell says, it is this intuitive grasp of the irrational side of totalitarianism, human sacrifice, cruelty as an end in itself, the worship of a leader who is credited with divine attributes that makes Zamiatin's book superior to Huxley's. It is this, we may add, that made of it Orwell's model. Criticizing Huxley, Orwell writes that he could find no clear reason why the society of Brave New World should be so rigidly and elaborately stratified. The aim is not economic exploitation. There is no power hunger, no sadism, no hardness of any kind. Those at the top have no strong motive for staying on the top, and though everyone is happy in a vacuous way, life has become so pointless that it is difficult to believe that such a society could endure. In contrast, the society of Zamiatin's anti-utopia could endure, in Orwell's view, because in it the supreme motive of action and the reason for social stratification are not economic exploitation, for which there is no need, but precisely the power hunger, sadism and hardness of those who stay at the top. It is easy to recognize in this the leitmotif of 1984. In Oceania technological development has reached so high a level that society could well satisfy all its material needs and establish equality in its midst. But inequality and poverty are maintained in order to keep Big Brother in power. In the past, says Orwell, dictatorship safeguarded inequality, now inequality safeguards dictatorship. But what purpose does the dictatorship itself serve? The party seeks power entirely for its own sake. Power is not a means, it is an end. One does not establish a dictatorship in order to safeguard a revolution, one makes the revolution in order to establish the dictatorship. The object of a persecution is persecution. The object of power is power. Orwell wondered whether Zamiatin did intend the Soviet regime to be the special target of his satire. He was not sure of this, What Zamyatin seems to be aiming at is not any particular country but the implied aims of the industrial civilization. It is evident from we that he had a strong leaning towards primitivism. We is in effect a study of the machine, the genie that man has thoughtlessly let out of its bottle and cannot put back again. The same ambiguity of the author's aim is evident in 1984. Orwell's guess about Zamyatin was correct. Though Zamyatin was opposed to the Soviet regime, it was not exclusively, or even mainly, that regime which he satirized. As Orwell rightly remarked, the early Soviet Russia had few features in common with the super-mechanized state of Zamyatin's anti-utopia. That writer's leaning towards primitivism was in line with the Russian tradition, with Slavophilism and hostility towards the bourgeois West, with the glorification of the muzhik and of the old patriarchal Russia, with Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. Even as an émigré, Zamyatin was disillusioned with the West in the characteristically Russian fashion. At times he seemed half reconciled with the Soviet regime when it was already producing its benefactor in the person of Stalin. In so far as he directed the darts of his satire against Bolshevism, he did so on the ground that Bolshevism was bent on replacing the old primitive Russia by the modern, mechanized society. Curiously enough, he set his story in the year 2600, and he seemed to say to the Bolsheviks, "This is what Russia will look like if you succeed in giving to your regime the background of Western technology." In Zamyatin, as in some other Russian intellectuals disillusioned with socialism, the hankering after the primitive modes of thought and life was natural insofar as primitivism was still strongly alive in the Russian background. In Orwell there was and there could be no such authentic nostalgia after the pre-industrial society. Primitivism had no part in his X. 66. Perience and background, except during his stay in Burma, when he was hardly attracted by it. But he was terrified of the uses to which technology might be put by men determined to enslave society, and so he, too, came to question and satirize the implied aims of industrial civilization. Although his satire is more recognizably aimed at Soviet Russia than Zamyatin's, Orwell saw elements of Oceania in the England of his own days as well, not to speak of the United States. Indeed, the society of 1984 embodies all that he hated and disliked in his own surroundings, the drabness and monotony of the English industrial suburb, the filthy and grimy and smelly ugliness of which he tried to match in his naturalistic, repetitive and oppressive style, the food rationing and the government controls which he knew in wartime Britain, the rubbishy newspapers containing almost nothing except sport, crime and astrology, sensational 5-cent novelettes, films oozing with sex, and so on. Orwell knew well that newspapers of this sort did not exist in Stalinist Russia, and that the faults of the Stalinist press were of an altogether different kind. Newspeak is much less a satire on the Stalinist idiom than on Anglo-American journalistic cables, which he loathed and with which, as a working journalist, he was well familiar. It is easy to tell which features of the party of 1984 satirize the British Labour Party rather than the Soviet Communist Party. Big Brother and his followers make no attempt to indoctrinate the working class, an omission Orwell would have been the last to ascribe to Stalinism. His proles vegetate, heavy work, petty quarrels, films, gambling. Fill their mental Hansen. Like the rubbishy newspapers and the films oozing with sex, so gambling, the new opium of the people, does not belong to the Russian scene. The Ministry of Truth is a transparent caricature of London's wartime Ministry of Information. The monster of Orwell's vision is, like every nightmare, made up of all sorts of faces and features and shapes, familiar and unfamiliar. Orwell's talent and originality are evident in the domestic aspect of his satire. But in the vogue which 1984 has enjoyed, that aspect has rarely been noticed. 1984 is a document of dark disillusionment not only with Stalinism but with every form and shade of socialism. It is a cry from the abyss of despair. What plunged Orwell into that abyss? It was without any doubt the spectacle of the Stalinist Great Purges of 1936–38, the repercussions of which he experienced in Catalonia. As a man of sensitivity and integrity, he could not react to the purges otherwise than with anger and horror. His conscience could not be soothed by W***1984? The Mysticism of Cruelty 67. The Stalinist justifications and sophisms which at the time did soothe the conscience of, for instance, Arthur Koestler, a writer of greater brilliance and sophistication but of less moral resolution. The Stalinist justifications and sophisms were both beneath and above Orwell's level of reasoning. They were beneath and above the common sense and the stubborn empiricism of Billy Brown of London Town, with whom Orwell identified himself even in his most rebellious or revolutionary moments. He was outraged, shocked, and shaken in his beliefs. He had never been a member of the Communist Party. But, as an adherent of the semi-Trotskyist POUM, he had, despite all his reservations, tacitly assumed a certain community of purpose and solidarity with the Soviet regime through all its vicissitudes and transformations, which were to him somewhat obscure and exotic. The purges and their Spanish repercussions not only destroyed that community of purpose. Not only did he see the gulf between Stalinists and anti-Stalinists opening suddenly inside embattled Republican Spain. This, the immediate effect of the purges, was overshadowed by the irrational side of totalitarianism, human sacrifice, cruelty as an end in itself, the worship of a leader, and the color of the sinister slave civilizations of the ancient world spreading over contemporary society. Like most British socialists, Orwell had never been a Marxist. The dialectical materialist philosophy had always been too abstruse for him. From instinct rather than consciousness he had been a staunch rationalist. The distinction between the Marxist and the rationalist is of some importance. Contrary to an opinion widespread in Anglo-Saxon countries, Marxism is not at all rationalist in its philosophy. It does not assume that human beings are, as a rule, guided by rational motives and that they can be argued into socialism by reason. Marx himself begins Das Kapital with the elaborate philosophical and historical inquiry into the fetishistic modes of thought and behavior rooted in commodity production, that is, in man's work for, and dependence on, a market. The class struggle, as Marx describes it, is anything but a rational process. This does not prevent the rationalists of socialism describing themselves sometimes as Marxists. But the authentic Marxist may claim to be mentally better prepared than the rationalist is for the manifestations of irrationality in lean affairs, even for such manifestations as Stalin's great purges. He may feel upset or mortified by them, but he need not feel shaken in his Weltanschauung, while the rationalist is lost and helpless when the irrationality of the human existence suddenly stares 68. him in the face. If he clings to his rationalism, reality eludes him. If he pursues reality and tries to grasp it, he must part with his rationalism. Orwell pursued reality and found himself bereft of his conscious and unconscious assumptions about life. In his thoughts he could not henceforth get away from the purges. Directly and indirectly, they supplied the subject matter for nearly all that he wrote after his Spanish experience. This was an honorable obsession, the obsession of a mind not inclined to cheat itself comfortably and to stop grappling with an alarming moral problem. But grappling with the purges, his mind became infected by their irrationality. He found himself incapable of explaining what was happening in terms which were familiar to him, the terms of empirical common sense. Abandoning rationalism, he increasingly viewed reality through the dark glasses of a quasi-mystical pessimism. It has been said that 1984 is the figment of the imagination of a dying man. There is some truth in this, but not the whole truth. It was indeed with the last feverish flicker of life in him that Orwell wrote this book. Hence the extraordinary, gloomy intensity of his vision and language, and the almost physical immediacy with which he suffered the tortures which his creative imagination was inflicting on his chief character. He identified his own withering physical existence with the decayed and shrunken body of Winston Smith, to whom he imparted and in whom he invested, as it were, his own dying pangs. He projected the last spasms of his own suffering into the last pages of his last book. But the main explanation of the inner logic of Orwell's disillusionment and pessimism lies not in the writer's death agonies, but in the experience and the thought of the living man in his convulsive reaction from his defeated rationalism. I understand how, I do not understand why is the refrain of 1984. Winston Smith knows how Oceania functions and how its elaborate mechanism of tyranny works, but he does not know what is its ultimate cause and ultimate purpose. He turns for the answer to the pages of the book, the mysterious classic of crime think, the authorship of which is attributed to Emmanuel Goldstein, the inspirer of the conspiratorial brotherhood. But he manages to read through only those chapters of the book which deal with the how. The thought police descends upon him just when he is about to begin reading the chapters which promise to explain why, and so the question remains unanswered. This was Orwell's own predicament. He asked the why not so much about the Oceania of his vision as about Stalinism and the Great Purges. At one point he certainly turned for the answer to Trotsky. It was from Trotsky-Bronstein that he took the few sketchy biographical data and even the physiognomy and the Jewish name for Emmanuel Goldstein, and the fragments of the book, which take up so many pages in 1984, are an obvious, though not very successful, paraphrase of Trotsky's The Revolution Betrayed. Orwell was impressed by Trotsky's moral grandeur, and at the same time he partly distrusted it and partly doubted its authenticity. The ambivalence of his view of Trotsky finds its counterpart in Winston Smith's attitude towards Goldstein. To the end Smith cannot find out whether Goldstein and the Brotherhood have ever existed in reality, and whether the book was not concocted by the thought police. The barrier between Trotsky's thought and himself, a barrier which Orwell could never break down, was Marxism and dialectical materialism. He found in Trotsky the answer to how, not to why. But Orwell could not content himself with historical agnosticism. He was anything but aseptic. His mental makeup was rather that of the fanatic, determined to get an answer, a quick and a plain answer, to his question. He was now tense with distrust and suspicion and on the lookout for the dark conspiracies hatched by them against the decencies of Billy Brown of London town. They were the Nazis, the Stalinists, and Churchill and Roosevelt, and ultimately all who had any raison d'etat to defend, for at heart Orwell was a simple-minded anarchist and, in his eyes, any political movement forfeited its raison d'etre the moment it acquired a raison d'etat. To analyze a complicated social background, to try and unravel tangles of political motives, calculations, fears, and suspicions, and to discern the compulsion of circumstances behind their action was beyond him. Generalizations about social forces, social trends, and historic inevitabilities made him bristle with suspicion. Yet, without some such generalizations, properly and sparingly used, no realistic answer could be given to the question which preoccupied Orwell. His gaze was fixed on the trees, or rather on a single tree, in front of him, and he was almost blind to the wood. Yet his distrust of historical generalizations led him in the end to adopt and to cling to the oldest, the most banal, the most abstract, the most metaphysical, and the most barren of all generalizations. All their conspiracies and plots and purges and diplomatic deals had one source and one source only: sadistic power hunger. Thus he made his jump from workaday, rationalistic common sense to the mysticism of cruelty which inspires 1984. In 1984 man's mastery over the machine has reached so high a level that society is in a position to produce plenty for everybody and to put an end to inequality. But poverty and inequality are maintained only to satisfy the sadistic urges of Big Brother. Yet we do not even know whether Big Brother really exists. He may be only a myth. It is the collective cruelty of the party that torments Oceania. Totalitarian society is ruled by a disembodied sadism. Orwell imagined that he had transcended the familiar and, as he thought, increasingly irrelevant concepts of social class and class interest. But in these Marxist generalizations, the interest of a social class bears at least some specific relation to the individual interests and the social position of its members, even if the class interest does not represent a simple sum of the individual interests. In Orwell's party the whole bears no relation to the parts. The party is not a social body actuated by any interest or purpose. It is a phantom-like emanation of all that is foul in human nature. It is the metaphysical, mad, and triumphant ghost of evil. Of course, Orwell intended 1984 as a warning. But the warning defeats itself because of its underlying boundless despair. Orwell saw totalitarianism as bringing history to a standstill. Big Brother is invincible. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. He projected the spectacle of the great purges onto the future, and he saw it fixed there forever. Because he was not capable of grasping the events realistically, in their complex historical context. To be sure, the events were highly irrational, but he who because of this treats them irrationally is very much like the psychiatrist whose mind becomes unhinged by dwelling too closely with insanity. 1984 is in effect not so much a warning as a piercing shriek announcing the advent of the Black Millennium, the millennium of damnation. The shriek, amplified by all the mass media of our time, has frightened millions of people. But it has not helped them to see more clearly the issues with which the world is grappling. It has not advanced their understanding. It has only increased and intensified the waves of panic and hate that run through the world and obfuscate innocent minds. 1984 has taught millions to look at the conflict between East and West in terms of black and white, and it has shown them a monster bogey and a monster scapegoat for all the ills that plague mankind. At the onset of the atomic age, the world is living in a mood of apocalyptic horror. That is why millions of people respond so passionately to the apocalyptic vision of a novelist. The apocalyptic atomic and hydrogen monsters, however, have not been let loose by Big Brother. The chief predicament of contemporary society is that it has not yet succeeded in adjusting its way of life and its social and institutions to the prodigious advance of its technological knowledge. We do not know what has been the impact of the atomic and hydrogen bombs on the thoughts of millions in the East, where anguish and fear may be hidden behind the facade of a facile official optimism. But it would be dangerous to blind ourselves to the fact that in the West millions of people may be inclined, in their anguish and fear, to flee from their own responsibility for mankind's destiny and to vent their anger and despair on the giant bogey-cum scapegoat which Orwell's 1984 has done so much to place before their eyes. Have you read this book? You must read it, sir. Then you will know why we must drop the atom bomb on the bull's highs. With these words a blind, miserable news vendor recommended to me 1984 in New York, a few weeks before Orwell's death. Poor Orwell, could he ever have imagined that his own book would become so prominent an item in the program of Hate Week? 3. The Cold War in Perspective. Was this war necessary? Is a question often asked by historians of every major armed conflict. Historians and critics of the Cold War are also beginning to ask it. Am not proposing to do this. As a historian, I am always conscious that it is far more difficult to understand what has actually happened and what is happening in human history, than to speculate on what might have happened, and as a Marxist I am not at all inclined to think that the Cold War, global in scope and now nearly 2 decades old, has been merely a regrettable misunderstanding or an incident which could be deleted from our affairs, an incident caused only by someone's ill will or imbecility. I accept the fact that from whichever angle you look at it, the Cold War has to some extent been unavoidable. It developed directly from the tensions which underlay the Grand Alliance in which the United States, Great Britain, and the Soviet Union were united in the Second World War. These tensions had been deeper and graver than those that can be found in any wartime coalition. But even if this had not been so, it was not to be expected that the Grand Alliance should survive its victory over Nazi Germany. The victory was too huge for the victors to digest. The spoils were too vast, the unsettlement too frightening, and the disequilibrium of social and political power in the world too acute. Often in history, wars far milder than the world wars of our age were followed by reversals of alliances, when one power or group of powers was frightened by the new strength which their former ally or allies drew from the ruin of a common enemy. In the traditional terms of power politics and diplomacy, nothing, therefore, was more natural than the reversal of alliances which our generation witnessed between 1945 and 1950. We cannot account for the origins and the course of the Cold War merely in the conventional terms of power politics and diplomacy. Both technologically and ideologically, history has transcended those terms. Mankind has reached the brink of the nuclear abyss, and it has been torn internally as never before, divided over all the great issues of its social and moral existence. Who knows, if the dangers and risks confronting us had been less frightful, we might not have been able to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the ceasefire in the relative peace in which we have celebrated it. Not daring to wage a war and unable to make peace, governments and peoples of the world seem to have resigned themselves to the prospect of an interminable Cold War. Yet the danger is only too obvious that this Cold War may terminate in total nuclear war, and even if it does not, it has already inflicted and it is still inflicting on mankind devastation and wounds which are all the more terrifying because they are, for the most part, hidden from our eyes. For what is the Cold War? What are its targets and what are its weapons? While still holding the threat of the physical holocaust over our EAD, it delivers us immediately to the moral holocaust. It aims immediately at the destruction and mutilation not of our bodies but of our minds. Its weapons are the myths and the legends of propaganda. It has of ti been said Thaven war trath ist first siktamale Cold War, the truth without which men cannot lead any purposeful and fruitful existence is the main and the total victim as it has never been before. And the weapons designed to crush and reduce to ashes the human mind are as potent as any of the weapons designed for physical destruction. And in yet another decisive respect, the Cold War has already given us the foretaste of the fully fledged nuclear war. Its fallout cannot be confined to enemy territory, it hits our own lands, it even hits primarily our own lands and our own people, it contaminates the moral texture, it destroys and warps the thinking processes of the popular masses in our countries, in all the countries engaged in waging the Cold War. How did this tragedy begin? It is a commonplace of contemporary historians that from the Second World War the United States and the Soviet Union emerged as the two victorious colossi, staring at each other across a power vacuum. This suggestive image, though partly true, seems to me to offer an erroneous a priori interpretation of the origins of the Cold War and of its course. It puts the two colossi on a plane of equality, as it were, investing each of them with the same power, the same ability to harm the other, and the same threatening idols and gestures. I propose to show briefly what each of these two colossi looked like just before their clash and during it. There could be no doubt about the power, the vigor, the health, and the self-confidence of one of the colossi, the American. The 74. United States had during the Second World War more than doubled its wealth, its productive apparatus and its annual income. And it held the monopoly of atomic energy. It is no reflection on the bravery and ingenuity of American soldiers, airmen, and sailors to say that this nation, the wealthiest of the world, had also the good fortune of having bought its victory at the cheapest price. Not a single bomb had fallen on American soil, and the loss of life the American armed forces had suffered was very small indeed. The American Colossus, it might be said, returned from the battlefield with barely a scratch on his skin. And yet there was weakness in him as well, but it lay where he least suspected it, in his own bewilderment with his size and power, and, unfortunately also, in his complacency, self-righteousness, and arrogance. What a different picture the Russian Colossus presented. After all his battles and triumphs, he was more than half prostrate, bleeding profusely from his many wounds. The most densely populated, the wealthiest, the most civilized parts of the Soviet Union had been laid waste. At the end of the war 25 million people in those provinces had been rendered homeless and lived in dugouts and mud huts. The list of casualties amounted to at least 20 million dead. When the first post-war population census was carried out in the USSR in the year 1959, it showed that in all age groups older than 32 years, there were only 31 million men compared with 52 million women. Think what these figures imply. Can you imagine the dreadful shadow they cast every aspect of Russian life and policy? For many, many years after the war only old men, cripples, women and children could be seen on the fields of Russia tilling the land. Elderly women had to clear with their bare hands thousands upon thousands of acres of rubble from their native cities. And do you visualize what this deficit of 21 million men, what this lost Russian generation, has meant to the sexual life of the nation, to its family relationships, to its nerves and to its morale? I am speaking about this not in order to enlist here any belated sympathy with Russia's ordeal, but to demonstrate to you how misleading are some of the images and assumptions which have become customary to popular thinking in the Cold War. Yes, at the beginning of the Cold War the two colossi confronted each other, but one was full-blooded, vigorous, and erect, and the other prostrate and bled white. This is the incontrovertible truth of the matter. And yet shortly after the end of the war the image of the Russian colossus, of a malignant colossus, bent on world conquest and world domination, haunted the popular mind of the West and not only the popular mind. In his famous Fulton speech of March 1946, the speech that rallied the West for the Cold War, Winston Churchill declared that nobody knew what Soviet Russia and its Communist International Organization intends to do in the future, or what are the limits, if any, to their expansive and proselytizing tendencies. He spoke of the growing Soviet challenge and peril to civilization, of the dark ages that may return, and he exclaimed, "Beware, I say, time may be short. Do not let us take the course of letting events drift along until it is too late." A year later President Truman's message to Congress, the text of the so-called Truman Doctrine, resounded with the same urgency in proclaiming America's duty to resist communist subversion all over the world and in particular in Eastern Europe. The following year President Truman, already preparing the North Atlantic Alliance, spoke again of the Soviet Union's designs to subjugate the free community of Europe, and the text of the Atlantic Alliance, signed on April 4, 1949, provided that an armed attack against any member of the alliance in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against them all. Thus the leaders of the West in the most solemn and formal manner warned the whole world about the reality of the military threat from Russia. This threat served as the justification for the formal reversal of the alliances and the beginning of the rearmament of Western Germany. Yet, if one thing was or should have been clear, it was this: Russia, with 20 million of her people killed and uncounted millions crippled, for many years to come would not be able to wage any major war. She might perhaps fight for her survival if forced, but she was certainly in no physical or moral condition to undertake any large-scale invasion of foreign countries. Any intelligent demographic expert might have calculated the number of years 15 or 20 which it would take her to fill the gaps in her manpower. Let me also add that between 1945 and 1948, demobilization in Russia proceeded at such a pace that the Soviet armed forces were reduced from nearly 1,142 million men to less than 3 million. Only a year after the proclamation of the Truman Doctrine did Stalin decide to restart mobilization. Then, in the course of 3 or 4 years, after NATO had been formed, after the rearmament of Germany had begun, he raised the number of his men under arms to 5 million. More than once in history had major powers formed alliances and even opened hostilities with the help of false scares. But never before had responsible statesmen raised a scare as 76. Gigantic and as unreal as was the alarm about Russia's design for world conquest and world domination, the alarm amid which the North Atlantic Alliance came into being. But what about Russia's fifth columns? The various communist parties subservient to Stalin? I would be the last to deny or excuse that subservience, for I have exposed and opposed it for nearly 35 years, first as a member of the Communist Party and then as a Marxist belonging to no party. But it is one of the shoddiest myths of our time that Stalin and his minions have used the communist parties to promote world revolution. It is true that anti-communists as well as communists of the Stalinist persuasion have purveyed that myth. But this does not make it more credible. In truth, Stalin more often than not used the subservient communist parties to slow down, to hamper, and even to sabotage the growth of world revolution. He had emasculated them as organs of revolutionary struggle and turned them into the auxiliaries of his diplomacy. He had trained them to extol his tyranny, to praise his 1939 pact with Hitler, to justify his Tehran and Yalta bargains with Churchill and Roosevelt, and to damp down the revolutionary spirit of the Western European working classes in the aftermath of the Second World War. In the first few years after the war, the French Stalinists served gladly in General de Gaulle's governments as junior and meek members, disarming the fighters of the communist resistance and urging moderation on the workers. The Italian Stalinists, led by Palmiro Togliatti, did the same. It is indeed doubtful whether the bourgeois order would have survived in Western Europe, or rather it would have been possible to restore it in the years 1944 to 45 if the communist parties had not, under Stalin's inspiration, so willingly and zealously assisted in this. It is possible to argue that in the post-war revolutionary turmoil, Stalin did more to save Western Europe from communism than the American administration did or could do, that he had saved France and Italy from communism even before President Truman proclaimed his doctrine. We know now in the teeth of what obstruction from Stalin the Yugoslav communists, led by Tito, accomplished revolution in their country. And we know also how cynically Stalin abandoned the embattled Greek communists to their fate when they were crushed by British armed intervention. The key to Soviet policy lay not in any design for world conquest, but in the so-called gentleman's agreement which Stalin concluded with Churchill in October 1944, on the division of spheres of influence in Europe. Under that agreement, later shamefacedly endorsed by Roosevelt, Russia was to exercise 90% of influence in Eastern Europe and in the Balkans, while 10% was reserved for all other powers. Britain was to exercise 90% of influence in Greece, and in Yugoslavia the division was to be 50-50. To this grotesque gentleman's agreement Stalin adhered to the letter. Having granted the British a 90% predominance in Greece, he denied the Greek communists any help, and he did not utter even a murmur of protest when they were being put down by force of British arms. But, naturally enough, he felt entitled to exercise his own preponderance in his own zone of influence in a like manner. He began to impose the Stalinist regime on Eastern Europe. Yet more cunning than Churchill and working in a different social and political medium, he did not have to send out his armored divisions to crush popular uprisings. He obtained control over his so-called sphere of bakes by means of a method which was half conquest and half revolution. Yet, up to the moment when the Truman Doctrine was proclaimed, and even for some time later, he still acted slowly and prudently so as to avoid offending his wartime allies. In 1947 the Jehi of the anti-communist parties still sat in the governments of Eastern Europe, just as the communists did in Western Europe, in more or less subordinate positions. It was only after the communists had been ejected from the French and Italian governments, and it was an open secret in Paris and Rome how much the American ambassadors in those capitals had exerted themselves to bring this about. It was only after this that Stalin began to eject the anti-communists from the Eastern European governments and to establish the single-party system. Then in June 1947 came the challenge of the Marshall Plan, under which the United States offered on certain terms its economic assistance to all nations of Europe including the USSR. This was a dangerous challenge to Stalin's government, and it would probably have been dangerous to any other Soviet government. For American economic superiority over Russia was at that time so overwhelming, that from the Soviet viewpoint the Marshall Plan represented a threat of an irresistible penetration of American capital into Russia and Eastern Europe. Stalin not only rejected and forced all Eastern European governments to reject Marshall aid, but, with the communist coup in Czechoslovakia in February 1948, he carried the Stalinization of Eastern Europe to its logical conclusion. And he finally pulled down the Iron Curtain over the whole of his zone of influence so as to 78. Render impossible any penetration of American or other Western influences. It goes without saying that his actions and the ruthlessness and brutality with which he clamped down a regime of terror on the whole of Eastern Europe provided in Western eyes a justification, one might say a post factum justification, for the Truman Doctrine and for the other measures of Cold War. In examining any international conflict, it is usually an arid intellectual exercise to ask the simple question, who started it all? And I do not propose to dwell on this issue or to apportion the blame for unleashing the Cold War. As we look back upon the scene of the late 1940s, it is, I think, quite clear that two of the major assumptions underlying the Western strategy in the Cold War were unreal: the assumption of a more or less imminent military threat from Russia, and the assumption that the motive of Stalin's policy was an international revolutionary aspiration, indeed, a boundless subversive ambition. I urge you to consider this central paradox of Stalin's rule, a paradox which has had its effect upon the Cold War up till now. In his dealings with his own people, Stalin was a most ruthless, unscrupulous, and bloody tyrant. In his dealings especially with the members of his own party and with communists at large, he was a fraudulent and treacherous manipulator. He had no compunction in extracting from the Russian workers and peasants their sweat and their blood. His great purges, his mammoth concentration camps, and his insane GPU stand in history as black monuments to his infamy. Yet this treacherous tyrant was also in his way strangely strict and almost scrupulous in his dealings with bourgeois diplomatic partners. In these dealings he adhered always to the letter of his obligations with a certain Byzantine legalistic punctiliousness. From that letter he would snatch whatever advantage he could by processes of tortuous interpretation, but he rarely if ever permitted himself an open violation of the letter. Even in Stalinizing Eastern Europe he still acted within the letter of his wartime agreements with Churchill and Roosevelt as he interpreted them. And it may be held that he acted even within the spirit of those agreements. Had not Churchill granted him 90% of control over Eastern Europe and the Balkans? And were Churchill and Roosevelt really so innocent as not to know or guess the manner in which Stalin would exercise that 90% control? Even if they were, was this Stalin's fault or the fault of his government? He stuck to his bargain, got the most out of it in Eastern Europe, and did not allow Western European communism to raise its head in the days of its strength and influence. It is now well established that in the years 1948 and 1949 Stalin was to the last opposed to Mao Zedong's plans for the seizure of power by the communist armies in the whole of China. If the purpose of Western Cold War strategy was to contain communism, then the historic irony of the situation consisted in this, that no one contained communism more effectively and no one could contain it more effectively than Stalin himself did. We are confronted here with one of the great puzzles in contemporary history. When the leaders of the West spoke in those early phases of the Cold War about the threat from Russia, were they themselves seeing visions and nightmares, or were they conjuring up dangers in which they themselves did not believe? It is difficult to give a clear-cut answer to this question. In all PCP, our leaders and Cold War strategists themselves partly believed in the dangers they conjured up. Nightmare and reality have mingled and are still mingling in Western Cold War thinking. The Second World War, like the First, had produced a genuine revolutionary aftermath of which our possessing and ruling classes had every reason to be afraid. But they failed to understand the phenomenon which inspired them with fear. They saw the social turmoil in which much of Europe was engulfed after the collapse of the Third Reich, they saw the dissolution of the old empires in Asia and Africa, they saw the rising of countless colonial and semi-colonial peoples, yet they could not believe, or they preferred not to believe, that this revolutionary turmoil had a dynamic force of its own, that it had sere from all past history, that it was anchored in the aspirations of the peoples themselves, and that it was not and could not be anyone's puppet creation. The conservative mind sees in revolution, as a rule, the malignant intrigue of instigators and agitators, and never the outcome of any legitimate struggle. And so Churchill and Truman, and their associates, came to suspect or half-suspect that the great instigator and agitator behind the revolutionary ferment of the post-war years was none other than Stalin himself, their wartime ally. True, during the war Churchill had more than once expressed his appreciation of the essentially conservative quality of Stalin's statesmanship. "I know of no government," Churchill said in the last months of the war, "which stands to its obligation, even in its own despite, more solidly than the Russian Soviet government. I decline absolutely to embark here on a discussion about Russian good faith." Yet, only a year later Churchill, 80, was already denouncing Stalin in terms in which he had denounced Hitler. In truth, Stalin's policy was ambiguous. As leader of the new privileged groups in Soviet society, of the bureaucracy and of the managerial elements, he was primarily interested in preserving the social status quo within the USSR and without. This accounts for the essentially conservative character of his international policy and diplomacy. He was almost as much afraid of the revolutionary turmoil in the world as were the leaders of the West. He viewed with distrust and even with outright hostility the aspirations of the exploited and oppressed peoples, and yet as the inheritor of the Russian Revolution, as Lenin's successor and as the head of the communist movement which even in its degenerated condition still professed its Marxist orthodoxy, he had to present himself as the friend and promoter of every revolutionary interest in the world. Wherever any revolutionary movement came to the top despite his obstruction, he had to assume the posture of its inspirer and protector. This was the posture he had first assumed towards the Yugoslav Revolution, this was the posture he maintained throughout towards the Chinese Revolution. Moreover, his kind of revolution, revolution from above, was indeed his answer in Eastern Europe to the Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan. Stalin confronted the leaders of the West as a Janus-like opponent, one face conservative, the other revolutionary. And the leaders of the West reacted bitterly and resentfully, because their own political consciences were troubled. They had allied themselves with communism against Nazism, and the necessities of this alliance led them to yield up Eastern Europe to Stalin. From the viewpoint of their class interest and class psychology, the leaders of the American and British bourgeoisie had acted a most paradoxical and self-contradictory role. They had yielded ground to their class enemy, they then sought to regain that ground. Churchill and Truman tried to wrest from Russia the zone of influence that Churchill and Roosevelt had yielded to her at Tehran and Yalta. They sought to contain Stalin's power at the frontiers of the USSR. This was the first program of the so-called containment policy, its maximum program of the years 1946 to 48. It failed at once and it failed utterly. It speeded up the disaster it was designed to prevent. It provoked Soviet power to erupt all the more violently, to cover hermetically the whole of the Soviet zone of influence, and to grip remorselessly the whole of Eastern Europe. This first and almost instantaneous defeat of the containment policy was followed by another, by a defeat incomparably more vast and more momentous, the defeat in China in 1949. Here was a gigantic demonstration of the unreality of the major assumptions of Western Cold War strategy. No Russian designs against the West and no Russian subversion had brought about or could bring about the explosion of the Chinese volcano. Both Stalin and Truman had worked, each in his own different way, to contain the Chinese Revolution, and the volcano had exploded over the heads of both. But while Stalin quickly came to himself, and not only bowed to reality but assumed the posture of the friend and protector of the revolution that had won despite him, our Western Cold War strategists refused and are still refusing to face reality. Shutting their eyes to the inherent momentum, to the innate dynamic force of the Chinese Revolution, they treated it as a result of an ignoble intrigue and as a Russian puppet. The vital lesson of the Chinese Revolution was that when any great nation struggles to recast the very foundations of its social and political existence, nothing can stop it, and that the most clever containment policy is and will ever be impotent against the genuine element of revolution. If our statesmen believe that arms and diplomacy can stop mankind in its search for new forms and for a new content of its social existence, they are only reactionary utopians. They can delay the process of worldwide change, they can make it more painful and spasmodic, but they cannot halt it. Let me now consider another erroneous Cold War assumption. While Western strategists overlooked Russia's real weakness in the early phases of the Cold War, when Russia was exhausted and bled white, they also strikingly underrated her potential strength. In the early phases, the Cold War was fought on the assumption that Russia would not be able to break the American monopoly of atomic energy for a very long time to come. In those years we were told that Russia lacked the raw materials, the uranium ore, the engineering capacity, and the know-how needed for the production of nuclear energy and for the building up of a nuclear arsenal. Later we were told that even though the Russians had managed to split the atom, they would not be able to pile up a substantial stock of atomic bombs. Later still we were assured that though she may have a large 82 number of atomic bombs, she would certainly not be able to manufacture H-bombs. And when this proved wrong, the experts maintained that although the Russians had the warheads, they did not and would not have the means of delivery that would allow them to strike at the American continent. Intercontinental ballistic missiles were supposed to be beyond the reach of Russian technology. For over 12 years, until the first Russian Sputnik broke into outer space in 1957, the Cold War was waged on the assumption of an absolute and unchallengeable American superiority in all fields of technology. How could so much wishful thinking blind Western statesmen and experts? They sincerely believed in the unchallengeable superiority of the social system which they administered, the capitalist system, and they looked down with genuine contempt on the new economic system with the help of which Russia, in the worst of circumstances, was trying to raise herself from her age-old poverty and backwardness. They did not believe that that system could work. They dismissed all data about Russia's difficult, uneven, and yet tremendous economic and social progress as so much bluff and red propaganda. Only with the great shock of the Sputniks and Luniks came the reluctant realization of the fact that the Cold War had reached a stalemate, and that peace rested on a shaky and explosive balance of deterrence. Yet again and again the assumption of Western and more specifically of American technological and military superiority recurs in Western strategic thinking until it is disproved by some new facts, and then it gives place to panic and fear. In fact, arrogance and panic seem to drive the policy makers around in a vicious circle. But let us turn back to the more political presuppositions and notions of the Cold War. We have seen how unreal was the notion of a Russian colossus bent on subversion and world domination. During the greater part of the Cold War, indeed until quite recently, Western strategic thinking assumed also that the Soviet colossus was a monolith, that the Soviet Union and China and all their allies and satellites formed a single bloc. We were told that Soviet power derived its malignant and threatening character precisely from this, its monolithic quality. Again, this notion had some limited basis in reality. Stalinism had pressed all its subjects into a single totalitarian mold and had imposed an absolute, dogmatic, though unprincipled, uniformity upon the entire communist movement. As a historian, J. remained convinced that Stalinism would have never succeeded in that, as it did, if the Soviet Union had not been exposed to constant hostile and warlike pressures from outside. Those pressures enabled Stalin to blackmail the Soviet people into total obedience. Without the very real threat from Hitler, without the need to counter that threat with a desperate arms race, the people of the Soviet Union would not have submitted to Stalinist terroristic exactions as meekly as they did submit in the 1930s and in the years of the war. They might have refused to accept his dictates after the war if Russia had not had to rebuild her ruins amid new and dangerous pressures from the outside. Our Cold War strategists thus helped to cement the Stalinist monolith. Yet the idea that the Stalinist monolith needed to expand, because expansion fortified and consolidated it, was completely wrong. On the contrary, as it expanded, the Stalinist monolith began to crack and to break up. Tito's 1948 revolt against Stalin foreshadowed this development. By the time of Stalin's death, social changes and discontents inside Russia and dissensions between Russia and the other communist countries worked against the Stalinist monolith. An epoch of change was opening in the communist camp. A few of us here in the West, and we were very, very few indeed, saw the coming change and analyzed its first symptoms. We were decried as wishful thinkers and false prophets. Our Cold War propagandists and our congresses for cultural freedom assumed that the Stalinist monolith was immutable and that it was going to survive Stalin for a long, long time to come. Among Western statesmen only Winston Churchill, who was again Britain's Prime Minister, kept his eyes and ears open. Shortly after Stalin's death, he sought to turn the attention of the Western governments and peoples to the wind of change and the new movement of feeling in Russia, and he urged his colleagues in NATO to see whether they could not come to some terms with Stalin's successors. But Churchill, the proud prompter and inspirer of the Cold War, was now disavowed by the White House and by his own Foreign Office, and his insight was ridiculed. We shall never know what opportunities to halt or abate the Cold War and the arms race were missed then. Suffice it to say that these were years when the Soviet Presidium was deeply divided between the faction that was determined to hold on to Berlin, and another faction favoring a Soviet withdrawal from Germany. Those determined to hold on won the day, not without some assistance, one may assume, from Western irreconcilability. The notion of a Soviet monolith, the notion in which Stalinism itself had gloried, continued to dominate Western strategic thinking. And it did so even when the deep breach between Khrushchev's Russia and 84. Mao's China became quite apparent to those who could read the signs. The first accounts of this breach, I myself was publishing them in the American press as early as in 1958, were dismissed by official American spokesmen as utterly groundless. As late as 1961, official Washington was still declaring that those who talked about a Russo-China controversy were dupes of Soviet propaganda. Until the early 1960s, the Cold War strategy still rested on the assumption of the Russo-Chinese monolith. When this assumption, too, at last collapsed, the Cold War strategists swung abruptly to the opposite extreme and began grossly to exaggerate the extent of the Russo-Chinese controversy, and to exploit it. A new image of Russia began to make its appearance in the West, the image of an emerging bourgeois Russia which must be terrified of the growing power of China, the new dangerous colossus rising across her frontiers. All the malignant character that the Cold War ideologists had for so long attributed to the Soviet Union was now transferred to China. Peking rather than Moscow was now seen as the fount of worldwide subversion, as the threat to world peace. Of course, the Maoists spoke to the West in an idiom more militant and defiant than that used by the Khrushchevites. Of course, their resentment against the West, especially against the United States, was and is very sharp. And the ostracism under which the United States has kept communist China makes the resentment more and more acute. But all this does not add up to a Chinese menace to the West, and those who speak of that menace do so in order to justify the obsessive hostility towards communist China shown by all successive American administrations. And so in the last few years Chinese communism became the chief villain, and to drive a wedge between Russia and China was gradually becoming the declared new purpose of West's strategy. There is, of course, nothing reprehensible in the attempt of any hour to benefit from the internecine quarrels of its opponents. It has the loudly proclaimed purpose of communist policy to benefit from the internal contradictions in the capitalist imperialist camp. There would be nothing inherently wicked in the American attempt to drive a wedge between Russia and China, if the wedge were not recklessly driven through the living body of the people of Vietnam, and if it did not threaten the peace of Asia and, indeed, of the world. The American administration, I suggest, is dangerously overplaying its hand in Vietnam because it underrates the necessity for Russia to maintain some solidarity with China in the face of armed American pressure on Southeast Asia. Underlying the Russo-Chinese controversy over strategy, tactics, and ideology, there is still the basic solidarity between the anti-capitalist regimes of the two countries. They can afford to quarrel only when the full blast of Western hostility towards the one and the other has abated somewhat. When that hostility mounts again and hits one of them, they must draw together. Last summer's American armed forays in the Gulf of Tonkin caused the gravest alarm in Moscow. 2 months later Khrushchev, the advocate of a Russian rapprochement with America, and Mao Zedong's chief antagonist, was overthrown. Whatever may have been the domestic reasons for that coup, the White House, the Pentagon, and the State Department contributed to Khrushchev's fall. Khrushchev's successors set out to mend Russia's disturbed relations with China, and although they have not healed the breach, they have stopped its continuous aggravation. Whereas Khrushchev spoke of a Russian withdrawal from Southeast Asia, his successors insist on Russia's presence there. They are sending arms to Vietnam and talk of sending volunteers. Against the American intervention, Peking and Moscow are speaking with almost the same voice, no matter how much they actually differ. The clumsy and reckless wedge is achieving the opposite of what it was intended to achieve. Instead of driving the communist powers apart, it imposes on them a measure of unity. As at so many earlier stages, the Cold War strategy defeats itself. From what I have said, it is, I think, quite clear that all the characteristic misconceptions and delusions of the Cold War are reproduced in Vietnam. Once again, American policy is based on opposition to a genuine native revolutionary force. The Viet Cong is backed in its struggle by an overwhelming majority of the Vietnamese peasantry, otherwise it would not have been able to hold its ground and extend its control over 3/4 of the country. No EES power, no matter how formidable its weapons, can in the long run prevail against this kind of a revolutionary element. The French have repeatedly found this both in Indochina and in Algeria, and the British have found it in so many of their former colonies and dependencies. Unwilling to see this, the White House and the State Department are telling the world that the real culprit is once again a foreign communist power, North Vietnam, and, behind it, the malignant Chinese colossus. The logic of this argument requires, of course, that military blows be inflicted on North Vietnam and, at a further remove, on China. And once again provocation breeds counter-provocation. North Vietnam and China and 86. Perhaps even Russia may all be drawn into the fighting in South Vietnam. Escalation works both ways. And the world listens with dismay to wild talk that the United States ought to use this opportunity in order to destroy the embryo of the Chinese nuclear industry. Can we take it for granted that this wild talk exercises no influence on official American policy? And that the American leaders understand that Russia cannot afford to watch passively any massive American attack on any of the vital centers of China? And that a Soviet government that would try to remain passive might be overthrown within 24 hours? In Vietnam, not only American policy has reached an impasse. The whole Western Cold War strategy, having for nearly 2 decades moved in a maze of misconceptions and miscalculations and amid the wreckage of so many illusions, now stands helplessly before the blind Vietnamese wall. It is perhaps time now to draw the balance of this long and terrible venture, to count its material, political and moral costs, and to assess the risks. I am not setting my hopes too high. I do not see the approach of the great ceasefire that would end the Cold War. To some extent, as I have said at the beginning, this has been and is an unavoidable war. The antagonisms and the tensions between the hours cannot be suddenly conjured out of existence. The conflict between capitalism and communism, which some prefer to describe as a conflict between democracy and communism, is not nearing any solution. The hostility between colonialism or neocolonialism and the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America will not soon die down. But if the stark realities of these multiple conflicts are likely to remain with us, it may yet be possible for all the forces involved to behave more rationally than they have behaved so far, to lift from these conflicts the hysteria and insanity of the Cold War, the fog of myths and legends, and the suicidal intensity of the contest. I still believe that class struggle is the motive force of history and that only a socialist world, one socialist world, can cope with the problems of modern society. But in our time, class struggle has sunk into a bloody morass of power politics. On both sides of the Great Divide, a few ruthless and half-wit oligarchies, capitalist oligarchies here, bureaucratic oligarchies there, are not only holding in their hands all the power of their nations, they have also obfuscated the minds and throttled the wills of their nations, and usurped for themselves the roles of the chief protagonists in social and ideological conflicts. The class struggles of our time have degenerated into the unscrupulous contests of the ruling oligarchies. Official Washington speaks for the world's freedom. Official Moscow speaks for socialism. Save me from my friends. Freedom might say. Save me from my friends. Socialism must say. On both sides of the Great Divide, the peoples have been silent for too long and have for too long identified themselves with their governments and their policies. The world has come very close, dangerously close, to a division between revolutionary and counter-revolutionary nations. This, to my mind, has been perhaps the most alarming result of the Cold War. Fortunately, things are changing in the Soviet part of the world, especially in Russia, where the people have been shaking off the old discipline and the old conformism and have been regaining an India mind and a critical attitude towards their rulers. Things are, I hope, changing here, in the United States too. I see a significant sign of the change in the determination of so many Americans to scrutinize and to argue out the assumptions of their government's policy, assumptions which America has so long accepted without scrutiny and in virtual unanimity. We may not be able to get away from the severe conflicts of our age, and we need not get away from them. But we may perhaps lift those conflicts above the morass into which they have been forced. The divisions may once again run within nations, rather than between nations. We may give back to class struggle its old dignity. We may and we must restore meaning to the great ideas by which mankind is still living, the ideas of liberalism, democracy, and communism. Part 3. Europe. The tragedy of the Polish Communist Party. Would you throw some light on the key problems of the history of the Polish Communist Party, which I am at present studying? I am particularly interested in the ideological and political currents within the party, in the background to the formation of its various factions, in the party's policy during the critical periods of the two interwar decades, and, finally, in its tragic end. Let us begin with some general reflections and with a remark of a personal nature. When you ask me to speak of the history of the Polish Communist Party, you are surely aware of the particular point of view from which I reply. In June 1957, exactly 25 years will have elapsed since I was expelled from the party as an oppositionist. I shall not analyze now the reasons for my expulsion. They have been stated clearly, although tendentiously, and with the passage of time their very bias becomes more and more self-condemnatory in the documents and statements published at the time by the party leadership dealing with the Krakowski affair. From 1932 until its dissolution I was in sharp conflict with the Polish Communist Party. Nevertheless, at the time of the dissolution and of the accusations made against its leaders, I stigmatized these actions as an unparalleled crime committed against the working class of Poland and of the whole world. The opposition group to which I belonged was in fact the only group of members or former members of the Polish CP which denounced this crime then and protested against it vehemently. It was unquestionably the Polish Communist Party which had the greatest influence on my intellectual and political development. Never doubted that it would be rehabilitated, though even the term rehabilitation is out of place here. It was a great and heroic party, the only party in Poland which represented the interests of the proletarian revolution, the great Marxist tradition, and a true and la internationalism. In this respect no other Polish party could be compared with it. Unfortunately, up to this day the history of the Polish Communist Party still remains a closed and sealed book. The most recent publications which I have had an opportunity to read are on the whole rather pitiable. They note the party's rehabilitation, but do nothing more. There is no real attempt to depict the great periods in the party's existence, the high flights and decline. What is striking is a tendency, the result of habits acquired in the course of many years, to be satisfied with clichés and writings in the manner of lives of saints. The only party in Poland which was worthy of bearing the name of a proletarian and Marxist party deserves to have its record studied in a serious, realistic, and ethical manner. The Polish CP was once buried under a pile of outrageous slanders. Let us not bury it again, wrapped in shrouds of golden legends to the accompaniment of senseless hymns. I should like to add a remark of a general methodological character. In order to understand the history of the Polish Communist Party, every important phase of it must be considered from a double point of view, from the angle of the class struggle within Poland itself, and from that of the processes which were taking place within the Communist International and the Soviet Union. These two groups of factors acted upon each other continuously. An investigator who restricts himself to an analysis of only one of these will be unable to grasp the essence of the story. As years went by, the processes occurring in the Soviet Union played a more and more important role and weighed more and more disastrously on the fate of the Polish party. Therefore, to see clearly the policy of the party and its ideological tendencies, and also to understand the factional struggle, we must be continuously aware of the class relationship within Poland and 6f the processes of development taking place within the Russian Revolution. What were the main internal divisions in the Polish Communist Party at the time it was founded, that is to say, at the end of 1918 and the beginning of 1919? These divisions followed from the fact that the Polish CP was born from the fusion of two parties, the Social Democratic Party of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania and the Polish Left Socialist Party. Each of these two parties had its own traditions. The Social Democratic Party grew in opposition to the nationalism and patriotism of the Polish nobility, harking back to the insurrectionist romanticism of the 19th century, and placed its main emphasis on proletarian internationalism. The Left Socialist Party had at first adhered to the patriotic insurgent tradition, and the restoration of Poland's independence had occupied a central place in its program, but later on it came closer to the internationalist attitude of the Luxemburgist Party. The Left Socialist Party had its affinities with the Left Mensheviks. Only under the influence of the October Revolution did it move closer to Bolshevism. The Social Democratic Party adopted as the proceedings of its 6th Congress show an attitude very close to that of Trotsky, remaining independent both of the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks. At the time of the revolution, the Luxemburgist Party again like Trotsky identified itself with Bolshevism. Here we must take note of the differences within the party between adherents of the party's official leaders and the so-called splitters. This was, however, a discord, not a genuine split. The splitters represented a certain opposition to the centralism of the executive committee, which operated from abroad. Furthermore, they were somewhat closer to the Bolsheviks. In the Polish Communist Party the SDKPL tradition was predominant from the beginning. Nevertheless, the importance of these differences should not be exaggerated. They were in actual fact restrained and even obliterated by the real unity of the newly founded party and the conviction of its members that the old divisions were a matter of the past. The party's ranks were further united by a sharp awareness of their common and unyielding opposition to the nationalist and reformist Poland, to the Poland of the landlords and petty nobility. Is it not true that the Communist Party began its political life in independent Poland with a certain moral disadvantage arising from its Luxemburgist tradition, which was opposed in principle to the struggle for national independence? There is a little truth and a great deal of exaggeration in that. The proof that this is so is seen, for example, in the relative strength of the different parties within the Soviets of Workers' Deputies which were set up, at the end of 1918, in Warsaw, in Lodz, and in the Dąbrowa coal fields. In Warsaw the forces of the Communist Party and of the Socialists were equally balanced and, if I am not mistaken, the Bund tipped the scales star. There was a similar situation in Lodz, although there the Communists had a certain superiority. In the Dąbrowa mining district the Communist Party was incomparably stronger than the Socialist Party, and with this is connected the episode of the Red Republic of Dąbrowa. One could say that on the eve of independence, the influence of the Polish CP over the working classes in the main industrial centers was certainly not smaller than that of the reformist and patriotic PPS. It was probably larger. The situation was complicated. On the one hand, events had to a certain degree refuted the assumptions on which Rosa Luxemburg and her comrades had dissented from the struggle for national independence. On the other hand, however, Luxemburg and her followers had been alone in placing their hopes on revolutions in Russia, Germany, and Austria, the three empires that had subjugated Poland, rather than on an unending repetition of Polish 19th-century insurrections. Pilsudskism and the Polish Socialist Party. The tragedy of the Polish Communist Party 95, which in 1918 was almost inseparable from Pilsudskism, had above all proclaimed its skepticism and distrust of the reality of revolution in these empires. Events had given the lie to the skepticism and distrust. Contrary to Rosa Luxemburg's expectations, Poland had regained her independence, but contrary to the expectations of her opponents, Poland had received it mainly from the hands of the Russian and German revolutions. History showed itself to be more cunning than all the parties, and that is why I do not believe that, in comparison with other parties, the Communist Party entered the phase of independence with any particular moral handicap. Moreover, while the Luxemburgists were rotting in Tsarist prisons and in exile, the Polish bourgeois parties placed themselves at the service of the occupying powers and collaborated with them. After the fall of these powers, this did not prevent the bourgeois parties from adopting hypocritical, ultranationalist attitudes and from seizing power. After the foundation of the Polish Communist Party, did the old controversy over Poland's independence go on within the party? Only at the beginning, and to an insignificant degree. Later it stopped altogether. The party was concerned with other problems: its position in the configuration of social forces, the elaboration of its political line, and, of course, the problem of the Russian Revolution and the prospects of world revolution. Did not the question of boycotting the Constituent Assembly of 1919 mark the appearance of a new division within the party sent? Unless I am mistaken, this question did not give rise to much discussion. On this matter the Polish and the German parties took similar stands, considering elections to the Constituent Assembly as a diversion which had as its aim the liquidation of the Soviets of Workers' Deputies. The Polish Sejm and the Weimar Constituent Assembly were regarded as the foundations of a bourgeois parliamentary republic, erected on the ruins of the Workers' Soviets, the potential organs of the socialist revolution. Undoubtedly, the two parties made a mistake in proclaiming the boycott of the bourgeois parliament, and in both cases this mistake was a result of the ultra-left mood of the period. 96. How did the Communist Party react to the Polish-Soviet War of 1920? The Polish Party treated this war, as it had every reason to do, as a war of the Polish possessing classes against the Russian Revolution, and as an integral part of the capitalist powers' intervention in Russia. The party fought it was at one with the Russian Revolution and obliged to defend it. The situation became complicated after Pilsudski's retreat from Kiev and at the time of the Red Army's march on Warsaw. The state of siege and the existence of military tribunals reduced to a minimum the party's open activities, and it was difficult for both leaders and rank and file to express the various nuances of communist opinion. Nevertheless, I should like to draw attention to characteristic differences which appeared among the numerous groups of Polish communists living in Moscow. When the question of the March on Warsaw came up, this group split in a rather paradoxical manner. On the one hand, the old Luxemburgists, the opponents of independence, Radek and Marchluski degree, spared no efforts to convince Lenin and the Russian Politburo that the March on Warsaw should not be undertaken, but that peace should be proposed to Poland as soon as Pilsudski's armies had been chased out of the Ukraine. On the other hand, the old supporters of independence, former PPS men like Felix Kahn and Lapinski, favored the Red Army's march on Warsaw. They maintained that the Polish proletariat was in a state of the utmost revolutionary ferment and would welcome the Red Army as its liberator. I should like to report yet another episode. In 1920 the paper Rotfani, the organ of the German Communist Party, published a protest against the March on Warsaw signed by Domsky, one of the most eminent Luxemburgist members of the Central Committee of the Polish Party. By the way, under the conditions of internal democracy, which existed at that time in the party, the right of a member of the Central Committee to publish such a protest was considered as something quite natural. Domsky remained a member of the Central Committee and played a leading role in it for many more years, until 1925 precisely. You asked whether the Luxemburgist tradition was not a moral embarrassment for Polish communism. I have no intention of defending post factum Rosa Luxemburg's ideas about national independence. I shall simply say that the Red Army's march on Warsaw was a much more serious and more damaging moral handicap for the Polish CP than had been all of Rosa Luxemburg's real or imaginary mistakes taken together. About these mistakes both her bourgeois opponents as well as Stalin have made an enormous amount of noise. However, the mistake made by Lenin in 1920, let us call things by their proper name, was a real tragedy for the Polish CP, because in effect it pushed the Polish proletarian masses towards anti-Sovietism and anti-communism. Nevertheless, after 1920 the party rapidly regained its strength, didn't it? Yes, to a certain extent. That does not alter the fact that the March on Warsaw also had certain permanent effects. It undermined the trust of the Polish working masses in the Russian Revolution. However, after 1920 the workers recovered fairly quickly from their first enthusiasm for Polish national sovereignty, and from the illusions that went with it. In the relatively freer atmosphere which followed the war, the working class had the opportunity to view the events more calmly. It became known that Lenin's government had done everything possible to avoid war between Poland and Russia, and that without Pilsudski's march on Kiev there would probably never have been any Soviet march on Warsaw. The Polish working class came to understand that Pilsudski, in 1920, was fighting not so much for Polish independence as for the estates of the big Polish landowners in the Ukraine, and also to satisfy his own dreams of grandeur. The early years of the 20s marked another increase in the influence of the Polish Communist Party, an influence which reached its peak in 1923, particularly in November, at the time of the general strike and the rising of the Krakow workers. This was the time of the 3Ws leadership, wasn't it? It was. One of them, Worski, was a former Luxembourgist, and the two others, Walecki and Wera, were former left socialists. Nevertheless, they formed a united leadership which proved that the old divisions within the party had been overcome. Now, however, we are approaching a particularly critical period, when the development of the class struggle in Poland was complicated once more, and to a certain extent distorted, by the influence of events taking place in the Soviet Union. For many years, I personally believed that in Poland, as well as in Germany, the year 1923 was one of a missed revolution. Now, after an interval of 35 years, I can no longer be so sure that the historical evidence bears out the correctness of this point of view. In any case, we certainly had many elements of a revolutionary situation, a general strike, the rising of the Krakow workers, the army going over to the side of the working class, and more generally, the country in a state of utter ferment. The only factor, it seemed, which was lacking was the initiative of a revolutionary party which might have led the revolution to success. The Polish CP did not show that initiative. In accordance with the resolutions of the International, the party was then following a policy of united front with the socialists. Up to a certain moment, this policy had produced excellent results, enabling the party to widen its influence, and introducing more vigor into the class struggle. But at the same time, the party leadership left the political initiative to the socialists, and in the critical days of November 1923, this produced unfortunate consequences. The rank and file felt that the party had allowed a revolutionary situation to pass by without taking any advantage, and they reacted, not without bitterness, against the opportunism and the lack of revolutionary initiative of the 3Ws. As I have said, the situation became even more complicated because of events taking place in the USSR. At that time the struggle between the so-called triumvirate and Trotsky broke into the open. At once it took on extremely violent forms unknown hitherto in the movement. The European communist parties were deeply disturbed, all the more so as until then Trotsky, like Lenin, had been the International's inspirer and greatest moral authority. In the autumn of 1923 the central committees of the Polish, French, and German parties protested, in one form or another, to the Central Committee of the Soviet Party against the violence of the attacks on Trotsky. Those who protested had no intention of associating themselves with Trotsky's specific policies. They were simply warning the Soviet leaders of the harm which the campaign against Trotsky was doing to the communist movement, and they appealed to them to settle their differences in a manner worthy of communists. This incident had serious consequences. Stalin never forgot or forgave this protest. Zinoviev, who was then president of the International, viewed it as a vote of no confidence in himself. Immediately, the communist parties of Poland, France, and Germany became involved in the internal Soviet conflict. The leadership of the International, in other words, Zinoviev and Stalin, dismissed from their posts the principal leaders of the three parties who had dared to come to Trotsky's defense. A pretext was provided by the mistakes committed by these leaders, notably by the group of the 3Ws in November 1923. They were expelled for opportunism, right deviation, and failure to exploit a revolutionary situation. Does it not follow from your account that those who criticized the 3Ws were justified? Even if they were justified, that did not authorize the leadership of the International in Moscow to intervene in such a drastic manner in the internal affairs of the Polish party. I must add that the leadership of the German and French parties was changed in the same way. In all these cases the changes were brought about as a result of orders from above, and not as a result of decisions taken by the members of the party in a way corresponding to the principles of internal democracy. This was the first dangerous attack on the autonomy of the Communist Party, the first act, as it turned out, of Stalinization, although this was done not only by Stalin, but by Zinoviev also. Both played demagogically on the feeling of disillusionment which existed among the rank and file of the Polish and German parties. This feeling was understandable and it turned violently against the three Ws in Poland. It is possible that if the party had been free to decide for itself, it might have changed its leadership. Nevertheless, more important than the fact of the change itself was the manner in which it was carried out. The way was open to further unscrupulous interference by Stalin in the affairs of the Polish Communist Party, an interference which was to end in the party's assassination. How did the party react to this first act of deliberate interference? Passively, unfortunately. Many of its members were more or less in favor of the three Ws being replaced. And even those who weren't did not oppose it. The operation was mild in comparison with the expulsions, purges and forced recantations which were to follow. Stalinism was only in its formative period, and could not yet show its claws. The attack on the displaced leaders was carried on with relative moderation and correctness of form, and this facilitated its acceptance. What was decisive, however, was the party's psychological attitude, its misguided conception of solidarity with the Russian Revolution, its belief that any conflict with Moscow must be avoided, no matter at what cost. The moral authority of the Soviet Party, the only one which had led a proletarian revolution to victory, was so great that the Polish Communists accepted Moscow's decisions even when Moscow abused its revolutionary authority. Stalinism was indeed a continuous succession of abuses of this kind, a systematic exploitation of the moral credit of the revolution for purposes which often had nothing to do with the interests of communism but served only to consolidate the bureaucratic regime of the USSR. During the years 1923 to 24 it was vital for Stalin to attack Trotskyism in the whole international. Dworsky and Kostrzewa tried to safeguard their own position by dissociating themselves from their own protest against Moscow's anti-Trotsky campaign. Their motives were understandable. In Moscow the majority of the Politburo and of the Central Committee had come out against Trotsky. In view of this, Dworsky and Kostrzewa decided that they could not support the minority in the Soviet Party and thus expose themselves to the charge of interfering in the internal affairs of the party. That did not, however, protect the Polish party from Soviet interference. Thus, although the three Ws had some sympathy with the views of the Trotskyist opposition, they came, in fact, to support Stalin and Zinoviev and to proclaim their loyalty to them. For this moment of weakness they had to pay dearly later on. What was the change in the party's policy after 1923 cents? What was called the left took over the leadership, Domsky, Zofia Unszlicht, and Lenski. Both in the international as a whole and also in the Polish party the new policy presented a sharp reaction from the orientation of the preceding period. This was, in fact, the time of an ultra-leftist policy. If in 1923 the party did not show enough revolutionary vigor, its policy during the years 1924 and 1925 was marked by a false excess of that vigor. This was all the more harmful, because after the crisis of November 1923 the objective possibilities of revolutionary action had decreased. During this period the Polish CP rejected the United Front tactic completely and dispersed its efforts in futile adventures. The result? It lost its influence and cut itself off from the working masses. It is worth recalling that, at the beginning of 1924, in local elections, the Polish CP was still stronger than the Socialist Party. This success, however, was no more than a delayed echo of the radicalization of the masses which had taken place in 1923, and it did not foreshadow the rise of a new revolutionary wave. In the following year the Communist Party's influence declined drastically. The party was unable to lead any mass action. This was not only a Polish phenomenon. The same fluctuations could be seen in all the communist parties of Europe. All were, in fact, pursuing the same ultra-leftist policy with similar results. This was the time of the Fifth Congress of the Comintern. It was called the Bolshevization Congresses, but actually it was the Stalinization Congresses. Henceforth, all parties were subjected to the same treatment, all followed the same line, all had recourse to the same tactical tricks, all launched the same slogans without taking into account differences in the class relationships of different countries, in the level and form of class struggle, etc. The movement had reached the stage of bureaucratic uniformity. The Polish party was affected by this even more painfully than were other European parties because its revolutionary tradition had been deeper and stronger, and it operated in conditions of complete illegality *, appealing continuously to the spinet of revolutionary self-sacrifice and to the heroism of its members, which never failed. Bureaucratic uniformity and revolutionary enthusiasm are a contradiction in terms. Nevertheless, at the end of 1925, Dworski, Walecki and Kostrzewa returned to the leadership of the party, didn't they? Yes. The ultra-leftist policy was soon discredited in the eyes of the party, and that of the three Ws was almost automatically vindicated. Whatever might be said against Dworski and Kostrzewa, they had the gift of feeling the moods of the working class and the ability to strengthen and widen contacts between the party and the masses. The periods when they led the party were, in general, those when the party expanded and conducted its activity on a grand scale, although it frequently lacked, how shall I put it, a revolutionary itch. The return of Dworski and Kostrzewa to the leadership of the Polish Communist Party was, again, due more to what was then happening in Russia than to the change of climate in the Polish party. In Russia, a new political situation had developed. The triumvirate had broken up. Zinoviev and Kamenev had turned against Stalin, and shortly afterwards they were to ally themselves with Trotsky. Stalin formed a bloc with Bukharin and Rykov and followed what has been called the rightist line in the Soviet Party and in the International. What was called the Polish Right, the three Ws, came back into favor for the time being because they had lent support to Stalin and Bukharin. On the other hand, a part of the ultra-leftist leadership, Zofia Unslicht and Domsky, sided with Zinoviev. It was for this reason, more than for any mistake they had committed in Poland, that they were removed. Once more, calculations connected with the struggle in the Soviet Party were decisive. Lenski, in spite of his ultra-left policy, remained in the leadership, sharing influence with the three Ws. Lenski, unlike Domsky and Unslicht, had come out against the Zinovievist opposition. More than this, he became the leader of the Stalinist nucleus within the Polish CP, whereas Dworski and Kostrzewa, although completely loyal to Stalin, maintained a certain reserve towards him and were closer to Bukharin's group. Later this division within the Polish party was to be crystallized in the formation of a minority faction led by Lenski and a majority led by Dworski and Kostrzewa. At the beginning of 1926 these two factions shared the leadership and both were responsible for policy, in particular for the May mistake, that is, the support the Polish CP gave to Pilsudski at the time of his coup d'état of May 1926. Could you say something more about the May mistake and explain its deluna degree among old party militants? I often find the following thesis: at the time of the coup the party could not avoid supporting Pilsudski, who had the confidence of the Polish Socialist Party and of the entire left, and whose putsch was directed against the so-called Chydzeniopiast government. The party, they say, considered that the coup constituted in a certain measure the beginning of a bourgeois revolution, and as such was relatively progressive, because during the previous period only the semi-feudal landed proprietors had held power, to the exclusion even of the bourgeoisie. The May mistake is clearly of fundamental importance in the history of Polish communism. I cannot attempt to give you here a detailed explanation of its background. This would require an analysis of the most complicated class relationships and political forces. Therefore, I shall simply try to sketch in certain broad historical outlines. Again, it is essential to examine the situation on two levels, on the level of the class struggle in Poland, and on that of the internal development of the Soviet Party and the Comintern. Let us begin with the purely Polish aspect. Poland was going through a crisis of the parliamentary regime. No stable government could be formed on a parliamentary basis, and this reflected the breakdown of the social and political equilibrium outside parliament. All the possibilities of parliamentary alliances had been exhausted. The masses were utterly disillusioned with the regime, which proved incapable of providing employment and of protecting workers from the catastrophic results of the currency devaluation, which had deceived the peasants' expectation of land reform, which had condemned the national minorities to oppression and despair. On the other hand, the propertied classes were equally opposed to Parliament and to the omnipotence of the Diet. They were afraid that the feeble Polish parliamentarianism, unable to ensure stable, let alone strong government, might expose the existing social system to the danger of violent attack and revolution. Objectively, the situation was ripe for the overthrow of the parliamentary regime. Theoretically, there were three possibilities. The parliamentary regime might have been overthrown by a fascist mass movement, similar to Nazism or the Italian prototype. This, however, was not the actual prospect. For reasons which I shall not examine here, all attempts to eat such a movement in Poland, attempts repeated more than once both before and after 1926, failed. Our native varieties of fascism or Nazism were little more than comic opera creations. The second theoretical possibility consisted in the overthrow of the bourgeois parliamentary regime by proletarian revolution. For this, one might have thought, the Polish CP should have been pre-arranged. However, during the months preceding the May coup, the CP had been preparing for almost everything except revolution. Up to a point, this fact reflected the ebb of the militant mood among the working class, the shock the 1923 disaster had inflicted on them, and, finally, the exhaustion of the movement by the pseudo-revolutionary, sterile activities of 1924–25. The communist movement lacked self-confidence, and when there was little self-assurance in the vanguard, there was, naturally, even less of it in the working class as a whole. Not believing in its own strength, the working class was inclined to place its hope in external forces and to calculate the benefits which it might obtain for itself through the activities of other classes or social groups. Such was the objective political background to the May mistake. A remark in passing: the Polish Communist Party's May mistake began even before 1926. If my memory does not mislead me, it was Jaworski who, on behalf of the Communist group, offered an emergency motion in the Diet in the autumn of 1925 on the dangers threatening the independence of Poland. The motion was as unexpected as it was amazing. It was astonishing that a friend of Rosa Luxemburg should suddenly raise an alarm about the dangers threatening Poland's independence. In the situation of 1925 it was difficult to see what justified the alarm. The conclusion of this emergency motion was even more amazing. In it, Jaworski, to meet the threat to independence, demanded the immediate return of Pilsudski to the post of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The spectacle was tragicomic indeed. Hardly 5 years had elapsed since Pilsudski had marched on Kiev, mainly in order to return the Ukrainian estates to their landowners, and the Communist Party was now calling back this man of destiny to head the army in order to safeguard national independence. It is enough merely to describe the situation in these terms, and these are the only realistic terms to dispose of the theory according to which the comeback of Pilsudski was supposed to mark the beginning of the bourgeois revolution in Poland. How could the defender of the feudal estates of the Zlachta have become transformed suddenly into the inspirer of the bourgeois revolution, the main task of which is usually to destroy feudalism, or what is left of it? I have mentioned three possible solutions to the crisis of the parliamentary regime in Poland. The third solution consisted in the setting up of a military dictatorship. Pilsudski was clearly the candidate, the pretender. He had this advantage over other generals: he enjoyed a high reputation. A legend surrounded him as a fighter for national independence, as former chief of the Polish Socialist Party, as the anti-Tsarist terrorist of 1905, and as the founder of the Polish legions in 1914. By clamoring for his return, the Polish CP blindly and in spite of itself wove a few of its own purple threads into the fabric of this rather phony legend. The party helped to create illusions in the working masses about the Grandad, as Pilsudski was called familiarly, and so to prepare the way for the May coup d'état. How much more correctly did Adolf Nowiczynski, the talented clown of the National Democratic petty bourgeoisie, grasp Pilsudski's role when he nicknamed him Napoleon IV, the very smallest? How much more appropriate it would have been for Marxists, who should have learned the art of political analysis from Marx's 18th Brumaire, to take this view of Pilsudski. It was, nevertheless, true that Pilsudski was opposing a center-right government, presided over by widows, which represented the interests of the petty nobility and gentry. Is it not true that it was precisely this government which had abolished parliamentary liberties and begun to set up a fascist regime? Do not these facts, independently of what happened in 1920, indicate that the party was right to a certain extent to support Pilsudski's scent? It is undeniable that this is how the situation appeared to very many communists and even more so to socialists. Nevertheless, these were optical illusions, and their spell was broken only when it was too late. In any case, one could not, without simplifying things too much, define the widows' government as one representing the interests of the large landowners. Widows represented a compromise between the interests of the landed gentry and those of the rich peasantry, a compromise that had been reached at the expense of the poor peasants, robbing the latter of the benefits of an agrarian reform. This compromise was clearly the result of the aspirations of the landlords and the kulaks. Moreover, it was not true that the danger of fascism came from this government. The government coalition represented the most reactionary combination of interests and forces that was possible within the framework of the parliamentary regime, but it worked precisely within that framework. Outside Parliament, it did not possess a political force strong enough to be set against the omnipotence of the Diet. This was the insoluble dilemma of the Polish propertied classes and their traditional parties. They were incapable of maintaining their class domination either by a stabili 106 zation of the parliamentary regime under their own auspices or by overthrowing that regime. As in Marx's description of the 18th Brumaire, only the executive, the state machine, could solve this dilemma, at least for a time. Throughout the 20 years between the two wars, the objective conditions favorable to the rise of a real fascist dictatorship did not exist in Poland, if by fascist we understand a totalitarian dictatorship based on a strong and clearly counter-revolutionary mass movement. There was no lack of candidates for the role of Hitler or of Mussolini, but in Poland the counter-revolution never succeeded in setting such a mass movement in motion. The counter-revolution could only offer a dictatorship of the sword. And once again, as in Marx's classic description, we were witnessing the quarrels and the coarse rows between our own pseudo-Napoleon and our own Changarny, quarrels over whose sword was to rule the nation, Pilsudski's or Haller's. And because of the role that the independence mythology played in our political life and also in our political thinking, the choice of the sword depended on the sheath. Only Pilsudski's sword, sheathed in the legends of the struggle for independence, was considered worthy of exercising power over the people and capable of beheading the feeble body of Polish parliamentarianism. In other words, Pilsudski expropriated the Polish landlords and bourgeoisie politically in order to preserve their sole domination over the proletariat and the peasantry. When, in May 1926, we saw President Widows, with his trousers half-buttoned, scuttling through the courtyard of the Belvedere Palace in Warsaw, pursued by detachments of Pilsudski's forces, we were witnessing, in fact, an act of political expropriation. To the working class and to its parties this is like the beginning of economic and social expropriation. But Pilsudski saved the Polish propertied classes in spite of themselves and in spite of their traditional representatives, and he did this with the help of the workers' parties. All of this does not yet explain fully the origin of the May mistake. Even before the May coup, the leaders of the Polish Communist Party had a premonition that Pilsudski was getting ready to seize power and that this augured nothing good for the working classes. Dworsky, it seems, said so publicly. Indeed, even some of the leaders of the Polish Socialist Party had few illusions on this score. I remember how, as a novice journalist of 19, on the first night of the putsch I found myself by chance in Warecka Street, in the office of Felix Perl, editor of Robotnik, the historian of the Polish Socialist Party, and one of its most eminent leaders. Perl was very worried and indignant. Every few minutes he grabbed the telephone and demanded to be put through to Pilsudski's headquarters, to General Tokarczewski, if I am not mistaken, and with a sweet and sour look on his face asked, "Any news on our front, Comrade General? How are our troops getting on?" Replacing the receiver, he paced nervously up and down, and forgetting that I was there, grumbled to himself, "This adventurer has landed us in the soup." Adventurer applied to Pilsudski. If he fails, things will go badly, but if he wins, he'll thrash us. This scene repeated itself several times during the night. Meanwhile, the presses in the Robotnik printing shop were turning out an appeal to the toiling people of the capital in which the adventurer was hailed as a firm friend of the working class and of socialism. But let us come back to the Polish Communist Party. Its leaders were too good Marxists to be, in normal circumstances, taken in so easily by optical illusions, even when these illusions originated in the peculiar class relationships in the country. There was another and perhaps a weightier reason for the May mistake, and it should be sought in the ideological atmosphere and in the policy of the Soviet Communist Party and the Comintern. The Polish party was not alone in making such a mistake. A similar one on a gigantic scale, which was to have tragic consequences, was committed by the Chinese Communist Party when it blindly supported Chiang Kai-shek and the Kuomintang. And in nearby Romania, almost at the same time, I think this was also in May 1926, the extremely weak Communist Party supported a similar military putsch carried out by General Antonescu. This was, we remember, the time of the Stalin-Bukharin bloc. Trotskyism had already been rooted. The bitter struggle between the Stalin-Bukharin group and the so-called Leningrad opposition led by Zinoviev and Kamenev was in full swing. Bukharin, for reasons of principle, and Stalin for tactical reasons, had both declared themselves the defenders of small peasant property and of the peasantry in general, which was supposedly threatened by the Leningrad opposition. The actual disagreements were over domestic, economic, and social policies, but, as usual, Stalin transformed a discussion on specific policies into a great dogmatic battle in which the issue at stake was allegedly the fundamental attitude towards the middle strata, the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie. Stalin and Bukharin accused the Leningrad opposition of hostility towards the middle strata and of failing to understand the importance for the proletariat of the alliance with these strata. This discussion formed a sequel to the anti-Trotskyist campaign of 1923-25, during which the most serious accusation made against Trotsky had been that in his theory of the permanent revolution he too had not appreciated at their true value the importance of the middle strata, their progressive role, and the need to form alliances with them. Trotsky, it was said, had not understood in 1905 the necessity for a bourgeois revolution in Russia, or had underestimated it. That was why he had proclaimed that in the 20th century the bourgeois democratic revolution and the socialist revolution would merge into a single one, to be accomplished under the leadership of the proletariat throughout. To try and skip the bourgeois stage of the revolution, so the argument ran, was the characteristic aberration of Trotskyism. I cannot enter here into an analysis of these extremely complex problems. I am concerned now with their repercussions in Poland. The Comintern was just then busy eradicating the Trotskyist and Zinovievist heresies. The distinctive marks of these heresies were defined as an ultra-leftist and negative attitude towards alliances with the middle strata, a fundamental unwillingness to make such alliances, and an unwillingness to recognize that bourgeois revolution, either in the underdeveloped countries, formed a separate stage of historical development, in which the bourgeoisie played a progressive and even a revolutionary role. The Comintern was as if seized with an obsessional cult of alliances. Any sign of scepticism with regard to this cult was stigmatized as Trotskyism. The cult of alliances served a double purpose. within the Soviet Union it justified the rightist line of Bukharin and Stalin, internationally it justified Soviet policy in China, which subordinated the Chinese CP to the Kuomintang and placed it under Chiang Kai-shek's orders. The principles and the methods of this policy were soon applied, automatically and bureaucratically, to all the parties of the International, and among them obviously to the Polish Party. Translated into the terms of Polish politics, this line implied an alliance with Pilsudski as the representative of the progressive forces of the bourgeois revolution. Pilsudski suddenly appeared almost as the ideal ally, and only the Trotskyists and the Zinovievists could spurn the ideal. At this time were there any Trotskyist or Zinovievist groups within the Polish Communist Party? As I have already mentioned, Domsky and Zofia Unszlicht had ideas which brought them close to the Zinovievist opposition. However, by that time, they had been removed from any activity in the Polish party. Nevertheless, the party leadership was fully aware of the practical and political questions as well as of the doctrinal issues which had been raised, and it worked under the pressure of the ideological conflicts in Moscow. At this time Worsky and Kostrzewa showed a quite extraordinary docility towards Stalin. They cherished the illusion that by paying the price of submissiveness they would buy for themselves freedom of action in their own party. Handicapped as they were by their double mistake of 1923, they were anxious to provide every possible proof of their conversion to the new Bolshevism that spoke of two distinct stages in the revolution, the bourgeois and the socialist, the Bolshevism that attached so much importance to its alliance with progressive bourgeois elements. The whole party propaganda was carried out in this spirit, and it created certain conditioned political reflexes within the party which definitely contributed to the main mistake. In addition, we must examine the effect on the party's state of mind of the campaign which was carried out with the aim of liquidating what was called the Luxemburgist heritage. This, by the way, is a problem which so far has not received the attention it deserves in Poland, probably because those who study the party's history have not been equipped sufficiently to tackle the problem. They lack both method and factual knowledge. The most extraordinary myths have multiplied around the Luxemburgist heritage. I do not want this statement to give rise to misunderstandings. I do not claim that Rosa Luxemburg was infallible, and I am not a Luxemburgist. Undoubtedly, she made some mistakes, but they were no more serious than those committed by Lenin or even by Marx, and in any case they were in quite a different category from Stalin's errors. It was, and 110. Still is, necessary to analyze these mistakes rigorously and objectively, and to see them in their true proportions. This, however, was not the kind of analysis in which Stalin was interested, nor was Zinoviev in the years 1923 to 24, when, in the name of the Bolshevization of the Polish CP, they declared a holy war on Luxemburgism, that is, on the main ideological tradition of Polish communism. In order to realize what really mattered to Stalin, it would be enough to reread his notorious 1931 letter to the editor of Proletarskaya Revolustaya. Instinctively, Stalin detected Rosa Luxemburg's affinity with Trotsky. And, even though there had been no Trotskyist opposition within the Polish party during the 1920s, that party reeked to him of Trotskyism. Stalin considered Luxemburgism as the Polish variety of Trotskyism. This provoked the furor theologicus with which the Comintern set out to crush the Luxemburgist heritage. It is undeniable that this heritage was not above criticism. Lenin's attitude on the question of national independence, or rather of the self-determination of oppressed peoples, was more realistic than that of Rosa Luxemburg. As far as the agrarian question was concerned, Rosa Luxemburg and her disciples did not go beyond advocating the socialization of farming, without understanding the necessity, in Russia and Poland, to share out the land of the semi-feudal latifundia among the peasants. This attitude did not allow Polish communism to exercise revolutionary influence over the peasantry in 1920, particularly in the Eastern Marches. At the time of the anti-Luxemburgist campaign, however, it was not enough to analyze these mistakes critically. The whole way of thinking, which belonged both to Luxemburgism and to Marxism, the traditions of true internationalism, the party's specifically proletarian and socialist orientation, its healthy suspicion of the leaders of the so-called middle strata had to be rooted out. Thus the Polish CP began to atone for the Luxembourgist sins against national independence by belated and absurd demonstrations of its reverence for fetishes of patriotism, and it began to pay undeserved homage to the legends of independence. From this there resulted the paradoxical spectacle, which I described above, when, in 1925, Warski sent out a cry of alarm at the dangers which faced national independence and demanded the return of Pilsudski to the post of commander-in-chief. On the one hand Warski was prey to the qualms of his own political conscience, and on the other hand he echoed the anti-Luxembourgist exorcisms that came from Moscow. As if to expiate the anti-patriotic sins of his youth, Warski, and in his person Polish Marxism at large, went to Canossa. On this pilgrimage the party was once more torn and tormented by bitter misgivings. It paid homage to the would-be dictator, of whom Rosa Luxemburg had said, at the beginning of the century, that his whole patriotic ideology was but the sublimation of the dream of a déclassé petty nobleman who, even under Tsardom, saw himself as the future Gabrysek of his own independent Polish state. Rosa may have been mistaken about the chances of bourgeois Poland regaining independence, but she was not wrong about Pilsudski's ambitions and the nature of Pilsudskism. Finally, Luxemburgism, like Trotskyism, was charged with the mortal sin of failing to understand the party's tasks in a bourgeois revolution. In their enthusiasm to fight and defeat the Luxembourgist tradition, the party leaders suddenly discovered that in Poland history had put on the agenda the bourgeois democratic revolution, and not, as they had thought hitherto, the socialist revolution, which would complete our overdue and unfinished bourgeois revolution. But if the bourgeois revolution was on the agenda, who could be its chief and its leader? Neither in its youth nor in its maturity had the Polish bourgeoisie produced a Danton or a Robespierre. How could it produce one in its old age? But an offshoot of our petty gentry, our frontiersman gentry, could still produce our own parish pump edition of the 18th Brumaire. It was in him, then, that our Marxists, misled and hopelessly confused by Stalinism, discovered the hero of the bourgeois stage of the revolution. The situation was grotesque precisely because this bourgeois revolution was designed to overthrow a government presided over by widows, the leader of the kulaks, backed by the largest section, the peasant section of the Polish bourgeoisie. And in retrospect the vicious circle in which the Polish CP moved under Stalinist guidance can be seen even more clearly. In 1926 the party saw in Pilsudski an ally against the fascism of widows, and a few years later, in the Popular Front period, it greeted in widows a fighter and an ally in the struggle against Pilsudski's fascism. Incidentally, without any Stalinist promptings, the Polish Socialist Party was floundering in the same vicious circle. You have recalled the analogy between the Polish CP's May mistake and the support the Chinese CP was giving to Chiang Kai-shek at the same time. Did the Polish CP give its support to Pilsudski on definite orders from Moscow in the same way as the Chinese supported Chiang Kai-shek? No. Not at all. Stalin's and Bukharin's attitude towards Pilsudski was different from that towards Chiang Kai-shek. In Chiang Kai-shek, then an honorary member of the executive of the International, they saw an ally of the Soviet Union and of communism. In Pilsudski they saw the enemy of the 1920 war. Not only had Moscow not advised the communists to support Pilsudski, they immediately took an unfavorable view of the CP's stand in the May coup d'état. Moreover, when the communist group in the Diet decided to vote in the presidential election for Pilsudski, it was prevented from doing so by the veto of the executive of the Communist International. It was not orders from Moscow, which were responsible for the May mistake, but rather a certain political fetishism which spread from Moscow and which was inseparable from that stage of the Stalinization and bureaucratization of the Comintern. Stalin did not prompt Warski to report to Pilsudski's headquarters during the May coup. Yet Stalinism was responsible for the May mistake, because it had confused the Polish CP, as it had confused other communist parties, because it had made it impossible for the party to analyze situations and problems in the Marxist manner, because it had terrorized the party leaders with cults that did not allow them to work out policies in accordance with the demands of our class struggle and our ideological tradition. One may say what one likes against Luxemburgism, but within the framework of this ism there was certainly no place for anything even remotely resembling the May mistake. Can anyone imagine Rosa Luxemburg reporting docilely at Pilsudski's GHQ and declaring her party's support for his coup? It took a luckless disciple of hers, a disciple whose backbone was already hopelessly deformed by Stalinism, to perform the feat. How long did the party maintain this policy? For a very short time. On the day following the coup d'état, or very shortly afterwards as far as I can remember, Communist Party P were circulating in Moscow, branding Pilsudski as a fascist dictator. Pilsudski himself did not allow the party to cherish any illusions. He refused straight away to grant an amnesty to the thousands of imprisoned communists. He boasted loudly of the strong-arm government he was going to set up. He repudiated all social experiments and reforms, and he sought at once to come to terms with the big landowners. There are some mistakes which are committed in a few days or even hours, but which cannot be repaired in decades. The May mistake was of this kind. In fairness to the Communist Party leaders, it must be said that despite Pilsudski's reactionary and dictatorial manners, the Polish Socialist Party backed him for 2 years or more, while the Communists recovered quickly from their May intoxication and began at once to wage an active struggle against Pilsudski, continuing to do so until the end. Disoriented and knocked off balance as it was, the Communist Party was still the only one to defend the cause of democratic liberties, while the declared upholders of democracy, the Socialists, helped Pilsudski to strengthen his position and to undermine all democratic institutions. Dworsky tried as best he could to make good the May mistake. On this occasion he showed great dignity, militancy and personal courage. In the name of the party, he hurled accusations in Pilsudski's face, and for this, on the dictator's orders and in the dictator's presence, he was dragged out of the National Assembly by Pilsudski's guards. In order to realize the effect that Dworsky's cry, "Down with the dictator," had, one must bear in mind the cult which surrounded Pilsudski at that time. Pilsudski himself was as if taken aback by this cry. This was the first attack on his legend, the first attempt to tear it to shreds. I also remember the image of Dworsky at the theater square on May 1, 1928. He was marching in the forefront of our huge and illegal demonstration, through the hail of machine gun fire and rifle shots with which we were greeted by the Socialist Party militia, while tens and hundreds of wounded were falling in our ranks. He held up his white-gray head, a high and easy target visible from afar, unyielding and unmoved. He addressed the crowd. This was the image of him I had in my mind when, some years later, it was announced from Moscow that he was a traitor, a spy, and a Pilsudski agent. What responsibility had the different majority and minority factions for the May mistake? Did this split exist even before 1926 cents? As far as I know, these divisions did not exist before 1926. It was, in fact, the May mistake which brought them into being. If my memory does not betray me, these two factions first came to the fore at the plenary session of the Central Committee in September 1926. And, as it happens, the new split was traced back to previous dissensions. Lenski, the leader of the minority, belonged in 1924-25, after the 3WS had been dismissed, to what was called the left. Most of those who had belonged to it were now indeed on the side of the minority, and many of those who had belonged to the right were now on the side of the majority. Even older antagonisms played a role, for two of the leaders of the majority, Kostrzewa and Walecki, had come from the Left Socialist Party. As for the opposition between Dworsky and Lenski, an attempt was made to trace it back to the conflicts within the Social Democratic Party before the First World War. Nevertheless, it seems to me that these were artificial genealogical trees, and that they were dragged in quite gratuitously. Their irrelevance to the situation of 1926 is proved by the fact that both factions, the majority as well as the minority, were responsible for the May mistake. At the critical juncture both behaved in exactly the same way. Both supported Pilsudski. Both equally recognized their responsibility for the blunder. The question they quarreled about was which of the factions had contributed more and which had contributed less to the May mistake. The majority was particularly identified with the theory of the two distinct stages of the revolution and the tactic of the United Front, in which the Communist Party marched, or limped, behind the Socialist Party. It was a little more difficult to define the attitude of the leaders of the minority, who themselves did not go to the trouble of defining it. To a large extent they represented a mood of radicalism in the party rather than any precise theoretical concepts. In no instance did they fight against the fetishes which were being imposed on the Polish party by the Comintern, and which had contributed to the Bolshevization, or in other words to the bureaucratization of the Polish CP. To that extent they contributed in a greater measure, perhaps, to the moral disarming of the movement. Both factions shared responsibility and each tried, not very effectively, to shift the blame to the other. This was a difficult period. The party was split from top to bottom and indulged in mutual and sterile recriminations. The recriminations were sterile because neither of the two factions was in a position to reveal the true sources of the mistake, neither was capable even post factum of making a Marxist analysis of the May Putsch and of the regime which came out of it. Each faction sought in the fragdy of the Polish Communist Party 115. Its adversary the cause for the party's moral political disaster, neither dared to look for the cause in the Comintern, neither had the courage to attack the fetishes of Stalinism, neither had the courage to challenge the false Bolshevization of the party. Neither dared to submit to a critical analysis the methods by which the Luxemburgist heritage had been fought, neither had the nerve to try to save what had been and still was great and valid in this heritage. Let us hope that the Polish working class will now rediscover this heritage at last. It will find there its own past and its own forgotten greatness. However, it is quite possible that habits of thought, formed not just in these last years but for a good 30 years, will make it difficult for the young as well as for the old generation of Polish Marxists to find a key to that heritage. I should like to add that this cannot be a question of using, for some tactical purposes, a few isolated fragments of Rosa's thinking, such as, for example, her initial doubts about 1917. There is no lack of such attempts to use Rosa Luxemburg in present-day Poland. No, the task of Polish Marxists is to assimilate the sum and substance of the ideas of our greatest revolutionary, the ideas which are in full harmony with the enduring achievement of Lenin. But let us come back to the Polish CP. The party was then searching exclusively within itself for the causes of its political errors. The leaders hoped to remain at the helm with the support of the ruling circles in the Soviet Union. Dworsky and Kostrzewa relied more, perhaps, on the support of Bukharin, who was then the moving spirit in the International. As for Lenski, he staked his future on Stalin. The two factions were desperately afraid of the possibility of a conflict with the Russians. They feared that this would amount to a break with the revolution and with the international communist movement. I am not making here any indictment of the men who led the Polish party. They had their reasons for behaving as they did. I know from my own experience, as the former member of an opposition which was not afraid of conflict with the Soviet Party and which undertook the struggle in 1932 with full knowledge of what was involved, I know from my own bitter experience that in fact all the groups which did not recoil from this conflict condemned themselves to isolation and political impotence. But the fact that the leaders of the Polish party had submitted to Stalin did not save them from political impotence either. And it did not save them from leading the working class into a blind alley. It condemned them to intellectual and moral sterility, and the party to death. The conflict between the majority and the minority already pre-116 scented a sad spectacle of that sterility. It was like a quarrel of damned souls imprisoned within the enchanted circle of Stalinism. There was no endeavor to find an explanation of the situation and to investigate the mistakes made and the tasks ahead. All were merely anxious to display Stalinist orthodoxy and loyalty to the bosses of the Comintern. Each faction used the latest orthodox formula to whiten itself and blacken its adversary. Any student who would now immerse himself in the party literature of this period would be struck by the scholastic methods of this controversy, by the obsessive repetition of some magic formulas, and by the queer violence of a debate, the object of which remains altogether elusive. Did you yourself belong to the majority or to the minority? I did not belong to either, probably because when I joined the party, at the age of 19, the dividing line had already been drawn and I did not really understand what it was all about. However, I remember clearly that in 1926–27 I had a very sharp sense of the futility of the dispute. It seemed to me that the majority carried the burden of a certain opportunism, and that the minority had the more revolutionary dynamic. What disturbed me about the latter was its intellectual crudity and inclination towards sectarianism. It seemed to me that the majority represented a more serious school of thought and a deeper Marxist tradition. This was the predominant view among the group of comrades with whom I mixed, young communist as I then was. This may have induced me to keep aloof from both factions and to search in a different direction for a way out of the impasse. I am convinced that the history of the Polish party must be tackled afresh. To approach it from the angle either of the old minority or of the old majority would lead nowhere and would bring no positive result, intellectually or politically. Which of the factions was dominant in the party after May 1926? At the time of the coup d'état the two factions shared the leadership, and this state of affairs lasted almost until the end of 1928. At the beginning of this period, Dworski's and Kostrzewa's ascendancy was more marked, if only because the Bukharinist line still predominated in the Comintern. As usual, their influence showed itself in a more organic activity of the party, in a closer link between the party and the masses, in a greater realism of its agitation, and in its stronger pull on the left elements in the Socialist Party, and also on the rural population and on the national minorities. In spite of the mutual recriminations which weakened it, the party had in certain respects recovered quickly from its May mistake. The working class had forgiven that mistake. Hadn't the communists admitted their error sincerely and unambiguously? After all, they all shared the same illusions. The party was now gaining strength. This was proved, for example, by the results of the municipal elections in Warsaw, where, in 1927, more votes were cast for the CP's illegal list than for the list of any other party. The electors knew that their pro-communist votes were lost, that none of our candidates would get into the municipal council, but they nevertheless demonstratively voted communist. This was again a period when in the main industrial centers Warsaw, Lodz, the Dąbrowa coal fields the CP was stronger than the Socialist Party, in spite of severe police persecution and wasteful interfactional struggle. In 1928 the Communist Party really was leading the working class in its struggle against the Pilsudski dictatorship. The fear which seized the Pilsudskists and a section of the Socialist Party explains the bloody repression of May 1, of which I spoke earlier. In spite of all the handicaps and difficulties, the party had some chance of going over to the offensive again. Just at this moment, however, it suffered a new blow, which knocked it off its relative balance and rendered it powerless. Are you referring to the change in the leadership and to the elimination of Dworski and Kostrzewa? Yes. And once again it was not what happened that mattered so much as how it happened. Whether Dworski and Kostrzewa or Lenski was at the helm was less important than the fact that the change was brought about solely from above, that it bore no relation to the logic of the class struggle in Poland. Once again, the Russian Party and the International weighed on the fate of Polish communists and the Polish working classes. At the 6th Congress of the International, in the summer of 1928, the struggle between Stalin and Bukharin, previously confined within the Soviet Politburo, had burst into the open. Acting under the pressure of the USSR's internal crisis, Stalin was reviving his policy towards the peasantry and preparing the wholesale collectivization. A huge social drama was being enacted in the Soviet Union, and it 118 entailed another drama, less obvious but in its consequences equally grave, for European communism. Having broken with Bukharin on domestic issues, Stalin set out to eradicate all Bukharinist influence in the Comintern and to change international communist policy. Automatically, this involved the condemnation of the majority in the Polish CP. Dworsky and Kostrzewa were deprived of all influence. The steering wheel was violently turned left. In 1929 Molotov put forward the ill-fated conception of a third period which, briefly, consisted in this: the capitalist world was entering a directly revolutionary situation, and consequently the communist movement must go over to an offensive struggle for power. Social democracy, otherwise social fascism, was communism's main and most dangerous enemy. Moreover, the left wing of the social democratic parties was more dangerous than the right wing. The communists should direct their main fire against that enemy. They were forbidden to enter into any agreements with socialists. They should set up their own red trade unions and, with their help, organize general strikes and armed insurrections. The policy of the third period was in force from 1929 to 1934. This was the time when Nazism was growing like an avalanche in Germany, and in the face of this threat, to which the Social Democrats were surrendering anyhow, the Communist Party found itself disarmed. When the party was told that its main enemy was not Hitler but social fascism, and that it had no right to ally itself with social democracy against Nazism, German communism, tied hand and foot, was delivered over to the heroes of the swastika. In Poland the direct results of this policy were not yet quite as tragic, but they were grim enough. The simmering conflict between Pilsudski on the one hand, and the Socialist Party and the peasant movement on the other, was nearing the boiling point. These were the years of the left-center opposition. Pilsudski seized the leaders of this opposition and had them imprisoned and tortured in the fortress of Brześć. The anti-communist terror, too, had grown more intense and reached a climax with the tortures inflicted on Ukrainian communists imprisoned in Luck. In these conditions the policy and the slogans of the third period, diligently translated into Polish by Lenski, had all the characteristics of a malignant political diversion. The party member had to concentrate the fire on the victims of Brześć and not on their executioners. He had to believe that the party's gravest sin would be to support the struggle of the left-center against Pilsudski, or to turn this struggle into a fierce revolutionary contest, which the leaders of the left-center neither could nor wished to do. In conditions incomparably more serious, the Polish CP repeated the whole series of ultra-left mistakes which it had committed in 1924–25. It indulged once more in ultra-revolutionary acrobatics, which consisted in launching revolutionary activities with great energy into an empty space, activities the aims of which became less and less real. Loud and big words were not followed by deeds. The party operated exclusively within its own ranks and these were melting away. It cut itself off from the working and peasant masses who had been first aroused and then confounded by the half-hearted struggle of the left-center. It lost common language with the mass of workers and found itself driven more and more towards the fringe of politics, towards radical but politically impotent déclassé petty bourgeois elements. The leaders did not, and would not, see the vacuum around the party and the moral ravages in the rank and file. In the long run a revolutionary party cannot tolerate with impunity a divorce between word and deed, nor can it turn its back on reality and feed on the conventional fictions of a pseudo-revolutionary line without having one day to pay for all this with the distortion of its own character. This indeed was the price the whole Comintern paid for the policy of the third period. The Polish party, in addition, labored under the dictatorship of a faction which, following Stalin's example, dragged its inner party opponents in the mud, gagged them, and thus stopped all the processes of opinion formation within the party. These characteristics of the Stalinist inner party regime, with which Poland was to become so thoroughly acquainted in the 1940s and 1950s, existed by the end of the 20s and had become fully developed in 1932–33. The phenomenon was all the more paradoxical because it did not result from the corruption of power, which to some degree may be expected in a ruling party, nor did it come about through the growth of a bureaucracy jealous of its social and political privileges. The Polish Communist Party remained the party of the oppressed and the persecuted. Its members and followers continued to crowd Pilsudski's and Rydz Smigly's prisons. The dream of proletarian revolution and socialism still animated them. It was this dream precisely that made them inclined to accept blindly everything which came from the Soviet Union, the fatherland of the proletariat. Instead of being true to itself, the party was becoming false to itself. Guided by its devotion to the cause of revolution, it was losing itself as the party of revolution. 120. In the middle 1930s there took place in the party a turn in favor of the Popular Front. How did this influence the party scent? At this time, I was already out of the party. Cut off from it, I could judge the facts from the outside only. Whatever else may be said about it, the policy of the Popular Front undoubtedly rejuvenated and refreshed the party, which came into contact with reality. This brought new elements within the party's sphere of influence. The intellectuals, who were then attracted by the Polish party, now play, it seems to me, an important role in Poland's political life. That is why to the young generation they present this period as idealized and enveloped in a beautifying mist. Nevertheless, we must examine it coolly and objectively. The Popular Front was the extreme opposite of the policy of the third period. Yesterday's social fascists turned out to be neo-fascist fighters. Even the right-wing leaders of the peasant movement, like widows, were recognized as knights-errant of democracy and progress. By comparison with the moderation of the party's new tactical line, the opportunism of Warski and Kostrzewa looked like exuberant ultra-radicalism. Yet the slogans of the Popular Front were, in 1935 and 1936, launched by the same leaders who in the previous years had directed their main fire against the social fascists and who had considered united front from below as the only admissible policy, and who had expelled hundreds of militants simply because they had dared to doubt whether social fascism was really the main and most serious danger. Once again, what is important is not so much what policy was applied as how it was applied. No inter-party discussion had preceded this violent change of line, which only followed the change of line of the Comintern, a line based in its turn on the calculations of Stalin's foreign policy. The effect which the reversal of policy had on the party itself was therefore full of contradictions. On the one hand, the break with the third period had a stimulating and reviving influence on the party, and allowed it to escape from its vacuum. On the other hand, the mechanical character of this turn, coming entirely from above, increased still further the atrophy of political thinking among the cadres of old militants, who had already become accustomed to replace one set of political rituals by another at a single word of command and to consider all political notions and all watchwords as so many conventional phrases with no living content. See, an ideological apathy made serious inroads. The young, who began their political life under the banner of the Popular Front, greeted the new slogans much more seriously and threw themselves with enthusiasm into the thick of anti-fascist activity. Nevertheless, this period was not conducive to the formation of Marxist consciousness in the young. They absorbed only very little of the party's specifically communist tradition. The party propaganda, disseminating the vaguest of democratic and anti-fascist slogans and the most insipid "let's all get together" proclamations, was jettisoning all the criteria of proletarian interest and class struggle. It hardly differed from the routine propaganda of right-wing socialists, except that it markedly lacked any genuineness. Ideological shallowness and a patriotic democratic vulgarity characterized the party, which once drew its inspiration from Rosa Luxemburg's flaming thought. I am dwelling on this not in order to tear open old wounds or revive lapsed controversies, but in order to show the state of spiritual weakness in which the party found itself on the eve of its assassination, and so to explain the passivity and the silence with which in 1938 it received its own death sentence and endured the unparalleled slaughter of its leaders. A picture presenting the Polish CP as a flourishing, intellectually healthy body, brimming over with strength, which suddenly fell a victim to Yezhov's provocation, would be false and unhistorical. There is no need to resort to such a myth in order to rehabilitate the party. Moreover, this would transform the very act of rehabilitation into a magic ritual. How did it happen, we must ask? that a party which had to its credit decades of underground struggle and a long and proud Marxist tradition submitted meekly to this horrible outrage without a protest, without making any attempt to defend its martyred leaders and fighters, without even trying to vindicate its honor, and without declaring that in spite of the death sentence Stalin had passed on it, it would live on and fight on. How could this happen? We must be fully aware of the moral corrosion to which Stalinism had for so many years exposed Polish communism in order to understand its complete collapse under the blow. At the time of its dissolution, the Polish CP was charged with being infected with Trotskyism and of being an agency of the Polish political police. What in fact was the influence of Trotskyism on the party? The Trotskyist opposition in the party was formed in the years 1931 to 32. It grouped comrades who had formerly belonged both to the minority and to the majority, and others who had not been connected with either faction. The opposition did not a priori take up a Trotskyist stand. It was formed on the basis of a critical view of the policy of the Third Period, the slogans about social fascism, the united front only from below, etc., and also of the bureaucratic inter-party regime. Demanding the right of self-determination for the Polish party, the opposition adopted a critical attitude towards the regime that was prevailing within the International and the Soviet Party. Consequently, the ideas of the Trotskyist opposition in the USSR and particularly the magnificent, though fruitless, campaign which Trotsky waged in exile for a united front against Hitler, had a powerful and decisive impact on our group. At the beginning, the opposition exercised a fairly large influence. In Warsaw, where the party counted at that time, it seems, hardly more than 1,000 members, the opposition had about 300 members, not counting a large circle of sympathizers in the party organizations. Unfortunately, the deplorable condition in which the party found itself affected the opposition too. The party was cut off from the workers in large industry and was relegated to a petty bourgeois fringe, and this weakness was reflected in the opposition. Although we had attracted many militants in the capital, our influence was much weaker in the provinces, where the pulse of party life in general had been rather feeble. The bulk of the militants viewed the opposition with much sympathy so long as they did not realize that not only adherence but even mere contact with the opposition would be punished by expulsion from the party. The new grouping, which did not simply continue the old and sterile quarrel between minority and majority but posed the problem of party policy on a new plane, was at first greeted with relief. The party leaders retorted by expelling and slandering us in the best Stalinist style. The same leaders who, a few years hence, were to be liquidated as police agents now branded the opposition as the agency of social fascism, then simply of fascism, and as a gang of enemies of the USSR. By the use of such methods, the leadership succeeded in stifling all discussion and terrorizing party members to such an extent that they began to shun us with the superstitious fear with which faithful members of the church used to shun excommunicated heretics. The Pslain was hermetically isolated from the party, and by 1936 had almost no contact with it. Thus the charge that the Polish CP had become a Trotskyist agency was sheer invention. But nevertheless, the doubts and ideas that the opposition had sown in the party continued to germinate. Even while party members remained conformist, many of them never ceased to listen to the voice of the opposition, and they were influenced by it to a greater or lesser degree, at any rate sufficiently to be skeptical about the holy writ of Stalinism. And since nothing in nature is ever lost completely, the Luxemburgist tradition had not vanished completely either, in spite of the years which had been spent on uprooting it. The opposition's influence and the effect of that tradition was such that even after years of Bolshevization, the psychological profile of even the most orthodox Polish communist left much to be desired from the Stalinist point of view. Thus it was in the 1930s, fortunately it was like this also after the Second World War. During this whole period a certain law of continuity had never ceased to operate. Nevertheless, a question must be posed. We know that Pilsudski had his agents in all the left-wing parties. Surely he must have tried to introduce them into the CP as well? The theory of these networks of agents which Pilsudski supposedly had created in various left-wing parties is again a crude simplification. No network of secret agents could have enabled Pilsudski to exercise on the socialists and on a part of the peasant movement the influence he did exercise as a result of his long and above-board connections with these parties. He was one of the founding fathers of the Polish Socialist Party and was for many years its chief leader and inspirer. He had been the commander of the Legion, to which men of the patriotic left had rallied. Even after he had left the Socialist Party, he continued to represent something that belonged to its essence, social patriotism pushed to the extreme. It was that which formed the basis of Pilsudski's magical influence. The worship of Polish statehood, the dreams of the one and sovereign Poland, old loyalties, friendships, and ties of sentiment, these gave birth to those Pilsudskist networks in parties of the moderate and patriotic left, which at times of conflict he attempted to destroy from within. There was not, and there could not have been, any similar basis for a Pilsudskist network in the Polish CP. The left-wing socialists who, after 1918, found themselves in the ranks and in the leadership of the Communist Party, had to their credit more than 10 years of bitter struggle against Pilsudski. As for the old Luxemburgists, it is hardly necessary to dwell on their attitude towards him. However, even in the moderate, patriotic, left parties Pilsudski's agents achieved very little. Very quickly these parties overcame the 124 confusion and splits provoked by the networks. Only the Polish CP, if we are to believe Stalin, was completely in the hands of Pilsudski's agents. In 1938, when this accusation was made and one wanted to refute it, one felt overwhelmed by the sheer nonsense of it all. It is true that during the 1930s the Polish party had suffered particularly from police provocations. The fall in the ideological level of most of the militants, the bitterness of the factional struggles, the ultra-revolutionary policy of the years 1929 to 35, all this had facilitated to a certain extent the penetration of police agents into the party. It would in any case have been surprising if the police had had no agents whatsoever in the Polish CP in the same way in which the Tsarist Okhrana had had its Azefs and its Malinowskis in nearly all the illegal Russian organizations. However, no one would have had the idea of dissolving the Bolshevik Party or the Socialist Revolutionary Party for that reason. The Stalinist provocation was a much more serious danger for the Polish CP than all the agents provocateurs of the Polish secret police. Degree. What, then, in your opinion were the reasons for which Stalin ordered the dissolution of the Polish Party? The view which prevails now among old party militants is that Stalin was already preparing the ground for his 1939 agreement with Hitler and that he liquidated the Polish Party and sent its leaders to their death because he feared that they might obstruct that agreement. This motive no doubt played a part in Stalin's decision but does not explain it fully. Warski and Kostrzewa, 4 years cut off from all contact with Poland, were no longer in a position to offer the slightest resistance to Stalin, even if they had wished to do so. As for Lenski and Henrykowski, I am convinced that they would have remained faithful to Stalin even in a situation as critical for Polish communism as that of August and September 1939, in the same way as were the leaders of the French Party, not to mention the Germans and others. But here we are dealing with hypotheses. It seems to me that no single motive or sober calculation can explain Stalin's behavior in this matter. His irrational impulses were quite as important as his rational calculations, and he was impelled to act as he did by old grudges and ancient phobias, all intensified to the utmost by the persecution mania which gripped him at the time of the great Moscow trials, when he was settling his final accounts with the Leninist old guard. In this frame of mind, Stalin saw the Polish CP as the stronghold of hated Luxemburgism, the Polish variety of Trotskyism which had defied him as long ago as 1923, the party in which some leaders were close to Bukharin and others to Zinoviev, the party of incurable heresies, proud of its traditions and of its heroism, the party, finally, which might well in certain international situations become an obstacle on his road. And so he decided to remove that obstacle by the blade of the same guillotine which, working furiously, was already destroying a whole generation of Bolsheviks. The historian will not end his account of the fortunes of the Polish CP on the act of its annihilation. The epilogue of the story is, in a sense, its most important chapter. The posthumous fate of the Polish CP will remain the most striking testimony of its greatness. Crushed, decimated, confounded, and outraged, the party's old cadre was still the spearhead of all of Poland's revolutionary forces. It was that remnant of the old party which at the end of the Second World War, in the peculiar international situation which favored social revolution, carried this revolution through. The survivors of the Polish CP came forward as the executors of their party's will, although they had to do so in conditions and by methods that no philosophers dreamed of. And nearly 20 years after the massacre of the Polish CP, its spirit and, if you like, something of its old Luxemburgist tradition, showed themselves in October 1956. Not only the historian, but also every militant Marxist, must draw certain conclusions from the tragic history of the Polish CP. Here, I must of necessity confine myself to one rather general idea. If the history of the Polish CP and of Poland at large proves anything at all, it proves how indestructible is the link between the Polish and the Russian revolutions. This has been proved both negatively and positively. For her attempt to place herself athwart the international revolution which had begun in Russia, the attempt made in 1918-20 Poland had to pay with 20 years of stagnation and backwardness, of provincially narrow and anachronistic social life, and, finally, with the catastrophe of 1939. On the other hand, the revolution, isolated in old and backward Russia, isolated by the world's anti-communist forces, underwent a distortion which not only affected tragically the peoples of the USSR but revenged itself on Poland as well. Already in 1920 Poland had felt something of that revenge. Subsequently, it led to the deformation of 126. The working class movement in Poland, condemning it to sterility and impotence. Then there came 1939. After the Second World War, the Russian Revolution, in spite of all its distortions, still showed itself to be sufficiently alive and dynamic to stimulate new revolutionary processes in Europe and Asia. Poland once again absorbed from the Russian Revolution its shadows as well as its lights and took over from it, together with the blessings of a progressive upheaval in social relationships, the curse of bureaucratic terror and the Stalin cult. Poland had to pay a heavy penalty for the miracle on the Vistula of 1927 in which she had gloried for 20 years. Having spurned the Russian Revolution in its heroic stage, she had to humble herself before this same revolution after it had degenerated. Having scorned Lenin and Leninist internationalism, Poland had to prostrate herself before Stalin and Great Russian chauvinism. Only as the Soviet Union was beginning to awaken from the nightmare of Stalinism could Poland free herself from it, and by that very act stimulate processes of recovery in other socialist countries. But only as the Russian Revolution emerges from the side tracks onto which history drove it and at last enters the highway of socialist democracy, will the perspectives before People's Poland clear up definitely. At every step history demonstrates ad oculos how indissoluble are the bonds between the Polish and the Russian revolutions. But whereas hitherto history has again and again demonstrated the indissoluble nature of this bond in a negative manner by inflicting the most cruel lessons on Poland in October 1956, it has begun perhaps to demonstrate it in the positive, that is, in the only effective manner. History so far has not always been a good and sensible teacher. The lessons in internationalism which it attempted to teach the Polish masses were singularly involved, badly thought out, and ineffective. During almost every one of these lessons, history mocked and insulted Poland's national dignity and, in the first place, the dignity and independence of the Polish revolutionary movement. Is it surprising then, that the pupil has not been very receptive, and, trying to escape the peculiar teacher, has sought refuge in the jungle of our nationalist legends? The Polish masses will understand that the bonds which unite their destiny with that of the Russian and other revolutions are indissoluble, but only after they have recovered from the blows and shocks inflicted on them in the past, and when they feel that nothing can ever again threaten their independence and national dignity. Marxists, however, must rise above the shocks and the traumas from which the masses suffer, and they must even now be deeply and thoroughly aware of the common destiny of Poland and other nations advancing towards socialism. Marxists have no right to nourish themselves, nor to feed others, on the spiritual diet of stale and warmed-up myths and legends. Socialism does not aim at the perpetuation of the national state, its aim is international society. It is based not on national self-centeredness and self-sufficiency, but on international division of labor and on cooperation. This almost forgotten truth is the very ABC of Marxism. You may say that what I am proposing is a new edition of Luxemburgism, slightly amended and adapted to the needs of 1957. Perhaps. You may tell me that this is merely a new version of the theory of organic incorporation. Perhaps. But what is at stake this time is the organic integration of Poland into international socialism, not her incorporation into a Russian empire. This interview was originally published in French in Les Temps Modernes, March 1958. The interviewer was K.S. Karol. 2. An open letter to Władysław Gomułka and the Central Committee of the Polish Workers' Party ***. I am addressing this letter to you in order to protest against the recent secret trials and conviction of Ludwik Haas, Karol Modzelewski, Kazimierz Badowski, Romuald Smiech, Jacek Kuron, and other members of your party. According to all available reports, these men have been deprived of liberty solely because they have voiced views critical of your policy or certain aspects of it, and because they have expressed disappointment with the bureaucratic arbitrariness and corruption which they see rampant in their country. The charge against them is that they have circulated leaflets and a pamphlet containing false information detrimental to the state and its supreme authorities. The public prosecutor, it seems, did not accuse them of any crime or offense graver than that. If this is the accusation, then the persecution of these men is disgraceful and scandalous. Several questions must be asked. Why, in the first instance, have the courts held their hearings in camera? Surely, no matter of state security was or could have been involved. All the defendants have been academic teachers and students, and what they have tried to do was to communicate their views to fellow students. Why have they not been given a fair and open trial? Why have your own newspapers not even summarized the indictments and the pleas of the defense? Is it because the proceedings have been so absurd and shameful that you yourselves feel that you cannot justify or excuse them, and so you prefer to cover them with silence and oblivion? As far as I know, prosecutor and judges have not impugned the defendants' motives or cast any serious doubt on their integrity. The accused men have proclaimed themselves to be, and have behaved like, devoted nonconformist communists, profoundly convinced of the truth and validity of revolutionary Marxism. I know that one of them, Ludwik Haas, was, even before the Second World War, a member of the communist, so-called Trotskyist, organization of which one was one of the founders and mouthpiece. He then spent 17 years in Stalin's prisons, concentration camps, and places of deportation. Released in 1957, he returned to Poland so free from all bitterness and so strongly animated by his faith in a better socialist future that he at once decided to join your party, and he was accepted as a member. No one asked him to renounce his past, and he did not deny his old Trotskyist views even for a moment. On the contrary, he upheld them frankly and untiringly. This circumstance alone testifies to his courage and integrity. Do you, Władysław Gomułka, really believe that you have, in your apparatus and administration, many people of comparable disinterestedness and idealism? Look around you. Look at the crowds of time servers that surround you, at all those opportunists without principle and honor who fawn on you as they fawned on Bierut, and as some of them fawned even on Rydz Smigli and Pilsudski. On how many of these bureaucrats can your government, and can socialism, count in an hour of danger, as it can count on the people you have put in prison? Recently your government claimed with a certain pride that there have been no political prisoners in Poland since 1956. This claim, if true, was indeed something to be proud of in a country the jails of which had always, under all regimes, been full of political prisoners, especially of communist prisoners. You have not, as far as I know, jailed and put in chains any of your all too numerous and virulent anti-communist opponents, and you deserve credit for the moderation with which you treat them. But why do you deny such treatment to your critics on the left? Haas, Modulewski, and their friends have been brought to the courtrooms handcuffed and under heavy guard. Eyewitness accounts say that they raised their chained fists in the old communist salute and sang the Internationale. This detail speaks eloquently about their political characters and loyalties. How many of your dignitaries, Vladislav Gomulka, would nowadays intone the Internationale of their own free will and accord? I have been informed that before the trial, during the interrogation, the official who conducted it alleged that Haas and other defendants had worked in contact with me. I do not know whether the prosecutor took up this charge in the courtroom. In any case, the allegation is a complete falsehood. Let me say that if the defendants had tried to get in touch with me, I would have readily responded. But the fact is that I have had no contact whatsoever with any of them. I have not even seen a single one of their leaflets or pamphlets. 130. Judge their behavior solely from reports reaching me by word of mouth or through Western European newspapers. I ought perhaps to explain that since the Second World War I have not participated in Polish political life in any way, and that, not being a member of any political organization, Trotskyist or otherwise, I am speaking only for myself. I should add, however, that on a few very rare occasions I have broken my self-imposed political abstinence. I protested when you, Vladislav Gomulka, were imprisoned and slandered in the last years of the Stalin era. Knowing full well that I could not share all your views, I expressed solidarity with you. Similarly, I do not know whether I can fully approve the views and behavior of Haas, Modulewski, and their comrades. But in their case, as in yours, I think I can recognize reactionary police terror for what it is and tell slander from truth. Another occasion on which I allowed myself to have a say on Polish political matters was in 1957, when I explained in a special essay the tragedy of Polish communism between the world wars. You may remember that your censors, Stalinists of the so-called Natolan group, confiscated the essay when Polityka tried to publish it, and that then you, Vladislav Gomulka, ordered the essay to be widely distributed among party members. In those far-off days, just after the Polish Spring in October, you held that Polish communists ought to know my account of the havoc that Stalin made of their party, delivering nearly all its leaders to the firing squad. You knew that I had been one of those very few communists who, in 1938, protested against that crime and against the disbandment and denigration of what had once been our common party. Moscow rehabilitated the Polish party and its leaders only after 17 or 18 years, and then you, Vladislav Gomulka, apologized for having kept silent in 1938, although you had not believed the Stalinist slanders. I do not believe that you are engaged now in persecuting and imprisoning members of your own party and your critics on the left, and I cannot keep silent. May I remind you of your own words spoken at the famous 8th session of the Central Committee in October 1956? The cult of the personality was not a matter just of Stalin's person, you stated then. This was a system which had been transplanted from the USSR to nearly all communist parties. We have finished, or rather we are finishing, with that system once and for all. But are you not to some extent re-establishing that system? Do you wish these trials to mark the 10th anniversary of your own rehabilitation and of that spring in October, during which you raised so many hopes for the future? In the name of those hopes and in the name of your own record, the record of a fighter and of a political prisoner under Pilsudski and Stalin, I appeal to you and to your colleagues of the Central Committee, do not allow this miscarriage of justice to last. Dispel the secrecy that surrounds the cases of Haas, Modulewski, and their comrades. If you think that they are guilty of grave offenses, then publish the full report of the court proceedings and let it speak for itself. In any case, I appeal to you to order an immediate and public revision of the trial. If you refuse these demands, you will stand condemned as epigones of Stalinism, guilty of stifling your own party and compromising the future of socialism. London, April 24, 1966. Isaac Deutscher. 3. Dialogue with Heinrich Brandler. February 15, 1948. Brandler has returned from Cuba and has a temporary United Kingdom visa. He is working on his memoirs. The more I think about my reminiscences, he says, the more difficult it is for me to find a satisfying way of writing them. I feel that my language can no longer be comprehended by my reader, by the German worker of today. My friends are pressing me to write because I can do nothing sensible and worthwhile in practical politics now. And this is true. I would like to get into contact with a living and lively German worker. Even for my memoirs, such a contact is very much needed. Brandler goes back in his story to the 1890s, to the Congresses of Social Democracy. Only now do I realize how tremendous was the treasure of ideas which the German workers' movement acquired by its own exertions and quite independently. We were so impressed by the achievements of the Bolsheviks that we forgot our own. Take Lenin's imperialism, which is quite correctly regarded as a standard work. Already at the 1907 International Congress in Stuttgart, and at other conferences at the end of the previous century, most of the ideas which Lenin developed in his imperialism were already being debated, mainly by Koschei. Before the First World War, Brandler belonged to the radical wing of German social democracy. Leader of the Chemnitz branch of the Building Workers' Union, he was close to Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. About Rosa he speaks with emotion, but not uncritically. He says that the tragedy of the revolution in Germany consisted in the fact that none of the leaders had any concrete program, or any concrete idea how to proceed, not even Rosa. Rosa was easily carried away by the mood around her, she created enthusiasm among the masses, then was carried away by that enthusiasm and overrated its power. For example, she would come to Chemnitz, inflame thousands of her listeners and then say to Brandler, well, now you will be able to move forward in your organizational work. Jay used to answer, continued Brandler, that we should be very glad to retain just a tiny part of that fever and transform it into a more permanent, more durable and more constant effort. Rosa used to reply with a wave of her hand, and turn away from me, saying, there is no use talking to you. Brandler relates this in a simple and honest manner, without putting himself forward as a teacher's favorite, though he does say, I was the kind of cheeky good disciple who could afford to do things others could not. I used to answer her back much more sharply than others. Brandler makes the impression on me of a mixed product of two schools, that of Babel and that of Rosa. I asked Brandler whether he knew about Rosa's work on the history of Poland. He had asked her about this in 1911 or 1912. She said that she had already done quite a lot of preparatory work, but that she would probably never have time to write a connected history of Poland. Brandler does not think there are any of Rosa's manuscripts still unpublished, Froelich had published nearly all of them. But there are some unpublished letters. There is, for example, one still in Brandler's possession, in which Rosa speaks lightly about her letters from prison to Liebknecht's wife. I do not have to tell you these are more or less Rosa's words that I wrote to Karlsruhe to keep up her morale, but for the movement and for Marxists there is nothing in these letters. She was definitely against the idea of publishing them and gave the impression she was embarrassed by them. Early German Communism. On Spartacus, Brandler says that there were 3,000 members at most by the end of the war. And a good half of them were moral pacifists, not Marxists. Brandler was not present at the founding Congress of the KPD in December, but says the Congress was possessed by an ultra-leftist mania which Rosa Luxemburg and Jogi Ces tried in vain to counteract. Our tragedy was that we were unable to restrain the elemental forces of the revolution till the time when action was possible, unlike the Bolsheviks during the July days. That's the source of the January tragedy. When I talked with Rosa right after the Congress, she was more depressed than ever. She felt that the current was carrying her to catastrophe and she did not even try to divert it. How did Rosa view the project of setting up the Third International? Brandler says it was precisely Rosa who turned the whole Central Committee against the Comintern and that he, Brandler, was the only one to vote for joining it. Rosa said, "It will be a Russian chimera with which we shall be unable to cope. We shall perish with it." He says he was too naive to understand Rosa's fears. He did not fully realize the psychological and cultural differences. He knew Lenin and other Russian leaders from before the war, and from Zimmerwald and Kienthal, but he could not then understand the nature of the Russian quarrels. He was struck by one characteristic of the Russian emigration, by the fanatical hatred of Mensheviks and liquidators towards Lenin, and by the equally fanatical admiration of Lenin among the Bolsheviks. For us this hatred and this adoration, this tremendous importance of a single individual, was quite incomprehensible. I understood this many years later, too late in fact. Was it true that Rosa retracted the criticisms of the Russian Revolution contained in her pamphlet? Brandler says he could not answer that question. He had had no opportunity to discuss this with Rosa, and there were all sorts of contradictory rumors. About Liebknecht, Brandler talks with pious sentiment but without respect. He maintains that as a personality, as an orator and agitator, Zinoviev was incomparably greater. This seems strange to me, because Brandler detested Zinoviev as he detested few people in his life. Liebknecht says Brandler had not a shred of demagogy in him, and without some demagogy one cannot really be a great agitator. Yes, he could arouse his audience, but he did not possess Zinoviev's power of fascination. In political questions he was erratic, indecisive, and lacking in experience. As he was aware of this, he was quite satisfied with playing second fiddle. In the Central Organski the party he occupied a secondary place, though he was extremely popular and liked by the masses. Brandler speaks differently about Jogi Ces. Even now, 30 years after Jogish's death, one feels from Brandler's words that Jogi Ces was in fact the leader of the whole group. Brandler maintains that Jogish's death was in fact a suicide. This was not an assassination, says Brandler, this was a suicide. He spoke with Jogi Ces at a Berlin railway station just 1 hour before the latter's death. It was only afterwards that I understood that what Jogi Ces was telling me was in fact his political testament. He insisted that I should move from Chemnitz to Berlin, while I maintained that I must not abandon for he Chemnitz organization. Jogi Ces also gave a brief characterization of all the members of the Central Committee, stressing their weaknesses and faults and the fact that they were not up to their tasks. "But you are also a member of the CC," I said. To this he answered, "Yes, but I can do nothing. I belong to a different generation. My time is over. Now you, men of the younger generation, must take over the leadership of the party." Usually Jogi Ces spoke little, so this conversation was all the more surprising. He was terribly depressed. Rosa's death was the ultimate blow for him, though even before that both he and Rosa were painfully aware that we were limed by a current over which we had no control. After this talk with me he, the master of conspiratorial work, went to a place where he must have known that danger awaited him. He went to visit Mathilde, Rosa's secretary. Counter-revolutionary squads were all around and many people in the house were arrested. He stood at an open window shouting at the top of his voice all manner of insults addressed to the counter-revolutionary squads. They shot him straight away. It was obvious that he was seeking death. We talked then about the Halle Congress, the March events and the expulsion of Paul Levi. Brandler describes the split among the independents in Halle as Das Theater *. He was against the split. His view was that the Communist Party, after the split with the KAPD *, should be given time to get stronger and, gradually, to attract melee_tants from among the independents and the Social Democrats. Because of the Halle split, the party became suddenly inflated. It expanded so rapidly that the leadership was unable to control the huge influx of members. However, Zinoviev's great speech in Halle impressed Brandler very much. Against all my fears, which later proved well-founded, Zinoviev converted me to his view. And yet in Halle I really came to hate Zinoviev, his way of speaking and behaving, and all his detestable demagogy. I then thought, this man will prove disastrous for our movement. Brandler sees a direct link between the Halle split and the March insurrection. The party had grown so big that many members believed that the hour of revolution had struck. People were so impressed by the sheer number of party members that they refused to consider the overwhelming strength of the enemy. If we had been spared Zinoviev's coup d'état, we would have expanded more cleaned, and yet we should have reached our goal more certainly. How much truth was there in Trotsky's view, expressed somewhere, that already in the Lenin period, around 1920, Zinoviev introduced the corruption of leaders of foreign parties as a matter of course. At first Brandler confirms this without reservation, and mentions the names of corrupt leaders of the independents, among them the name of Cohen and *, but then he corrects himself and says that the corrupt practices were not always direct and not always personal. He quotes old Adler, who used to say that he was never surprised when a party was searching for money, but was always surprised when money was searching for a party. Without the financial help of the Comintern, says Brandler, we would have been developing in a much healthier manner. Before, we were publishing a few newspapers with pennies contributed by workers. We were dependent on workers, we had to be in constant touch with them, and we would not have embarked on enterprises which were above over real political strength. All this changed from the moment when we received money from the Comintern. Suddenly we owned 20 newspapers, we had not enough editors, we had either workers who could not write, or drop-out students who could write but had very little in common with the workers' movement. Thalheimer employed them in Die Rotfahne and dismissed them after 2 months at the latest. Our financial means were all the time greater than our political possibilities, and we began to judge our strength and importance according to the length of our purse and not according to the support of the workers. This was bound to lead to disaster. Although Brandler was in 90% agreement with Paul Levi's criticism of the March action, he himself spoke for Levi's expulsion because he considered that in the circumstances Levi should have presented his arguments in a different manner. After March, Brandler fled to Moscow. There he spent several evenings with Lenin, who questioned him closely. He questioned me as only Lenin used to do. He did not discuss big problems, but asked about all sorts of small details through which he arrived by himself at great general conclusions. The events of 1923. When asked about Stalin's letter on the need for purely defensive tactics in Germany, Brandler confirms that the letter was authentic and that the version of the letter which Trotsky published was indeed correct. Brandler was the first to translate this letter from Russian into German, in Moscow, but he did this only a year after the letter had been written. He says further that he had no idea of the quarrels within the Politburo about the policy for Germany. Brandler was at that time vice-chairman of the Comintern, Zinoviev's deputy. The executive of the Comintern was then only a modest office. Lenin was present at its meetings only 2 or 3 times, he simply had no time to come more often. After the March events, however, he became alarmed and returned to Comintern work, but only for a short spell preparing for the Third Congress. The Soviet delegation to The Comintern presented, outwardly, a united front, so that other members knew little or nothing about the disagreements among the Russians. At that time, there were no private or confidential talks with them. This is how Brandler explains the differences between his version of the 1923 events and Trotsky's. It is quite possible that at Politburo meetings Trotsky's position was indeed as he described it later. But in the executive of the Comintern, these differences between him and the rest of the Soviet delegation were concealed. Brandler further maintains, firstly, that the whole Soviet delegation considered the situation in Germany as a revolutionary one and, in spite of his Brandler's protests, was determined to set a date for the revolution, and secondly, that the whole delegation insisted that he and the others should join the Saxon Social Democratic government in order to arm the workers. I kept on explaining to them that the Saxon government was in no position to arm the workers, because since the Kapp-Putsch all weapons had been taken away from Saxony and neighboring provinces, so much so that even the police were not armed. When the police needed arms, very small quantities of weapons were brought from Berlin. In answer to that, Zinoviev thundered, banged his fist on the table and so on. We were instructed to move the headquarters of the party from Berlin to Saxony, because the revolution was allegedly to begin in Saxony. When I tried to persuade them that this would mean a 138 complete destruction of the party apparatus, the same scenes were repeated. Zinoviev thundered and banged his fist on the table. In the end, a ridiculous compromise was reached. Part of the Central Committee was to be left in Berlin and part moved to Chemnitz. I spent the whole evening with Trotsky, who tried to persuade me that I should submit to the decisions of the Comintern. Brandler does not answer clearly on whether Trotsky was in fact personally convinced that the revolutionary situation in Germany was ripe, or that Brandler should enter the social democratic government in Saxony. With Stalin, Brandler did not talk about this, and anyhow, he says, nobody on the executive at the time paid any attention to Stalin. The latter was, however, present at the last meeting, shook Brandler's hand and together with others toasted the future victorious leader of the German Revolution. Only Radek, says Brandler, was convinced of the unreality of all these decisions. Outvoted, Brandler declared that he would submit to the decisions of the Comintern. This is how he explains his motives: I told myself that these people had made 3 revolutions. To me their decisions seemed nonsensical. However, not I but they were considered seasoned revolutionaries who had achieved victory. They had made 3 revolutions and I was just about to try to make one. Well, I had to follow their instructions. During my return journey from Moscow to Berlin I bought a newspaper at the railway station in Warsaw. From this newspaper I learned that I had become a minister in the Saxon government. What a situation! Things were being done behind my back and I knew nothing. All this was meant to put me before a fait accompli. Asked whether today he would consider the 1923 situation as revolutionary, Brandler does not give a clear answer. From the way in which he describes events, one has the impression that his answers would, on the whole, be affirmative. But he does not draw any final conclusion. He maintains that the social democratic government of Saxony was completely helpless in the face of the communists, and that even the central government was at their mercy. He recalls that after his return to Germany, the labor minister of the central government sought to meet him. When they did meet, he told Brandler, "Listen, we are accepting all your conditions without any reservations, but you should not keep your revolver at our heads, tell the workers to return to work." All this seems to point to a revolutionary situation, but Brandler mentions another circumstance. All strikes were economic, connected with inflation. All rises in wages were wiped out within a week by rises in prices. The problem was how to pass from economic struggle to a struggle for power. We did not know how to do this, and we were unable to find out. Then came stabilization. The fundamental problem of our movement was the gulf between ourselves and the older class-conscious part of the proletariat, which had gone through the Babel school and was in the ranks of the Scheidemanists degree. We had in our ranks the proletarian element who had become politically active under the influence of the war, full of revolutionary fervor, but politically absolutely raw. Such had been the position ever since 1918. Our task was to unite these 2 elements. When in December 1918 the founding Congress of the party passed ultra-left resolutions, Rosa was so depressed that she wondered whether she should continue to participate at all. She even thought for a moment of leaving the KPD and returning to the independents. I tried to dissuade her. This was one of the last talks I had with her. I told her that we would achieve more with the raw workers full of revolutionary zeal than with trained cotters of a conservative frame of mind. Yet this discord, this divorce, ought to have been overcome. But the stabilization of 1924 made it even deeper. Moscow in the 20s. After the crack in Germany, Brandler went back to Russia, where he remained from 1924 until 1928 as an honorary prisoner. Immediately after his arrival in Moscow, at the beginning of January 1924, he met Krupskaya, who told him of Lenin's serious condition. He had already lost the power of speech, did not take part in any political work, but very much wanted Brandler to come and tell him all about the situation in Germany. This was only 2 to 3 weeks before Lenin's death, but according to Brandler, Krupskaya maintained that although he was completely paralyzed, his mind was quite clear and active. The date for my visit to Lenin, Brandler goes on, kept on being postponed. There were rumors that this was Koba's doing. He definitely did not want me to contact Lenin. I reported these rumors frankly to Krupskaya, who denied them, but she was so embarrassed and so confused that this only seemed to confirm the rumors. A few days later Lenin died. Here Brandler recalls a telephone conversation he had with Lenin in 1921. There were crackling noises on the line all the time, and Lenin said, "Again some idiot is trying to listen in." Brandler adds that everybody was eavesdropping on everybody, even Dzerzhinsky's phone was tapped. Brandler now relates his life as an honorary prisoner in the Haute Luxe. He also relates an episode of 1921 which throws light on the Comintern atmosphere at that early stage. One day he saw by chance on Zinoviev's desk a pile of correspondence from Germany. These were letters not from official organs of the party, but from Zinoviev's private informants. I was very indignant that Zinoviev should correspond behind my back and in secret with his own informants in Germany. I raised this question at the session of the executive in Lenin's presence. Lenin agreed with me and insisted that such behavior should cease. However, I am convinced that when he talked alone with Zinoviev, he reproached him only for being careless with his letters, for keeping them so accessible that I had a chance to see them. But I do not think that he criticized him for conducting his private correspondence and his private detective work. This was the Russian method, to which they all got accustomed in the course of their factional struggles. To us, Western communists, such a method was then completely unacceptable. Today I have learned that I was too naive, that this was the correct method, and I only regret that I did not apply it myself. I would then have known what was going on in the organization behind my back. Dismissed from the post of vice president of the IKI, Brandler was in 1927 appointed to the vice presidency of the Peasant International. He was also made Dzerzhinsky's assistant in the Supreme Council of the Economy, where he cooperated closely with Pyatakov and took part in preparing the first 5-year plan. Brandler says that during the factional struggle, all factions sought his support, as well as the support of other foreign leaders. In that period he had long talks with Trotsky and met Radek, Pyatakov, and others even more frequently. Trotsky apparently said that the opposition would prefer to cooperate with him, rather than with Ruth Fischer, but that for the time being nothing could be done about this. Asked whether Dzerzhinsky was at all qualified to be the head of the Economic Council, Brandler bursts out laughing. It becomes obvious from what he says that Dzerzhinsky's role was purely that of police surveillance. He met the latter quite often before he became his assistant, but after this appointment he saw him only once, and that during a holiday in Kislovodsk. Brandler worked with Pyatakov, who was nominally Dzerzhinsky's deputy but in fact the real director. Brandler relates how incredible the economic chaos and disorder was in the Soviet Union. The accusations of economic sabotage, so common in that period, were the result in the first instance of a complete lack of experience or any technological tradition. On theoretical questions, the experts of the Economic Council were the equals of the best European experts, but in practical questions they were completely inept. Every morning I looked out of my window to make sure that the Soviet Union had not yet crumbled. Workers recruited from among the peasants broke tools and machinery. One day Pyatakov asked me to join him in inspecting a coal mine where there was trouble. In the train we looked through the appropriate documents. The seams were 600 meters under the ground. The miners to work them were recruited from among the peasants, although the director of the mine was against this, and in an article in the local paper had explained that British coal mining experience had already proved that one could not send peasants so deep down under the ground, because they were unable to get acclimatized and therefore unable to work properly. The local GPU arrested the director, accusing him of counter-revolutionary activity and sabotage because he dared to compare the building of socialism with early capitalism in Britain. In the meantime, the new miners had indeed damaged and destroyed the ultra-modern machinery with which the mine was equipped. Pyatakov was furious. Idiots! Barbarians! Illiterates! Even we did not know what a savage nation we had made the revolution with. When we came to the mine, we immediately freed the director, of course. But Pyatakov, 142, addressed him more or less like this: "You were right, but now we give you 6 months to bring order into the mine. If you cannot manage this within 6 months, you'll go back to prison." Brandler justifies Pyatakov's methods by saying that one could not deal with Russians in any other manner. Brandler maintains that during that period he did not engage in any factional struggle in Germany. He tried to talk with German communists who were visiting Moscow, but this was not easy because foreign comrades would get into trouble if they were seen with Brandler even in the street. The situation was indeed grotesque, because at the same time all possible honors were showered upon him, and he even had the ear of the GPU. It was only while he was inspecting factories that he realized that people were terribly frightened of him, for they looked upon him as Dzerzhinsky's associate. Heads of department or important economic leaders thought I would revenge myself for my political demotion by harassing them and denouncing them to the GPU for some misdeed, even if they had not committed any. I gave up all these inspections, when I realized the atmosphere around me. Then came the crisis of 1928, when the Comintern started to adopt the line about social fascism, united front only from below, etc. Demanded that my personal documents be given back to me, and my return to Germany facilitated. I told Bukharin, "For 4 years I have submitted to your decisions, though I disagreed with them. Now this is finished. I do not intend to follow your policy any longer. Now I see it as my duty to begin a struggle against you inside the German party." They proposed various posts abroad to me, on condition that I did not return to Germany. I was even told that the leadership of the German party consists of such asses that we cannot allow you to return. Bukharin, seeing my stubbornness now that he is no longer alive, I can say this, suggested that I adopt a two-faced attitude. "Why get into a fight?" he was saying. "Why enter into a struggle? As a vice president of the Peasant International you can travel around the world as much as you like, and while agreeing formally with everything, you can do what you really think is best." I told Bukharin, "I am not a born diplomat and I shall never become one." I had a farewell meeting with Stalin. It was my shortest meeting with him and in a sense the most pleasant. He said, "You must be off your head. We can live in peace, but you do not want it? You have persuaded yourself that your duty is to fight against us. Please yourself, go away and fight. But you know that we can also fight you, and we know how to whip and flog our opponents. We shall give you a good and proper hiding." Correspondence 1953-59*. From Deutscher to Brandler. February 16, 1953. Lieber Genosse Brandler. This time I am rather late in answering, and I apologize for this. I have spent the last few weeks in the British Museum, and, when after a day's work and journeyings I return home, I find little time for my correspondence. As I read various things in the museum, I come occasionally across your name. Recently, for instance, I have reread the protocols of the Third CI Congress, where you are often quoted and where I found that you were elected honorary president of the Congress. I agree with you that my first guesses about the Prague trial need to be corrected or rather abandoned in the light of later developments. Unfortunately, I cannot say that I have arrived at any satisfactory view or hypotheses about the latest developments in the SUG. Like yourself, I have refused, for the time being, to write on these developments, because it is no use to speculate or to give vent to moral indignation before one has thoroughly understood what is going on. I have read and reread your article in NR2 of Arbeiterpolitik. While I agree with the general trend of your argument, some of your formulae still seem to me somewhat doubtful. Since you have asked for my comment, I shall say frankly that sometimes you seem to make too strong a parajib towards Stalin. When you say that the construction of socialism demands other people than those that have grown up under capitalism, and that the development of socialism was accompanied by accentuated class struggle to the end, this may be true as a general historical proposition. But it is difficult to agree that the need for the new socialist man implies the necessity of the purge trials a la Stalin Yagoda Yezhov. Surely you do not want to suggest that it was necessary for Stalin to destroy the old Bolsheviks as part of his struggle for the new socialist man, however necessary that may have been for him from a much narrower and less sublime viewpoint. Nor do I think that Stalinism has been educating the new socialist man. The only credit which one must and ought to give Stalinism is that it has been creating in Russia and in the countries of the Soviet orbit the material and organizational preconditions of socialism. In social psychology and culture it has fostered, on the contrary, bureaucratic rigidity and stupidity on the one hand and an almost zoological individualism on the other. I wish you made this distinction more clearly. It is no use quoting Marx about the weak classes and races that must inevitably perish under the pressure of economic necessity. Marx wrote this about the victims of early capitalist development and competition, to which the political destruction of whole generations of communist revolutionaries by the Stalinist terror cannot be compared. I think that I guess your motives behind these parjibi, your reluctance to appear to say the same things which are shouted now from every anti-Soviet housetop, and with this motive I am in wholehearted sympathy. But while I would be very careful about expressing moral indignation over Stalin's deeds, I would be at least as much careful not to express anything that could be taken as moral approval. You yourself take the same line when you say that under Russian conditions there developed the Stalinist bureaucratismus, the renunciation of communist principles in domestic and foreign policies. Surely the renunciation of communist principles cannot go hand in hand with the education of the socialist man, which, you suggest elsewhere, is the function of Stalinism. It is not that I object to your basic argument. My criticism applies rather to the emphasis you give to various parts of the argument. And here are a few other, minor points. You say that the splitting up of the large estates was not in the interest of the proletariat only in the East German zone. I remember that when I was in Germany I was often told that the agricultural workers were not at all satisfied with the share out. They often suggested Genossenschaft, but this was then very categorically discouraged by the Soviet military administration. Something similar happened in some parts of Poland. It was not correct to say that there were no broad democratic workers' organizations in pre-war Poland. The reformist parties existed legally and were mass organizations in the fullest sense of the word. So were the trade unions. The Communist Party had its ups and downs. Its influence dwindled to a minimum under the unfortunate Third Period line. But previously there were times when it not only was a mass organization but when it did in fact lead a majority of the Polish working class, and this under the Warski K. Ostrozwa leadership. Nor is it correct to say that the post-war Polish CP consisted only of emotional pro-Soviet enthusiasts and job seekers. There was no lack of these elements to be sure, but there were still thousands of EOPL who had gone through the old underground party, suffered it in prisons, etc. Even the tradition of Rosa Luxemburg has never been altogether dead in the Polish party. Nor is it quite dead even now. I have the impression that you may underrate the potential effectiveness of American policy. When you say that the Soviet Union achieves in the main its purposes, in contrast to the imperialists who do so to a much smaller extent, I wonder whether you make due allowance for the probability that American policy will grow more effective as the American rearmament drive begins to yield its results. The crises in which American diplomacy has found itself several times in the last 2 years or so have in part been due to the circumstance that the USA has not had enough military equipment both for itself and its allies. This will change in the near future, when the American war industries get into their full swing, and the impact of the change may make itself strongly felt in international affairs. You are, of course, right in underlining the advantages which planned economy gives to the Soviet Union. This letter has grown a bit too long and I must finish. I am sending you a copy of the documentary History of Chinese Communism. This is a most interesting volume. Tamara joins me in sending you our best wishes. Yours, Isaac Deutscher. Documentary History of Chinese Communism, Conrad Brandt, Benjamin Schwartz, and John Fairbank. 146. July 15, 1953. Dear G. Nasi Brandler, I must first ask your forgiveness for my indecently long silence. Apart from all sorts of other trouble, I have had to prepare 2 books for the printers in recent months. 2 because in addition to the book on Trotsky, I have written a book on Russia after Stalin, which appeared in the United States last month and is to be published in this country the day after tomorrow. In connection with this, we have now delayed the publication of the book on Trotsky for a few months, although it is already printed. Thus both Tamara and myself were so fully occupied these last few months that we had to delay our correspondence, and even now we are still in the maelstrom. How I wish I could visit you in Germany and have a long and exhaustive discussion on current affairs. So much is happening and there are so very few people with whom one can have a fruitful exchange of views. Apart from this, I really long to see you. In the first instance, I was more than a little taken aback by the attitude ARPO adopted towards the events of June 16 to 17. I am afraid I cannot share your feelings over those events. It seems to me peculiarly tragic that Germany can never find in herself enough revolutionary energy on the right occasions and at the proper time, and somehow does find it in herself on the wrong occasions and at the wrong time. It goes without saying that the workers of Berlin had their very good grievances and that the Russians and their marionettes have done everything to provoke the storm. Nevertheless, it seems to me that the effect of the Berlin revolt has been objectively counter-revolutionary and not revolutionary. In a similar way, the German bourgeoisie and the German peasants once rose in revolt against Napoleon, who freed in some measure the bourgeoisie and the peasants from their servitude. Napoleon offended the national dignity of Germany and his armies plundered the peasants just as much as the Russians have done in our days. To this extent their revolt against Napoleon was humanly understandable and inevitable. But in the last instance the German bourgeoisie and peasants did yeoman service to the Holy Alliance. One cannot humanly condemn the workers in East Germany for what they have done, and yet the effect of their action is equally deplorable. In Napoleon's time at least your Steins and Gneisenau's beat Napoleon with his own stick and themselves introduced bourgeois reforms. In our day nobody even tries in Germany to beat the Russians with their own stick, that ones, with socialization and planned economy. To this extent, the June days were far below the level of anything that happened in the revolts of various German classes against Napoleon. I think ARPO was definitely mistaken in hailing these events as the revolutionary awakening of the German proletariat. Understand the psychological motives behind this mistake. I understand how extremely difficult if not impossible it was for you not to share in the enthusiasm which the news from Berlin must have evoked in the German working class in Western Germany. And yet one would have expected you and your friends to rise above your local German viewpoint, because you are surely aware that German developments have lost their independent significance and have become part of the worldwide conflict. It is sad to say, but Eastern Germany is now in some respects in the position in which Serbia was in 1914. You remember how many times the leading Marxists of that era pointed out that Serbia's cause, if taken in isolation, was a just one. But that it was nevertheless wrong to side with Serbia in the First World War. It seems similarly wrong to side with Berlin now. In both cases, the local issue was merged with a much wider conflict and a local just cause was exploited for purposes which had nothing in common with it. I have sometimes been in a position where I had to write to you that I thought you went a little too far in justifying Stalin's policies. This time I am afraid that you went too far in quite the opposite direction, in associating yourself with the anti-Russian movement. It is obvious that the events in Berlin have already had a very negative effect on the developments in Moscow. The whole trend of events in Russia from Stalin's death until the East German earthquake went consistently in the direction of a socialist democratization of the regime. This trend has suffered a very severe setback because of Berlin. There has been very clear beneath the surface of Soviet politics an intense struggle between the diehards of Stalinism and the adherents of gradual socialist democratization, with the military Bonapartist elements watching the struggle in the background and waiting for their opportunity. The Berlin Revolt has compromised the idea of a gradual relaxation of the Stalinist regime. Beria's downfall is closely connected with this. Beria was one of those who stood for democratic reform, and the reformists, seeing themselves weakened and threatened, offered Beria as a scapegoat because in his position as chief of the police he was morally vulnerable. 148. Able and therefore cast for the role of a scapegoat. I have dealt with this matter at considerable length in my new book, and I am sending you out 2 copies, one for you, and one for your friend who was so good to get for me Thalheimer's Writings of Fascism. I shall await your comments with great interest. Perhaps I shall have an opportunity to come over to Germany, but for the moment I do not see how I can do it. Tamara joins me in sending you our very best regards. Isaac Deutscher. From Brandler to Deutscher. August 1, 1953. I was indeed concerned about your silence. Your after Stalin is rich recompense. If you were able to come for a few days to Germany, that would be magnificent. I too have no one with whom I can have a thorough discussion. My most long-lasting impressions of London are the evenings spent in your kitchen with yourself and Tamara. Can you organize it so that your book is issued soon in German? For us it is now a matter of urgency to provide for the German workers a clear and well-informed account of developments in the Soviet Union. I am convinced that your book will have a lasting effect on all those people who are trying to understand what is happening there. For this reason immediately mentioned it in number 15 of Arbeiter Politik, so that at least those who knew English could profit by the book. If a German translation does not come out soon, we shall print a part of it in each forthcoming number of the journal. I hope you are in agreement with this. And now I come to your objections to our position on the events in the Eastern Zone. You write, it seems to me that the effect of the Berlin Revolt has been objectively counter-revolutionary. I think this is completely wrong. Not only is your analogy with the revolt of the peasants against Napoleon in 1813 rather lame, like most analogies, it is also inapplicable in every respect to the rising of the decisive strata of the working class of the Eastern Zone. These decisive working class strata would not dream of reversing the scene of progressive achievements, such as the removal of power from the bourgeoisie, the nationalization of the most important means of production, and the planned economy. Not even the Social Democrats dare propose this openly. The workers rose against the mismanagement of the said bureaucrats, the transfer of Russian methods to Germany, and the spoliation of the country through reparations. All these things formed an obstacle to the preservation of the measures taken in the direction of the development of socialism. How can one draw a parallel between these workers and the peasants of 1813 east of the Elbe, who petitioned for the maintenance of serfdom, and did service in the militia in order to drive out Napoleon, the executor of the French Revolution, who brought serfdom to an end? Comrade Deutscher, that is not admissible. The occupation policies of the Soviet Union have driven millions into the camp of United States and German imperialism. In East and West Germany there are millions of workers who say today, if what is happening in the Eastern Zone and in the Soviet Union is socialism, then let us rather have American capitalism. But the greater part, even of those who indignantly pose this alternative, are to be won for socialist measures provided they correspond to the possibilities in Germany. The decisive forces, who will have the leadership in every movement once it has progressed from the stage of spontaneous revolt to the organized struggle, will be first the class-conscious nucleus from the old generation, who have fought for Soviet power since 1918, who have not let themselves be corrupted either by fascism or by the said bureaucracy, and secondly those people between 20 and 50 years old, who are well aware that the cause of their misery is not socialist measures but bureaucratic mismanagement, Russian methods, and spoliation through reparations at the expense of current production. You can only compare the movement in the Eastern Zone with 1813, you can only view it as tragically inappropriate to the epoch, if you overlook all these considerations. Those who have risen against the occupation policies of the Soviet Union are the present-day Steins and Nizanovs, tens of thousands of them rather than two, and they want to make the Soviet Zone an ally of the Soviet Union instead of an object of barter with the USA. Their struggle takes precisely the same direction as that of the reformers in the Soviet Union who want to liquidate Stalinism. If Beria is supposed to have been liquidated because he was blamed as a reformer for the rising in East Germany, 150. Then this is a pretext which borders on the ridiculous, for it would hit all the reformers, of whom he was hardly the most important. The spontaneous and unorganized rising of 1953 was not a consequence of the reform plans but of the terroristic repression of the experienced workers. Its objective was to carry through the plans for the economic and political construction of the Soviet Zone in a manner consonant with the interests of the workers. The rioters were the camp followers rather than the initiators of the movement. It may be that the confusion in the said apparatus may have stimulated the eruption of the masses. But this confusion was a result of the orders of the Kremlin, which has still not grasped that even the corrupt instruments of its policies remain Western Europeans, who cannot implement an about-turn from one day to the next just because it has been ordered from above. Like everyone else, we were surprised by the occasion and the strength of the spontaneous rising of 16 and June 17, 1953. But we had already reckoned with spontaneous uprisings in the theses adopted at our national conference in 1951. From 1946 onwards we tried to organize resistance in individual factories and localities through active intervention from below and demands for improvements in conditions. This failed owing to police and said terror, and our comrades paid dearly for it. We were unable to bring this to the notice of the public because it was beyond our strength to mobilize the masses for resistance and for the liberation of those who had been condemned, without endangering the remaining links between our comrades. According to the recent theses issued by the CC of the said, Brandlerite and Trotskyist agents had the leadership in many places. Although we still have no reliable reports of our own, I can assure you that our comrades did not encourage any counter-revolutionary activities. On the contrary, they will quite certainly have put a stop to excesses by the mob or revocations by agents. Good comrades of ours will certainly have been among the victims now delivered over to Ulbricht's campaign of vengeance. Zeisser was dismissed because he instructed the police not to intervene unnecessarily. This is what Ulbricht and his kind call a capitulation. Herrenstadt, chief editor of Neues Deutschland, has also been sacked for capitulation, because he published reports in which the critical mood of our said members and proletarians was reflected, very faintly. However, I am convinced that this victory of the Stalinist government in the Eastern Zone will be still more short-lived than the one you prophesy for the Soviet Union, if indeed that actually takes place. I and my comrades by no means view the events in East Germany from a narrow German standpoint. I am aware that Germany stands in the center of the Soviet-American conflict in Europe. I am also aware that it is not the pivot of the world's situation. But the rising in East Germany is again, an accretion of strength for the socialist camp, and not an event like the Serbs' defense of their country in 1914, which could only be justified in isolation. In the conflict between rival cliques in Moscow, the rising in the Soviet zone can, and will perhaps, be exploited against the representatives of the new course. The decision will be reached on August 5 as to whether the Stalinists in Russia defeat Malenkov or not. In this context, there are more important matters than the setback the reformers have allegedly met with in the Soviet zone. The commercial treaties concluded by the Soviet Union on the basis of the new course, the armistice in Korea, the clever moves undertaken in Austria and Yugoslavia, etc., have already made it possible to break through the American front in ways which are 10 times as significant as the disturbance in the Soviet zone. If the new course prevails in the Soviet Union, The rising of the East German workers will be on the positive side of the balance, not the negative side. From the point of view of world politics, the meaning of the new course is that the Soviet Union is orientating itself towards the working class on an international scale. If that happens in the Soviet zone of Germany as well, the rebels of June will be the best allies. It is impossible to exaggerate the impact such a policy would automatically have on the working class of West Germany. The USA is not yet ready to accept the preconditions for a simultaneous evacuation of Germany by all the occupying powers. The time still available is entirely sufficient, under the new course, if it is carried through in the Soviet zone, and with the assistance of the decisive strata of the working class who rose in revolt in June, to convert East Germany from the nightmare it is at present into a magnet toward West Germany, which will change the mood there into its opposite. For Germany itself, the rising means that the workers have demonstrated for the first time since 1945 that they can be the decisive force if they fight. Since 1945 the German workers, like the German Philistines, have viewed political events in the same way as the weather, i.e. we can't do anything about it. In England you will not be able to sense the new spirit. A worker, who does not belong to our group, wrote to me that he is once again proud to be part of the German proletariat. I am too. Has Professor Carr's third volume not appeared yet? We impatiently await your Trotsky. If only you could visit us, even for a short time. Best regards to yourself, Tamara, and your son. Heinrich Brandler. From Brandler to Deutscher. August 25, 1953. Dear Comrade Deutscher, the results of the negotiations in Moscow with the East German representatives have demonstrated that your fear that 16 and June 17 might harm the new course has not been confirmed. On the contrary, the return of the factories removed to the Soviet Union, the abandonment of further reparations, and the limitations of the costs of the occupation would scarcely have been conceded so quickly if the workers had not entered into action. Since the USA is not at present ready to evacuate Germany, and the Soviet Union will not give up the Eastern Zone without the evacuation of the whole of Germany, there is time for the improvements in the East to work themselves out. If the workers in the Eastern Zone can attain a standard of living similar to that in the West, all that is necessary then is for the hated Ulbricht regime to be removed, and then the way will be clear for the workers of East and West not only to defend the nationalization of the means of production and the planned economy against the cupidity of German and American capitalists, but also to fulfill the tasks of the plan more effectively than they would do under the whip of the foolish bureaucracy. I fear the French workers may be defeated if the struggle cannot be heightened so as to go beyond the framework of a trade union fight over wages. Oriel is reacting like the Italian government did against the factory occupations of 1920. Many thanks for the car. I have sent you the first volume of the Marx Engels Werke, which has just appeared. Best regards. H. Brandler. From Deutscher to Brandler. September 16, 1953. Sehr lieber Undgier Terji Nasi Brandler. Many thanks for the very interesting volume zur Deutschengeschichte. It is a very useful book to have and a most pleasant gift. I should have thanked you earlier, but I suffered from some ill health recently and was compelled to take a complete rest. The doctor diagnosed a false angina pectoris, but as it is only false I do not worry about it and I hope that I am now well on the way to recovery. I am about to undertake a long journey to Palestine. Together with my family, I shall be embarking on a small boat at Marseilles on October 3rd. We shall stay in Palestine for about 5 weeks and return to England late in November. I have been invited to Palestine by my Hebrew publishers, and I have in Palestine a sister, the only surviving member of my family, whom I have not seen for 30 years. All my books have been published in Hebrew, and the Trotsky is to appear in Hebrew simultaneously with the English edition. My writings, I am told, exercise a fairly strong influence there on the mind of the young generation. This is a somewhat paradoxical development, for, as you may imagine, I have all my adult life been a strong opponent of Zionism. It is impossible to be an opponent of Zionism now. The millions of murdered Jews have given the state of Israel a tragic if only negative justification. However, I cannot be a Zionist either, even now. I would like to return to our argument about the meaning of the June events in Eastern Germany and their effect on Soviet policy. 154. Am afraid your reasoning has not convinced me so far. When I denied the June demonstrations any revolutionary significance, I did not doubt for a moment that the workers in the Eastern Zone did not come out to demonstrate in favor of a capitalist restoration. They merely acted under the impulse of their immediate grievances. But beginning on a strictly economic basis, the demonstrations soon acquired the character of a political revolt against the Pike-Ulbricht government. Because of this they inevitably strengthened the position of the Adenauer government and of its American protectors. You see in the June events the beginning of an awakening of the German proletariat as an independent force acting in its own class interests. I would like to believe that this is so, but the absolute passivity of the working class in Western Germany contradicts your assumption. If the German workers had acted with equal vigor and determination against both Ulbricht and Adenauer, your view might have been justified. But are you not struck by the strange contrast between the behavior of the workers in the East and in the West? It is because of this contrast that one is entitled to speak about the counter-revolutionary consequences of the June events. Of course, the propagandists of the said are simply stupid when they describe the June events as the result of machinations of Nazis and imperialist agents, although there is no doubt that the latter did what they could to fish in troubled waters. But even if they had not done so, even if no lumpenproletarian elements had joined in the demonstrations, even if the whole revolt had remained within the limits of a dignified proletarian action, its objective consequences would have still remained far from revolutionary or progressive, precisely because of the wider political context. Curiously enough, even the most reactionary elements in the West have understood this. Far from being frightened by the revolutionary élan of the East German workers, they welcomed enthusiastically the events of June. Eisenhower, Dulles, even McCarthy greeted the Berlin demonstrators as their allies in the struggle for freedom. What a paradox! Or is it a paradox? Maybe I do not feel, as you say, the new wind blowing in Germany, although I doubt whether you yourself could feel much of that new wind in the recent election in West Germany. But I certainly do feel the wind blowing in America and England. Here there has been not the slightest doubt in any political grouping of any significance that the demonstrations of June were a signal victory for the West in the Cold War, and not an independent revolutionary act of the German proletariat. Insofar as there have been any misgivings in the West, they have troubled those elements, for instance in the British ruling circles, which are inclined to seek some conciliation with Russia, and which were afraid that the Berlin revolts would make the Americans so insolent as to rule out any chance of a conciliatory policy in the near future. One may risk the statement that enthusiasm for the Berlin workers was strongest among the most extreme counter-revolutionary elements in the West. Again, all this might not have mattered much if the picture of the class relationships in Western Germany had been different from what it is. You may not approve of my comparison with 1813 and say that it is impermissible to compare the workers of Berlin with the peasants who petitioned for the preservation of serfdom. But you yourself go on to say that both in East and West Germany there are millions of workers who say today that they prefer American capitalism to conditions in the Eastern Zone. Does not this prove the correctness of the comparison? We shall not differ about the extent to which Soviet policy must bear the blame for this. But once we have apportioned the blame, we still have to face the facts as they are. And it is unfortunately a fact that for the foreseeable future the practical alternative before Germany is between the capitalist regime of Adenauer and the bureaucratic quasi-socialism of Pike and Ulbricht. It may be that the Russians will abandon Pike and Ulbricht, but then they will do so in favor of politicians standing for capitalism, in favor of Christian Democrats or at best of Social Democrats. And when ARPO now clamours for the dismissal of the hated government of Pike and Ulbricht, it clamours for nothing else, regardless of its excellent intentions, but the substitution of a bourgeois government for that of Ulbricht and Pike. It may be that a bourgeois government would in a sense be a lesser evil, because it would open the prospect of a more normal class struggle in Germany, although this is highly debatable. But I have the strong impression that this is not what Arpo wants to say. You speak as if you imagined that it was possible in Germany today for some revolutionary socialist government to spring into the place now occupied by Pike and Ulbricht. You speak in other words as if there existed a real revolutionary party in Germany. In your letter you even write that the decisive forces, who will have the leadership in every movement once it has progressed from the stage of spontaneous revolt to that of organized struggle, will be the class-conscious nucleus from the old generation, who have fought for Soviet power since 1918. This seems to me, frankly, a strange illusion. You know that I have 156. The greatest respect and admiration for the revolutionary Marxist tradition in the German labor movement, and for those men of the old generation who, despite so many cruel disappointments, try to able down that tradition to the young. But I cannot for a moment imagine that the class-conscious nucleus from the old generation, small and decimated as it is, can assume the effective leadership of a German revolutionary movement. Apart from individuals, exceptional individuals like yourself, who may preserve freshness of mind and strength of character when they are over 70, the leading nucleus in any revolutionary movement must be much younger. The tragedy of the German movement, and not only of the German, consists, so it seems to me, in the gap, the vast gap, between the old nucleus or rather its survivors and the present young generation. You yourself have so often written about the absence of any revolutionary party in Germany that I do not see how you can forget your own words. It is this absence of a revolutionary party that has allowed the long bankrupt social democracy to come back and to play its present role in West Germany, and a party of puppets to perform a quasi-revolutionary role in Eastern Germany. And as long as this is so, the German working class is paralyzed as an independent revolutionary factor. And what the events of June revealed once again is that paralysis, not the beginning of any awakening. Because of this, an action which had all the outward appearances of a revolutionary deed went to strengthen the hands of counter-revolution. You disagree with my view that the June events weakened the party of reform in Moscow. You point to the latest economic concessions Moscow made through Pike and Ulbricht to disprove my contention. In fact, the Russian policy towards Eastern Germany initiated after June consists in the substitution of economic concessions for political reforms. The same trend can be observed since July also in domestic Soviet affairs. This new phase of policy reflects in my view the dialectical contradictions of the present situation. On the one hand, the need for reform is overwhelming both inside Russia and in Eastern Europe, including Eastern Germany. On the other, the Soviet ruling group has caught fright, the reformist elements in it have been weakened, and it seeks a way out by trying to satisfy the need for reform on the economic but not on the political ground. It goes without saying that economic concessions resulting in a higher standard of living will eventually pave the way for political reform. But the operative word here is eventually. In the meantime, economic concession serves to put off political reform. It may well be that from a general point of view this is the sounder and the safer course to take for the Soviet ruling group. We are not in a position to judge this, and only the future can show. This argument has grown far longer than I wanted it to be, and I must finish now. When are you returning to Hamburg? We still hope to pay you a visit in the autumn, after our return from Israel. Tamara joins me in sending you our warmest wishes. Yours, Isaac Deutscher. From Brandler to Deutscher. January 12, 1959. Dear Comrade Deutscher, thank you very much for sending me the first 170 pages of your manuscript of The Prophet Unarmed. Communists who read this second volume will find your work something to wonder at, for it gives an account of the struggles over the succession of Lenin on which no one will ever be able to improve. It will still remain important when this period has been presented in full, with all its dialectical contradictions, and when the role of the masses has been treated on the basis of their economic and social situation. Given the biographical form of your work, this could not be done there. Every biography which is not written by an absolute opponent of the hero becomes a justification, even when as in your biography it makes critical points about some of the hero's main weaknesses. I believe I can say this without being presumptuous. I was in the Soviet Union from the end of October 1921 until July 1922, and then again from the beginning of May 1924 until the end of October 1928. In between, I was also present from the middle of April until the middle of May 1923, at the session of the IKI at which we were compelled to include Thalmann and Ruth Fischer in the Zentrale. It was at this meeting that Trotsky discovered in the shape of Thalmann the proletarian gold that was needed to provide a counterweight in the Zentrale to my social democratic tendencies. That provided extra support for Zinoviev's faction in the KDP. Stalin intervened too, winning to his side Maslow, who had been retained in Moscow at Lenin's suggestion. I was against this method, but I went along with it, just as I submitted to discipline in the session from the middle of August to the end of September. This second session was the one in which the plan of action for the revolution was decided. The prehistory of October I have just mentioned is not 158. Without importance. For your depiction of the unarmed prophet, 1923 is only an episode, which it was in the life of Trotsky as well. But for the KPD, this episode is the beginning of the period which led to its collapse. Radek introduced the April meeting, and Trotsky introduced the one in September. Radek was too familiar with the conditions in Germany to have demanded the entry of the Zinoviev faction into the Zentrale. Nevertheless, he organized this, on instructions from Moscow, and not because he saw it as an appropriate way of bringing the KPD to a state of readiness. It was not the first time Radek had come to Berlin with commissions from Zinoviev to which we objected. In most cases, I succeeded in convincing him overnight of the impracticability of Zinoviev's proposals. He then received a scolding from the latter, but took this on his own account. What I did not know in April 1923 was that a factional struggle was proceeding in the CPSU. I knew neither of its existence nor of the issues involved. The Maslow-Ruth Fischer faction was informed about this, if not by Zinoviev himself, then through their connection with Shliapnikov, of the workers' opposition. For Radek, the situation was tragi-comic. In Moscow he was thought of as a German, for us he was a Russian. He received blows from both sides. I often used to tell him that we found it difficult to swallow that he negotiated as a representative of the Soviet government with Sikh and German ministers, and at the same time as Comintern representative with us. Objections like this made him very angry. In Moscow, he defended our policy as far as possible. Since I was only allowed very rarely to mention the disagreements with Radek in the Zentrale, was denounced by the Maslow-Ruth Fischer faction as a tool of Radek's faction. It was not possible to ignore his Schlegeter speech at the Fourth Congress. But the Zentrale did not adopt his line. It was rather the Ruth Fischer faction and the conciliator Paul Froelich who advocated it. Radek was accused by Moscow of being the author of my definition of the 5 forms of the workers' government. In reality, he tried to prevent this definition from being adopted, not because he thought it incorrect but, as I learned years later, because it irritated Zinoviev, and Radek found this inconvenient for his factional struggle in Moscow. Neither in Moscow, nor during Radek's and Pyattakov's stay in Germany, did we learn anything of the Russian factional struggles. That is hard to believe, but it is a fact. Only in December 1923 did we learn of these conflicts, after Zinoviev's letter accusing me of treachery to the revolution, which was a complete volte-face on his part from his initial attitude. We, that is, Thalheimer and myself, replied that we would take up a position on the factional struggles when we had familiarized ourselves with the material. That was in January 1924. Not because I wanted to save my position, as you write on page 145. It is not true that I or Thalheimer gave our support to the triumvirate. Nor did the Zentrale issue any such declaration. When I traveled to Prague in the middle of December, from where I was supposed to proceed to Moscow, Ulbricht assured me that he would be careful to prevent any stupidities, and said I should remain firm and that the majority of the party stood firmly behind me. Only after a week of waiting did I get a false passport for my journey to Moscow, and I arrived when the negotiations had already come to an end. All that was required of me was my assent, i.e. my signature. J refused it? Walcher and Pike tried to convince me by saying that if I refused I should not get into the new Zentrale. That the KPD delegation had gave its support to the Troika during my absence is possible, even likely, but I knew nothing of this myself. After all, the resolution, which received the assent of Clara Zetkin too, corresponded to the Troika's view of the situation *, but neither Thalheimer nor myself accepted it. As late as the Fifth Congress, I opposed the resolution as incorrect. See the official minutes, and declared that although I would submit to party discipline, I would still strive for a revision of it. 2 *. This revision could not take place, because the question of the German October was entangled with the factional struggle in the Soviet Union. And that is how the KPD was ruined. I do not understand the basis for your assertion that Radek and Pyatakov advised me to call off the uprising. When this decision was made, at the time of the Chemnitz conference, neither Radek nor Pyatakov was in Germany. They could not give any advice at all, for they were both en route. It would be correct to say, instead, that Radek and Pyatakov told me afterwards that I had done the right thing. Zinoviev too said the same at the beginning. Responsibility for the cancellation falls on me alone. I communicated this proposal to all the members of the Zentrale who were present in Chemnitz, and they all accepted it. Graup, the minister, informed us that the interventionist troops were on the march, and that they had been sent for protection against an invasion from Bavaria. He would have to leave the conference, he said, if a general strike were decided on and proclaimed, because that would constitute the signal for an uprising. In the plenary meeting I immediately came out sharply against this mystification, and declared that we should not allow ourselves to be held back from doing anything by this exercise in camouflage. After discussions with the other members of the Zentrale, I advised against the proclamation of a general strike, and in this course I received the assent of all the Zentrale members present, including Ruth Fischer. My decision was based on the following reflections. In spite of all our own information services, we had only the announcement by Graup, and confirmation from the Dresden police after I had asked them by telephone. If the information was correct, this would mean that we had been taken by surprise by the enemy in the strategically important region of Saxony-Thuringia, and would have to fight on the defensive. I was of the opinion, and I still am today, that a defensive uprising is condemned to defeat, and should only be risked if there is no other possible way out. The United Front policy, with which we had conquered the leader on of all those fighting against the miseries caused by the galloping inflation, was bound to collapse the moment the government was able to procure the means of subsistence and could not only promise but also issue money which retained its value. The so-called Kuno strike in Berlin was an especially prominent example of this tendency, whereas you use it to illustrate your adoption of the common assertion that the Berlin workers were burning with revolutionary fighting spirit. 2 We had this experience with all the strikes, demonstrations, and attempts to control food and market prices in 1923. It is one thing to make radical speeches, of the kind tossed around by Ruth Fischer, and not only by her, in 1923, but it is quite another thing to make the transition from the fight against everyday shortages to the revolutionary, life and death struggle for power. This was not a piece of knowledge first obtained by me in 1923, all the struggles since 1918, the Kapp Putsch and so on, had taught me this. When Lenin asked me in November 1921 why, despite my opposition to the armed resistance mounted against the Severing-Ho-Six-Arsing disarmament action in central Germany, I had accepted and enrolled Belakun's appeal, communists, do not let yourselves be disarmed, take weapons where you can find them, I replied that I not only considered this to be the correct line in general, but even more so in this case, for there were tendencies present in the German working class, and in the KPD as well, which admittedly did not openly reject armed struggle, but which looked upon it with indifference, after the defeats of the period 1918 to 1920. I was opposed to armed resistance against the action of horsing, which itself had the objective of provoking an armed struggle, because we could bring this proclamation to nothing more effectively if we did not allow ourselves to be provoked. The weapons the Central German workers had hidden after the Kapp Putsch in the copper mines near Leuna, and in other good hiding places in the Thursdayinger Wald and the Erzgebirge, could never have been fetched in time. We should have had to march out empty-handed, under the scornful laughter of the other workers. In this context, I informed Lenin of my anxieties, and requested him to send us a dozen experienced Civil War experts, with whom I hoped to change the situation in the party. Lenin agreed, and at the end of 1922, after my return to Germany thanks to the Rathenau amnesty, we were sent some only after the Anti-Fascist Day, for which I issued a proclamation. Was there any readiness demonstrated in the party for this task? Trotsky described my proclamation as a sign of the revolutionary situation. If Brandler is writing proclamations like this, then we are almost there. That is what he said to Walcher, Nice. The latter visited him in the Caucasus. Thus I did not oppose the preparations for the uprising of 1923. I simply did not view the situation as acutely revolutionary, lag reckoning rather with a further sharpening. But in this affair, I considered Trotsky, Zinoviev and other Russians to be more competent mistakenly. I strongly objected to the attempt to hasten the revolutionary crisis by including communists in the Saxon and Thuringian governments allegedly in order to procure weapons. I knew, and I said so in Moscow, that the police in Saxony and Thuringia did not have any stores of weapons. Even single submachine guns had to be ordered from the Reichswehr's arsenal near Berlin. The workers had already seized the local arsenals twice, once during the Kapp Putsch, and again in part in 1921. I declared further that the entry of the communists into the government would not breathe new life into the mass actions, but rather weaken them, for now the masses would expect the government to do what they could only do themselves. I did not understand why a fixed date was to be set for the revolution, and said that for this purpose they would have to send us someone with expert knowledge. I was given the choice between Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I chose Trotsky, the organizer of the Red Army, as against Zinoviev, the agitator. This had nothing to do with taking up a position towards the factional struggle in Russia, because I simply knew nothing of it. Nor was there any personal sympathy or antipathy involved. In secret discussions I was offered not only deliveries of weapons, but also eventual military assistance in East Prussia. Now, plenty of money was given out for the purchase of weapons, but weapons were not acquired. Only in some places comrades were corrupted, e.g. in Hamburg. I was given assurances about weapons which were already available, but these never corresponded to the truth. Not even in the case of the Hamburg Rising were there any weapons. This is why it started with the plundering of a few police stations. Action were amnestied, including Bicytles. He was working with the Czech communists in Prague at the time, and made his way back to Germany in September. Dialogue with Heinrich Brandler 163. Or. The minutes of the KPD Congress of 1924 prove that Thalheimer and myself did not offer to make our submission to the Troika. Things were quite different from this. Our friends demanded that we should refuse to submit to the order exiling us to Moscow and take up the fight at home, and be prepared even to split the party. I rejected this idea for the following reasons. 1. This would not further the continuance of the party's active Cattle Front policy, with the objective of liquidating the SPD by winning over their most active working-class members to communism. Moscow would fight us with the cynical accusation they capitulated to Ebert and Siecht, they fight against the Comintern and the Soviet Union. 2. The KPD was financed by the Comintern, which enabled it to issue 27 newspapers and pay 200 functionaries. Even if, as our supporters claimed, we were to win over half the membership, we would not be able to publish even as many as 4 newspapers or pay a dozen functionaries from our own resources. I saw no other possibility, I said, than to take up an attitude of critical expectation that the new Zentrale would make a mess of things, and to make sure that the nucleus of lesser functionaries remained active. This nucleus would rapidly come into concrete conflict with the factory and trade union * line adopted by Ruth Fisher and Maslow. This development alone could provide a fresh and firm basis for the party to recover from its sickness. And so we traveled to Moscow, into exile. Best regards to yourself and Tamara, from Heinrich Brandler. From Deutscher to Brandler. February 4, 1959. Sehr Lieber and Gier Genosse Brandler. Both Tamara and I were very sad to hear that you were ill and had to go to hospital. We do hope that the treatment will improve your AE, and we send you our best wishes and warmest regards. Your general comment on the first 2 chapters of The Prophet Unarmed gave me much satisfaction. I could let you have the rest of the volume in page proofs, but I hesitate to inflict this on you in your present position, unless you definitely want to read it. Let me once again explain, in general terms, the attitude from 164. Which as a historian I have viewed the 1923 controversy over Germany. I have done my best to approach it objectively and to weigh carefully the conflicting evidence, without taking sides. This approach, of course, has nothing to do with any liberal objectivism. Wherever I deal with the conflicts between revolution and counter-revolution, or communism and anti-communism and reformism, I stand as a historian on the side of those who fight for the revolution, without ceasing to present the counter-revolution objectively. But when it comes to the internal factional struggles in the communist camp, I feel that as a historian I must be above them and not commit myself to any apologetics for one faction or another, even where my sympathies either went or still go one way or the other. I think that in 1923 both Trotsky and yourself were in an impasse, and that consequently both you and Trotsky were right and wrong at the same time. I think that Trotsky underrated, as Marx and Lenin did so often, the objective factors which work towards a temporary stabilization of capitalism, temporary yet very long-lasting indeed. I am coming back to this problem in the 3rd volume, where I am putting together all the crises of the interwar years, 1919, 1921, 1923, 1929-33, 1936-38, and showing how in all these crises Trotsky committed the same mistake. Yet, this was a mistake which as a revolutionary he was as if compelled to make, mistakes which underlay his tragedy and do not detract from his greatness. You, on the other hand, saw in 1923 more clearly the objective difficulties in the way of a revolutionary party. Yet at the same time you were under pressure not only from Icky but also from your own position as a leader of a revolutionary party, to commit yourself to a revolutionary course of action. You were, therefore, torn between your sense that objectively the situation was not revolutionary and your acceptance of a revolutionary line of action. This conflict in yourself again reflects itself very strikingly in your speech at the Polish Congress. If you had followed your own sense of the objective difficulties only, you would have refused to act on Zinoviev's and Trotsky's advice. You would have said, "Comrades, I consider your pain to be wrong, I cannot carry it out, I wish to bear no responsibility for it, and I stand aside." You would then have spared yourself all the subsequent criticisms which were so often unjust, but were also inevitable, because in the eyes of so many communists you were associated with a policy of defeat. But you could not stand aside. You committed yourself to prepare the German October. Yet, having done so, you did not really act on your commitment. You hesitated, you were torn by contradictions in your attitude. I do not think that the historian can blame you for this, much though contemporaries did blame you. Your predicament reflected the tragedy of the German and international communist movement at that time. I think that this view is implied in the first 2 chapters of The Prophet Unarmed, and will be absolutely clear to the reader who will have read volume 3. However, I cannot blame Trotsky for the things for which you are still blaming him. They have to be seen in a historical perspective and not merely in the context of an interfactional struggle. I do not think that Trotsky was wrong when he favored in April 1923 the introduction of Thalmann into the German leadership. Thalmann did represent an important current in the German party, and it was only right that that current should be represented at the top. Trotsky acted, of course, on the assumption that the German party would be directed in the spirit of democratic centralism, on the basis of a collective leadership, where no communist current would be excluded and no group or clique would have a monopoly on the leadership. That Thalmann subsequently acquired that monopoly does not make Trotsky's action in 1923 wrong. In politics as in law we should beware of retroactive condemnation. In April 1923 Trotsky could surely not foresee what a fatal role Thalmann would play one day. Nor do I think that it is right to speak of Thalmann as belonging to the Zinoviev faction in April 1923. As you say, the German events of 1923 are in Trotsky's biography an episode, and this compels me to treat it much more summarily than I would have liked to do, and to condense the narrative to the utmost. This results in some unavoidable imprecision. Thus, at one point I write, and so when the moment of rising arrived, Brandler, supported by Radek and Pyatakov, cancelled the battle orders. This sentence implies clearly enough that you cancelled the orders on your initiative, and that Radek and Pyatakov only supported you. On the same page I say that they advised you to cancel the orders. Now, the English advised is not quite as specific as the German Ratgeban, it is more vague. However, it would have been better if I had said that they backed Brandler when he cancelled the orders for insurrection. Unfortunately, the page proofs have gone back to the printer, and doubt whether I shall still have an opportunity to correct this. I shall 166. Certainly do so in any subsequent edition. Politically, however, in the context of my narrative, this slight imprecision is not important at all. What I have argued in this context is that the two Trotskyists, Radek and Pyatakov, took up the same position as you did, and that the triumvirs therefore blamed Trotsky and Trotskyism for the German defeat. This was so, regardless of whether Radek and Pyatakov advised you to act as you did, or whether they merely approved your decision post factum. In explaining your behavior, I say that you were anxious to disentangle the German question from the Russian issues. This I give as your main motive. You do not object to this, but you deny that you declared your support for the official Russian leadership, that one's the triumvirs. You say that you arrived in the January session of IKI after everything had been settled, and that you had no idea of the conflict between the triumvirs and Trotsky. Here as a historian I have to take into account the evidence of other witnesses, your friends as well as your opponents, and to make allowance for a possible slip of your memory. You spoke in the session of IKI on January 11, 1924. 5 days later, on the 16th, there assembled the 13th Conference of the Russian Party, which was occupied mainly with the excommunication of Trotsky. It is impossible that you should not have known this, and that the main theme of the Russian conference should not have been the subject of some talk at IKI, at least behind the scenes. Thalheimer in Ein Verpasste Revolution makes no bones about the fact that your group turned against Trotsky as early as it could. The record of the session of IKI shows that Warski and the other Poles were defending Trotsky against the attacks from the triumvirs, and that they were doing this at this same January session of IKI. They were for this reason attacked by Zinoviev and his people during the session. You were there and you kept silent. Your silence spoke for itself, and the historian cannot but deduce from it that you decided not to defend Trotsky, who defended you through Radek. When one has in mind your subsequent and long-lasting antagonism to Trotsky, one is entitled, I think, to interpret your silence of January 1924 as an act of support for the triumvirs. I am saying this without any polemical intention and without any desire to blame you, but merely in order to explain why I brought in the consideration of your support for the official leadership, that is the triumvirs among the many factors of the situation. I have not taken over the assertion that the Berlin workers were burning with revolutionary fighting spirit. What I say is that in Berlin the party organization was in a militant mood, and this I state as a fact without game and to its evaluation. Surely, this was so, otherwise the opposition of the Berliners to you and their support of Maslow and Fischer would have been inexplicable. That I have not a shade of sympathy for the militancy of Fischer and Maslow I have given several very clear hints in various places, hints which I am sure you have not missed. All these are small details, however. I am very grateful to you for your comments and for your very exhaustive and informative letter. I am sure that I shall have an opportunity to write at greater length about the events of 1923, and then I shall, with your permission, use your explanations. Once I have finished with the third volume of the Trotsky, I am going to write an analysis of the development of socialism in this century, beginning with the origin of German revisionism and ending with the present situation. In this context 1923 will, of course, be of great importance. Once again, we are sending you our heartfelt wishes. Isaac Deutscher. Heinrich Brandler to Tamara Deutscher. Hamburg, August 20, 1967. Dear Comrade. The first news of today was the report in the midnight radio bulletin that Isaac Deutscher had died of a heart attack in Rome. And I, who cannot move, cannot work any longer, I am still here. The last of my friends in Leipzig died. Death is not so bad for those it strikes, but for their nearest, their friends. We were already so much looking forward to Isaac Deutscher's dispute with Leonard in Cologne. That's not to be. The large circle of Isaac Deutscher's friends will not find a substitute for him, nor will all those who valued his activity, though they may not have agreed with him on everything. Dear Comrade Tamara, please accept the expression of my deepest sympathy at the loss of Deutscher, and convey it also to your son. If I can at all be of help to you, please do let me know. With heartfelt greetings. Heinrich Brandler. 168. Tamara Deutscher to Heinrich Brandler. August 31, 1967. Dear Comrade Brandler. Thank you so much for your letter. You know what immense respect Isaac had for you, and how greatly he admired you. You were for him one of those very, very few people, perhaps the only one with whom he could find a common language. He was rejoicing at the sight of the new generation, those youngsters 20 to 22 years old, who were beginning to look for a real socialist, Marxist Weltanschauung. Isaac used to say that only the old like you or those very, very young understand him. The generations in between were ground to dust between the heavy millstones either of Stalinism or McCarthyism. I need not tell you with what sentiment we remember our rich evenings over the poor meals in our kitchen in our London flat. I am sending you my respect, and also my love. Tamara Deutscher. Conversation with Tryggve. Oslo, 28 to 29 April 1956. Tryggve is now the governor of Oslo and lives in an American-style skyscraper a few kilometers from the city. The skyscraper looks a little incongruous, all the more so because it is surrounded by shacks and inferior tenement houses. Tryggve's flat is on the 14th floor. It consists of enormous rooms furnished in ultra-modern style, and looks like a luxurious gigantic first-class waiting room at a railway station. From the window there is an extensive view over fjords, forests, and hills, and with a little imagination one might think one was looking at Manhattan and the Hudson River. As he led me into the room, I said, "You seem to have brought a bit of New York here." My host was visibly flattered and started telling me in detail how, when he was still at his United Nations headquarters and learned about the building of this skyscraper in Oslo, he had arranged to have this flat reserved for him. At the door his first question was whether the taxi driver knew his address. "Did you tell him, 'Take me to Tryggve's home'?" "Yes, he knew," I said, though I was not sure whether it was not the hotel porter who had actually directed him. Again, I could not miss the satisfaction on Tryggve's face. He sat opposite me. He looked exactly as in the newspaper pictures, but even more expressionless, very large, with elephantine as if swollen head and fishy eyes. I spent several hours with him. He talked volubly, though with a very restricted English vocabulary and in rather primitive and crudely constructed sentences, which was surprising if one considers that he had spent so many years in England and the United States, and held so high an office. Much of the time he spoke to me as if I were his, not Trotsky's, biographer. He was still proud of the reprisals he took against Trotsky, boasted of them, had no idea that 170. He was giving himself away until the moment when I made him feel a little of what I thought of all this. Then he got nervous and raised his voice, shouting at me repeatedly. "Beware what you write, Mr. Deutscher. Beware what you write." There was a hint of a threat in the intonation, though not so much in the words. For a moment I felt in this essentially parochial Scandinavian a streak of the New York gangster who suspects someone of the intention to expose some of his dirty doings and is on the point of blackmailing the suspected denunciator. I did my best to calm him in order to get the information I was seeking. As he talked about himself and Trotsky, he dwelt on his role as the man who saved the Norwegian Labour Party from communism, and that not only in connection with Trotsky, as if he were trying to ingratiate himself with the conservative, right-wing bourgeois public. At other moments he was boasting of what he did, as if he were talking to a good Stalinist. He was not quite sure where I stood and how he should treat me. And so imperceptibly, even to himself, he was switching from one viewpoint to the other, until late in the conversation he began to guess something and said, "Ah, I see you are an admirer of Trotsky." And again, "Beware what you write, Mr. Deutscher. Beware what you write." Altogether a flea boasting that it once buzzed in the nostril of a lion, and even stung the lion. Did you ever meet Trotsky personally? Did you know him before he came to Norway? How did it happen that you gave him the right of asylum in 1935? T first met Trotsky in 1921, when a delegation of the Norwegian Labour Party went to Moscow to negotiate with the Communist International and to clear the conflict we had as member party with the executive of the International. We were received by the executive, by Lenin, Trotsky, and Zinoviev. Trotsky said nothing. He spent with us only an hour and then left, excusing himself he was busy elsewhere. I did not see Trotsky again until 1935. In March of that year the Labour Party took over the government in our country. I was then, in 1935, as a young Minister of Justice, approached by Olaf Skofl and asked to give Trotsky a visa. Olaf Skofl was one of the great leaders of our party in its Comintern period and headed the left wing of the party till the end of his life. He was not a Trotskyist but was always a great admirer and respecter of Trotsky and was, of course, closer to him than any one of us, including Tranmere, who was also Trotsky's great well-wisher. As to the asylum, I tell you most emphatically that we never gave Trotsky the right of asylum. But I must also say that as a young and inexperienced minister I committed in this matter two mistakes. Mistake number one was that I let Trotsky in. Yes, my mistake was not that I expelled him but that I let him in. Listen to the story how it really was. My civil servants were strongly against admitting him, but Skofl and the other party leaders all wanted him to come. There was a vote in the government and against 2 votes it was decided to let him in. But we did not give him asylum. I instructed our consul in Paris that he should give him an entry visa on 2 conditions, 1 that he should first obtain a French return visa, 2 that during his stay in Norway he should not interfere either in Norwegian or in any international politics. But Trotsky was smart and he never signed any such commitment. And the consul never communicated these conditions to Trotsky. At this point I interrupted, asking rather gently whether, if the consul had never communicated these terms to Trotsky, Trotsky's behavior could in this matter be really described as smart. "Oh, yes, Mr. Deutscher, oh, yes. He was a smart man, you do not know how smart he was. And I was a young and inexperienced minister. He outmaneuvered me at every step, at every step. It is difficult to describe this. For he was an incredibly smart man. This was one of the refrains of the conversation, he was a smart man, he outmaneuvered me all the time." True, the consul told him nothing about these conditions, so he came to us without a French return visa. What could I do? I let him in. And the party was for letting him in. But then Stiefel told Trotsky that he must not interfere in Norwegian or international politics. But Trotsky was a smart man and he never signed anything. Only Skeffel told me that Trotsky accepted the conditions. And here my mistake number 2, the party leaders, Tranmæl and Sch Sixfel, told me that I should go with them and pay a formal visit to Trotsky in Knudsen's home. J should not have gone. But I was young and inexperienced, and so I went. When we came to him, Tranmæl said we must interview him for the Arbeiderbladet. Trotsky was a great man, a great historic figure, and they were all very proud to have him here and they wanted Theha Manson viewed for the party paper. Trotsky refused. He was a smart man. He said, well, you made it a condition that I must not interfere in politics, so I don't. He talked to us about the weather all the UME, and did not want to answer any political questions. So I as Minister of Justice said that for this occasion I waive the restriction. In the end we persuaded him to give us the interview. But I said I waive the T72 restriction for this occasion only. I checked the interview. I had no objection to anything he said about world affairs, and J authorized publication. This was my mistake number 2. Mr. Lai, tell me as a socialist and as a lawyer, did you think that you were entitled to demand from Trotsky that he should refrain from any political activity concerning international, not Norwegian affairs? Would you say that this was the traditional liberal conception of the right of asylum? Do you imagine how, for instance, Marx, who lived and worked most of his life in London, would have reacted if the English governments 100 years ago had interpreted political asylum in this way? What you are saying, Mr. Deutscher, is exactly what the Liberal Party in our parliament was saying when they attacked me. Also some comrades in my own party. However, no political refugee has the right of asylum, it is not a right but two governments' prerogative to grant asylum. We did not give Trotsky any asylum. We only thought that his life was in danger and we let him come here to save his life, nothing else. I must say that for a long time Trotsky adhered to the conditions we set. He was beleaguered by journalists who wanted interviews, but he refused. He did not, or so it seemed to me, a young and inexperienced minister, interfere in any politics. I knew this very well because I had some police control over what he was doing. It was not an efficient control, there was no censorship of his mail. But I knew that he kept strictly to the terms of his entry permit and refused to give any interviews. When then did relations begin to deteriorate? We began to get some alarming information about Trotsky's activities in connection with the Fourth International. We had at the time a special contact with the international police through which various governments exchanged information of mutual interest. We had from the Belgian police some alarming reports which were also confirmed by the French police. There was still not enough in those reports to justify reprisals against Trotsky or even any ground to warn him. But we were suspicious of his secretaries who went to Paris and back, and so we withdrew entry permits of some of these secretaries. Among them was Wolf, who was later killed in Spain. Then, on August 5 there came the Nazi attack on Knudsen's and Trotsky's home. They got hold of some documents, but they were of no importance. I assure you, Mr. Deutscher, that the action I later took against Trotsky had nothing to do with these documents which were of no importance. But this was also the time of the election campaign in our country. The conservatives and the Nazis made of Trotsky's stay here the most important electoral issue. I talked to Coate and to other members of the government, and we all saw that the election will be decided on the Trotsky question. We were afraid we were to lose the election. Trotsky appeared in court twice as witness in the case of the Nazis who attacked his home. And so I said to myself, it was time I did something about this. First I had Trotsky brought to my office at the Ministry of Justice. He was brought under police escort, but this was still before I ordered his internment. The talk we had was not very friendly. We spoke in German. I reminded Trotsky that he was not to interfere in any politics, Norwegian or international. Trotsky argued that he was granted asylum, that he never did and never would interfere in Norwegian affairs, but would not take any obligation as far as international affairs were concerned. I told him, "You must sign such an obligation now." You should have seen the look he gave me when I told him this. I cannot describe to you that look. He was a proud man, you know. He stood up and said, "Do you think, I, Leon Trotsky, with my past, with my record, that I am going to sign such a document?" He spoke so about himself, I, Leon Trotsky. You do not know what a proud and egocentric man he was. Then I told him, Leon Trotsky, I said, "and what about the Norwegian Labour Party and the election?" That made Trotsky laugh. He was a great man. What did he worry about Norway and its Labour Party? He said, "What do I care about your elections? You are a rotten gang and you have no idea about international affairs." And you know what? He came to my office, and though he had never been there before, he knew where every minister had his office, and he pointed through the window at the office of the Prime Minister and said to me, "You and your pantoffel Prime Minister who sits over there, you will all be refugees driven out of your country in 2 years from now." Well, we were refugees, and when we were driven from Norway, we remembered his words, but this was after 4, not after 2 years. Well, this was my first talk with Trotsky in my office. It must have been in August, soon after the attack. Then the electoral campaign got into full swing and the business of Trotsky was becoming more and more a central issue. Then I ordered him to be interned and had him again brought to the Ministry of Justice. I told him that I have taken the necessary steps to prevent him from participating in politics. You should have seen that proud man. I, Leon. 174. Trotsky. He spoke of himself. Yes, he was a great man. I have met 5 great men in my life. You know who they were: Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, Churchill and Roosevelt. Trotsky was perhaps the greatest of them, except for Roosevelt and perhaps Lenin. Oh, he was a great man. And he was so well educated, he knew everything. And his logic was sharp like a knife. And he was humane, very humane. Quite a different man from Stalin. When I sat with Stalin, I felt something was freezing in my back. I just felt I was afraid to death of that man. With Trotsky it was different. He was very humane. But I was frightened all the same, frightened of his sharp logic, of his shrewdness, of his smartness. He could outmaneuver me, and all of us, and you too, Mr. Deutscher. At every step he outmaneuvered us all. It was enough to meet these 2 men, Stalin and Trotsky, to know that Trotsky was by far the more intelligent and able. He was a genius. You felt it when you talked to him. And so I thought he was the more dangerous of the 2. You see, he was the only man who could bring communism to complete success. So I hated him. Do not forget that in our party there was a considerable communist or near-communist element. And I was opposed to it. I'm proud of this, that I played a role, quite an important role, in defeating the pro-communist element in our party. No, I could not have been Trotsky's friend. He was a great danger to us all. And I hate dictators. I fought Trotsky in 1936 and I fought Hitler in 1940. I could only intern him by a royal decree, and so I got the royal decree which enabled me to intern him, otherwise our constitution gave no power to do this. But I hate dictators. Excuse me, Mr. Lai, but in 1936 it was not Trotsky who was a dictator but you. It was you who ruled by decree then, wasn't it? Yes, I did it by decree, all right. But are you, Mr. Deutscher, Trotsky's admirer? I see you are his admirer. You think I acted wrongly, do you? Now, tell me frankly, what do you think of my behavior? You do not approve of it? Well, Mr. Lai, if you ask my frank opinion, I will tell you. If one day somebody writes your biography, someone who admires you, he will perhaps not be very proud of this particular chapter in your career. Oh, I see, you are Trotsky's admirer, you are. Beware what you write, Mr. Deutscher, beware what you write. I have documents and documents to show that I was right. I told Trotsky. You broke the conditions and I am going to intern you and allow you no contact whatsoever with the outside world. And I established a censorship over all his mail. I hired a valet Huram and I put him and his wife there, and IPTAS 20 policemen to guard him. And you know who was in charge of the police guard? Jonas Lai. Later Jonas Lai was one of the wartime traitors, one of the leaders of Quisling's party. He was in charge of the place and he was sending me reports every day about what Trotsky did and how he behaved in the course of the day. So I thought I knew very well what Trotsky was doing. But you know what a smart man he was? He outmaneuvered me again, me, a young and naive minister. His friends sent him a cake into his internment place. And, you know, in the cake they smuggled in some documents to him. Then he said he had to visit a dentist in town. I allowed him to go. He left the policeman outside the dentist's door to stand guard. But in the waiting room there was already a comrade of his waiting for him and getting some documents from him. We learned all this later. At first we had no idea. But Trotsky knew how to do clandestine work, he knew it. He was a genius at this, too. Mr. Lai, you interned him at the time of the first of the great purge trials, the Zinoviev and Kamina trial in Moscow. And he, Trotsky, was the chief defendant in these trials. You cut him off from all contact with the world. As a lawyer, do you think that you were right in refusing him every opportunity to answer the accusations? Perhaps he smuggled his answer to Vyshinsky? Indeed, I am sure that this was what he smuggled out. Now, tell me, if someone accused Trotsky in Norway of a burglary, would you as a lawyer refuse him the right to defend himself? And here was Trotsky, accused of poisoning thousands of Soviet workers, plotting to assassinate Stalin and other Soviet leaders, presented as Hitler's agent and spy, and you, Mr. Lai, refused him any possibility of defending himself. You think you were right in doing that?